Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Vitrum-K by James Bryan Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this riveting sci-fi story.
The HVS-17U shuddered as it pierced Ophir Gamma's tenuous upper atmosphere, heat shielding glowing faintly red under the friction. Outside the viewport, the planet spread below them like a treasure chest thrown open. Jagged mountains glinted with the metallic sheen of neodymium, catching the light of a distant star in impossible angles. Lithium-rich canyons carved through the terrain, their surfaces shimmering with a pale, almost ethereal blue. Streams of platinum veins caught the sunlight, reflecting it in beams so bright they seemed unnatural. Even from the shuttle's descent, the raw, untamed abundance of the planet was overwhelming. Dr. Saphira Kale leaned forward in her seat, eyes fixed on the handheld console projecting real-time mineral scans. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, a few stray strands sticking to her damp forehead, and her brow was furrowed in focus. "Bring us down to 500 meters above the surface," she commanded, her voice precise, controlled. "I want the preliminary drones in the air the instant we touch down. Every ridge, every canyon floor. Nothing can be overlooked." Theo Rylan, her assistant, shifted uneasily in his chair. He adjusted the strap of his environmental scanner and tapped a series of controls. "Saphira, at this altitude, I'm reading localized radiation spikes near the cliffs, nothing deadly yet. But some of these neodymium outcrops are unstable. Microfractures everywhere. We should take a cautious approach. Map the ground before we deploy the full landing gear." Saphira glanced at him, an impatient flicker crossing her face. "Caution is for people who don't have a chance to see history being made. Theo, the planet isn't going to wait for us to play it safe." Theo's jaw tightened. "And catastrophe doesn't wait either," he muttered under his breath, almost hoping she hadn't caught it. From the back of the cabin, Jax Harrow, corporate overseer, adjusted his tie and watched the landscape with a clinical, measured interest. He was tall, sharply dressed, his posture as rigid as the company he represented. "History or not, Dr. Kale, time is money," he said, voice calm but edged with steel. "The longer we hover, the more uncertainty we accrue. Each hour of survey delays industrial assessment. And frankly, the company has shareholders who would prefer we monetize this planet yesterday." Saphira shot him a glare that would have felled a lesser man. "I'm aware of the financial stakes, Jax, but rushing in without understanding the environment is foolish." She allowed a thin smile to edge her words, sharp but not without charm. "Unlike you, I care about preserving our data integrity." Jax's lips twitched into a semblance of amusement. "Data integrity doesn't fill a balance sheet." He turned his gaze back to the planet. But impressive view, the supporting team had already begun preparing their gear. Dr. Leora Venn, geophysics specialist, adjusted the automated litter drone hovering in the cargo bay, checking for signal integrity. Her dark eyes reflected a mix of awe and calculation as she looked at the canyons below. "It's more than I imagined," she murmured, almost to herself. "The vein exposures alone could rewrite geophysics textbooks." Dr. Kieran Solis, materials chemist, crouched over a set of portable lab modules. "And the purity of those platinum veins," he said, tracing the lines of the metallic streams visible from the shuttle viewport. "No refining necessary. That's obscene." He looked at Theo, who was frowning, his scanner reports open on a tablet. "You're not impressed?" Theo shook his head. "I'm impressed, yes, but the electromagnetic anomalies are real. Energy readings don't line up with anything we know. There's something off." Lieutenant Tavin Royce, operations and safety officer, checked environmental monitors with professional detachment. His dark uniform was crisply pressed, his posture almost military. "Microfractures, radiation spikes, minor electromagnetic interference," he listed. "Landing zones need careful assessment. Recommend splitting the team for reconnaissance before full deployment." Saphira waved him off. "I'll split the team after we touch down. Right now we take it all in. Eyes on the planet, people. This isn't about safety first. It's about seeing what no one else has ever seen." The shuttle dropped lower, thrusters firing in short pulses, kicking up clouds of metallic dust from the surface. The team held their collective breath as the landing legs extended. Outside, a cliff of solid neodymium rose like a jagged monument, the sunlight catching the metallic faces in a glittering blaze. A lithium-rich canyon stretched below, its pale blue sheen pulsing almost as if alive. Theo leaned closer to the viewport, reading the scanners again. "Saphira, these cliffs aren't just jagged, they're fractured at multiple levels. If a landing blast triggers a collapse, then we adapt," Saphira said without hesitation. Her eyes locked on the planet. "We don't run from brilliance, Theo." The landing gear touched down with a muted thump. the shuttle trembling under the uneven surface. Dust and fine metal particles swirled around the legs, reflecting light in a dazzling display. Dr. Leora Ven's litter drone rose from the cargo bay, propelling itself into the open air with whirring precision. The device swept across a massive neodymium cliff, scanning for fissures and structural weaknesses. Initial scans indicate the cliff is more stable than anticipated, Leora said, her voice betraying a mixture of awe and relief. Still, there's a slight electromagnetic fluctuation near the upper ridge. Could be natural, could be something else. Saphira's eyes darted to the holographic readouts. Note it, but continue the survey. Every anomaly gets logged. Every vein, every ridge, every patch of lithium, tantalum, platinum. Nothing gets ignored. Kieran Solis was already pulling core samplers from the shuttle bay. If these readings are correct, our first core could be worth a fortune before it even leaves the ground. Imagine the concentration here. He let the words hang, letting excitement fill the cabin. Theo's frown deepened. And imagine the consequences if we miss something dangerous in the process. We can't assume this environment behaves like Earth. Saphira's response was a laugh, low and sharp. Danger is part of discovery. You'll learn that, Theo. Jax Harrow stepped forward, clipboard in hand, scanning the readouts and the exterior view. I see a dozen viable industrial zones within a few kilometers of our landing. If the survey is quick and efficient, we could stake the majority of claims before competitors even hear about this planet. Saphira ignored him, focused instead on her console, drawing imaginary lines over the holographic terrain. Assigning survey zones. You get your claims later, Jax, she said, voice firm. Right now we catalog everything, precision first, ambition second. And caution. Well, Theo, you get to remind me to breathe every now and then. Theo muttered under his breath, though the words were audible enough to make Kieran chuckle. You'll be lucky if breathing is all we have to worry about. Lieutenant Tavan Royce moved past them, surveying the shuttle's perimeter. Security sweeps complete. Environmental hazards within acceptable limits. Recommend starting sample collection and habitat deployment immediately. Dr. Leora Ven adjusted the drone's flight pattern, sweeping the horizon. The scale of this place is unreal. Look at that canyon network. Lithium deposits on every floor, platinum veins crisscrossing like riverbeds, and those neodymium cliffs. Entire mountains of it. How does something like this even form? Not our concern, Saphira said, her eyes alight. Our concern is understanding it, cataloging it, claiming it. The how comes later. Kieran Solis snorted. That's the spirit of hubris, distilled. Outside, the twin suns of Ophir Gamma began their slow arc across the alien sky. Their light caught the metallic surfaces of the planet in a dazzling kaleidoscope of reflections. The cliffs blazed with silvery fire, lithium canyons glimmered faintly blue, and veins of platinum mirrored the sunlight in impossible perfection. Everywhere we look, Theo said quietly, almost to himself. It's like standing inside a treasure chest, and I can't shake the feeling that the chest isn't meant to be opened. Saphira glanced at him sharply, sensing the unease but not sharing it. Then you'll just have to trust me, Theo. We're here to open it anyway. As the team disembarked from the shuttle, boots crunching against the metallic dust, the planet seemed to inhale along with them. Every footstep echoed against the cliffs, sending faint vibrations through the veins of platinum. The litter drones hummed softly overhead, mapping the canyon floors, scanning the ridgelines and cataloging every anomaly. Lieutenant Royce called out a status check. Survey grid deployment complete. All drones functional. Habitats ready for pressurization. Jax Harrow's eyes gleamed as he looked over the terrain. If the initial scans are correct, every square meter of this planet is worth billions. Hundreds of billions. Imagine the extraction potential. Saphira held up her hand. We'll think about profit later. Right now, we survive, we map, and we learn. This is Ophir Gamma. History doesn't wait for accountants, Theo muttered again. Softer this time. History or catastrophe. Sometimes they're the same thing. The team spread out, each member moving into their assigned zones, setting up scanning rigs, deploying drones, and securing temporary habitats. Ophir Gamma's raw, overwhelming wealth stretched out in every direction. It was breathtaking, impossible, and already beginning to assert a quiet dominance over their ambitions. Every metallic surface reflected light and shadow, every canyon and cliff seemed alive with secrets, and every member of the team knew, somewhere deep down, that this planet would test their courage, their intellect, and their hubris in ways they could not yet imagine. The pressurized habitats hummed quietly under the artificial lighting, their walls vibrating slightly as life support systems circulated oxygen and regulated temperature. Outside, Ophir Gamma's twin suns bathed the lithium canyons and neodymium cliffs in pale blue and silver light, creating a surreal landscape that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Automated drones buzzed overhead, their lidar and spectral scanners sweeping methodically across the terrain, mapping fractures, veins, and isotopic variations in breathtaking detail. Dr. Vitrum-K leaned over a holographic display, tracing the luminous outlines of mineral veins as they appeared in real-time scans. "Increase the scan resolution over this sector," she instructed, tapping commands on her portable console. "I want every anomaly, every fissure logged. This isn't about checking boxes, this is about discovery." Her dark eyes gleamed with an almost feral intensity, excitement radiating through her every movement. Theo Ryland hovered nearby, fingers drumming against the console's surface. His posture was taut, cautious, and perpetually on the edge of readiness. "Saphira, the sensors are picking up intermittent energy spikes along that ridgeline," he said, pointing to a cluster of readings that shimmered irregularly in the holographic display. "They don't match any known electromagnetic or radioactive source. I don't think we should ignore them." Saphira glanced at him without looking away from her display. "Intermittent readings happen all the time, Theo. Could be equipment calibration, thermal fluctuations, local magnetic anomalies, doesn't matter. Catalog it, but don't let it dictate our survey." Theo's jaw tightened. "Cataloging alone won't keep us safe if something unpredictable happens. These spikes aren't natural. I've cross-checked the drone logs. These pulses have patterns, rhythms even. I think there's something we don't understand." Saphira finally looked at him, expression sharpening. "And that's exactly why we're here, to understand. But you're not going to slow us down with cautious what-ifs. Document everything, yes, but we keep moving forward." Her voice carried a subtle edge, a mixture of impatience and determination that made Theo exhale sharply. Meanwhile, Dr. Leora Venn crouched near the base of a lithium canyon, adjusting a geophysical scanner on a tripod. Her gloved hands worked with mechanical precision, inputting coordinates and cross-referencing isotopic data. "These stress fractures are unusual," she called out to the group. "Look at this pattern." She pointed to a holographic projection hovering above her workstation. Thin fissures ran across the cliff in seemingly impossible geometric formations, intersecting veins of lithium and platinum in irregular lattices. "The isotopic signatures don't match Earth analogs. Something about the mineral formation here is unnatural." Kieran Solis, kneeling nearby with a small portable core drill, shook his head in disbelief as he examined the first extracted sample. "Unnatural is one word for it," he said. The sample was dense, metallic, heavier than anticipated for its volume, and shimmered with a faint internal glow. "The chemistry alone is unprecedented. Platinum pure veins, lithium concentrations off the charts. This planet is bending the rules of geology." He carefully sealed the sample in a containment tube, glancing at Theo as if seeking validation. Theo frowned, scanning the readouts from nearby drones. "And those faint luminescent flickers, did anyone else notice them? Every few minutes, along certain veins, something flashes internally. I can't trace it to any energy source we know of, could be benign, but it's consistent." Leora adjusted her scanner, zooming in on the affected area. "I see it too. Tiny pulses. It's subtle, almost imperceptible, but there could be interference, or could be something intrinsic to the mineral." Saphira tapped a few keys on her console, zooming in on the area highlighted by Theo and Leora. "Intrinsic or not, it's not slowing us down. Collect the data, let the drones map it, and we keep pushing. Exploration waits for no one." Her words carried authority. And despite Theo's protests, the team obeyed, methodically sweeping the terrain and logging every reading. Lieutenant Tavan Royce moved along the edge of the survey zone, checking the habitats and ensuring personnel safety. "Environmental hazards are within operational parameters," he reported over the comms. "Lithium Canyon winds are stable, microfracture activity remains minimal, and drone interference is negligible." He paused, frowning slightly. "However, the combination of electromagnetic spikes and luminescent anomalies is something to monitor closely. Just because it hasn't caused issues yet doesn't mean it won't." Saphira nodded once without looking up. "Noted, Tavan. We observe, log, and move forward. Speed is as important as accuracy." Jax Harrow, meanwhile, had set himself up near the central habitat hub, observing live data feeds from all drones and personnel. His expression was calm, almost calculating. But there was a barely hidden edge of impatience. "These anomalies are fascinating," he said aloud, voice carrying over the habitat comms. "But the operational clock doesn't stop. Every hour we spend on anomalies is an hour lost to potential claims. I don't want beautiful science delaying real-world profit." Saphira didn't even glance at him, tapping commands to redirect a scanning drone along a newly discovered platinum vein. The planet doesn't care about profit jacks. We collect data now and claims follow naturally, one step at a time, Theo muttered under his breath, scanning the energy spikes again. Sometimes the planet doesn't care about anything but itself. As the day wore on, drones continued to sweep across the alien landscape, capturing high-resolution scans of lithium canyons that shimmered like glass and neodymium cliffs that reflected light like polished metal. Kieran extracted core samples every few meters, carefully noting concentrations and isotopic anomalies. Leora cataloged fissures, recording microfractures, stress lines, and deviations in density. Theo monitored energy readings relentlessly, adjusting for anomalies and logging every irregular pulse. Saphira moved constantly between teams, overseeing progress, recalibrating drones, and marking zones for more detailed examination. "Hey Kieran," Theo called out, his voice sharp over the drone comms. "That last core sample, did you notice the energy spike when you drilled into it? The metallic shimmer intensified." Kieran glanced at the sample, then back at Theo. "Yeah, I saw it. Looks like the material is responding in a way, but we don't have enough data to conclude anything. Could be a thermal response, could be electromagnetic absorption. I'll run chemical analysis as soon as we're back in the habitat." Saphira's eyes gleamed as she approached them. "Responsive or not, note it in the log and take a high-resolution scan. If this planet has surprises to offer, I want them documented before anyone else even notices." "The first intellectual claim goes to the one who sees it first," Theo groaned, rubbing his temples. "First intellectual claim doesn't mean much if the planet eats us in the process." "Dramatic, as always," Saphira said, her tone teasing but firm. "Remember, Theo, the universe doesn't cater to caution. It rewards vision and boldness." By mid-afternoon, minor tensions had surfaced. Kieran wanted to push core sampling deeper along a newly identified platinum ridge. Theo argued that the microfractures indicated potential collapse. Leora suggested more drone sweeps before committing. Saphira overruled them all, her excitement bordering on obsession. "We adapt as we go," she said. "Survey is about pushing boundaries, not endless debate. The moment we hesitate is the moment history passes us by." Lieutenant Royce intervened with measured authority. "Everyone stays safe. You push too far without caution, and the survey ends before it begins. I won't allow unnecessary risk to personnel or equipment." Jax Harrow watched quietly from his station, noting both the team's excitement and the undercurrent of tension. "I like the energy," he murmured, mostly to himself, "but too many opinions slow efficiency. Remember, industrial viability waits for no one." Despite the tensions, the team continued their work. Drones mapped the full height of neodymium cliffs, revealing fissures and hidden veins, while the lithium canyon floors were scanned for depth and mineral density. Every core extracted by Kieran told a story of impossible abundance, each sample shimmering with metallic purity, almost glowing in the low light. Leora's structural scans revealed faint patterns in the stress lines, unnatural in their geometry, which Theo's energy sensors often intersected with subtle spikes. As the sun dipped lower toward the horizon, painting the canyon walls in golden blue hues, Saphira gathered the team. "Status report," she said, scanning each member. Leora spoke first, her voice steady but tinged with awe. "Drones mapped 70% of the assigned sectors. Fissures logged. Some isotopic anomalies present, nothing threatening yet but unusual," Kieran added, holding a core sample aloft. "Chemical assays underway. Initial readings confirm extreme purity of all target minerals. Platinum, lithium, tantalum, all exceed predictions." Theo's frown remained. "Energy spikes continue along some veins. Luminescent flickers persistent. We can't explain them yet, but they are consistent." Lieutenant Royce nodded. "No immediate hazards. Personnel are within safe operational parameters. Environmental monitoring continues." Saphira's gaze swept the holographic landscape, fingers tracing each mapped sector. "Good. Excellent. Document everything, cross-reference anomalies, and prepare for deeper exploration tomorrow. This is only the beginning. Ophir Gamma has secrets, and I intend for us to uncover every single one before we leave." A faint murmur ran through the team, a mix of excitement and quiet apprehension. The sheer scale of the planet, its impossible wealth, and the subtle hints of anomalies created a heady atmosphere, one where scientific hubris and ambition intertwined with awe and unease. The first full day of survey operations had laid the groundwork, data cataloged, anomalies noted, and the team's personalities and dynamics firmly established. As twilight settled over Ophir Gamma, the twin suns casting long metallic shadows across lithium canyons and neodymium cliffs, the survey team felt the intoxicating thrill of discovery, and the first subtle whispers of unease. The planet was generous, dazzling, almost alive in its abundance. And yet, in the shadows of the cliffs and within the faint energy spikes, Ophir Gamma hinted that it might demand more from its visitors than anyone anticipated. The pressurized habitat was bathed in a surreal glow as the twin suns of Ophir Gamma sank toward the horizon. Golden red light spilled through the translucent walls, reflecting off the neodymium cliffs outside in fractured shimmering patterns that seemed almost liquid. The air inside hummed faintly with recycled oxygen, carrying the subtle scent of sterilized metal and dust from the day's fieldwork. It was quiet, save for the soft whir of equipment and the occasional beep from data consoles. Dr. Saphira Kale paced slowly along the habitat's central aisle, a holographic map of the day's surveys hovering before her. Her eyes moved rapidly, tracing lines of lithium canyons, platinum veins, and neodymium ridges. "Look at these yields," she said, voice low but fervent, almost reverent. "If these numbers hold across the planet, Ophir Gamma isn't just a survey, it's a revolution. Lithium concentrations could power colonies for centuries, platinum veins untapped, tantalum levels, beyond any Earth estimate." She spun slightly to face the team, enthusiasm radiating in every gesture. "We're standing on a world that can redefine civilization. Every measurement we take tonight matters." Theo Ryland sat in a corner near a bank of consoles, quietly cataloging anomalies. His brow was furrowed as he cross-referenced energy spikes against mineral concentrations, noting faint intermittent luminescence that shimmered in his readings but not in visible light. "Saphira," he said, not lifting his eyes from the data, "I've cataloged 29 minor anomalies so far. None correspond to natural sources. Most are consistent with the veins we surveyed today, particularly in lithium-heavy zones. I don't know what they are, but we can't dismiss them completely." Saphira waved a hand, eyes still on the holographic map. "Noted, Theo. Document everything. But don't let these ghost signals distract you. We're here to map, understand, and catalog. The anomalies, we'll get to them. They don't dictate our pace." Jax Harrow sat across from them, clipboard in hand, annotating logistical notes as he observed the data stream. His expression remained calm, almost neutral, but the sharp tilt of his brows betrayed underlying calculation. "We'll need to establish operational timelines if industrial extraction is even remotely feasible," he said. "Based on your preliminary surveys, Saphira, I'd estimate that with proper equipment deployment, extraction could begin within months, assuming nothing catastrophic interferes." Saphira glanced at him briefly, her voice carrying a hint of playful scorn. "Catastrophe isn't on the schedule yet, Jax. Let's see what the planet allows before we start planning profit margins." Dr. Leora Venn adjusted a spectral scanner on a workbench, pointing toward a holographic projection of a neodymium ridge. "It's still odd," she said, voice tinged with wonder and unease. "The stress fractures here don't correspond to any natural tectonic activity. The isotopic signatures suggest a formation process unlike anything on Earth. Somehow, the elements are concentrated to extremes without dispersing. It's unnatural in a way that challenges everything we know about planetary geology." Kiran Solis leaned over the hologram, swiping through his chemical assay data. "Unnatural is the polite term, yes," he said. "Every core sample we pulled today exceeded anticipated purity levels. Platinum nearly flawless, lithium astonishingly dense, tantalum in quantities that are borderline ridiculous. I've double-checked the calibration on the analyzers. Nothing here is a measurement error." Theo's gaze flicked between the readings and the data logs. "And that's exactly what worries me. Nature doesn't normally produce this level of uniformity. Something about this planet's geology is off, subtle, but consistent. If there's a reason for it, unknown processes, energy interactions, it could affect everything we do." Saphira folded her arms, her tone calm but firm. "We can theorize endlessly, Theo. But right now, theory doesn't extract minerals. Data does. Document your anomalies, note them carefully, and keep moving. That's how discoveries are made." Jax tapped his pen against the clipboard. "Data is good, but timelines are also reality. Each anomaly we spend excessive time on adds risk. We can't let curiosity derail operational efficiency. Curiosity is exactly why we're here," Saphira said, a slight smile touching her lips. "Efficiency comes later. Discovery comes first. Remember that." Evening shadows lengthened inside the habitat, painting soft streaks across the faces of the survey team. The golden light from the horizon refracted off the cliffs outside, creating prisms across walls and consoles. For a moment the room was silent, each member absorbed in the sheer scale of the planet's bounty. Theo finally spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "The anomalies line up with specific energy spikes we recorded during drone sweeps. It's subtle, almost imperceptible, but consistent. Certain lithium veins pulse faintly. Platinum veins show tiny internal flickers of light that our instruments detect but our eyes can't. There's a pattern, and I don't yet understand it." Leora adjusted the projection, overlaying the energy maps with the mineral data. "I see it. The pulses aren't random, and they seem more pronounced in areas where neodymium concentrations peak. Could be some interaction between the elements, or something else entirely." Kieran leaned back, rubbing his temples. "Something else entirely is more likely," he muttered. "I mean, how do you get such concentrated deposits without massive geological disruption? The formations defy erosion, diffusion, even pressure modeling. Ophir Gamma isn't just rich, it's designed." Saphira raised an eyebrow. "Designed? That's an interesting choice of words, Kieran. I prefer to think of it as an opportunity. This planet hands us the keys. Whether we're ready to turn them is another matter." The team chuckled softly. Though tension lingered just beneath the surface, Jack's Harrow tapped his clipboard once more. "I like the enthusiasm, but let's not get lost in philosophical musings. Operational planning is essential. If extraction is viable, we need a framework. Surveys, timelines, logistics, equipment deployment, all of it." Saphira ignored him, eyes still scanning holographic overlays of mineral veins. "Let's not plan what we haven't yet observed. First we learn, then we conquer. Data first, extraction later. That's the order of history." Even as the team worked, the habitat sensors recorded faint energy fluctuations. Pulses too small to trigger alarms. Subtle flickers in the lithium and platinum veins that Theo continuously catalogued. The anomalies didn't cause immediate concern, but the persistent rhythm created a sense of unease, an intangible suggestion that Ophir Gamma's wealth might not be entirely inert. Lieutenant Tavan Royce observed the logs silently. "No immediate hazard," he said finally. "But the energy readings are consistent across multiple survey zones. Not natural, not dangerous yet, but monitor closely. Recommend maintaining distance from any concentrated anomalies during night cycles." Theo nodded, silently cataloging each note. "That's the problem with this planet," he said quietly, almost to himself. "It's perfect on the surface, but there's something beneath it, something we can't see, can't predict. And it's already interacting with our instruments." Saphira, walking past him, glanced down with a faint smile. "Then consider it a challenge, Theo. Ophir Gamma is a puzzle, and puzzles are meant to be solved." The evening debrief continued with a mixture of excitement and subtle foreboding. They calculated potential yields for lithium, platinum, and tantalum that dwarfed any known Earth operation. Numbers and percentages danced across holographic projections, showing reserves and potential extraction zones that promised untold wealth. Each calculation elicited murmurs of awe, occasional laughter, and quiet disbelief from the team. Jax, ever pragmatic, interjected occasionally. "Remember that projections are theoretical. Extraction efficiency, transport, safety, those all reduce the numbers. We need to account for real-world factors, not just idealized yields." "Real-world factors," Saphira said softly, almost to herself, "will never compare to seeing this planet with your own eyes." She gestured toward the viewport, where the cliffs glowed like molten silver in the fading light. "It's magnificent, it's untouchable, and we're here to understand it before anyone else does." Leora and Kieran exchanged quiet observations about geological oddities, the geometry of fractures, and the unnatural concentration of elements. Theo catalogued anomalies meticulously, while Jack scribbled notes about logistics, extraction potential, and operational efficiency. Saphira floated between the data streams, drones, and holograms, exuding a mix of awe, obsession, and relentless drive. As the twin suns dipped completely below the horizon, the habitat fell into the soft artificial glow of internal lighting. Outside, Ophir Gamma's cliffs and canyons became darker silhouettes, faintly reflecting the stars and distant suns in a ghostly metallic sheen. Subtle energy pulses continued in the veins, flickers that no one could fully explain. A planet of impossible wealth had revealed only a fraction of its secrets, and the team felt both exhilarated and uneasy. Theo lingered near the viewport, staring at a section of Lithium Canyon. "This planet, it doesn't fully make sense, not yet, and I get the feeling it never will." Saphira placed a hand on his shoulder, not unkindly. "That's why we're here, Theo, to make sense of the impossible. And for the first night on Ophir Gamma, As the habitat hummed quietly and the team finally allowed themselves a few hours of rest, the planet's subtle pulses continued, tiny, unexplained, and persistent, an almost imperceptible reminder that Ophir Gamma was more than a treasure trove. It was a puzzle, alive in its own silent way, and the seeds of mystery had only just begun to take root. The twin suns of Ophir Gamma hung high in the sky, their light striking the lithium canyons and neodymium cliffs with a brilliance that was almost blinding. Dust swirled in faint eddies across the canyon floors, catching the sunlight and reflecting tiny prisms of color, while veins of tantalum glimmered along cliff faces like molten metal frozen in time. The sheer scale of the mineral wealth was staggering. Platinum seams caught the softer light of shaded alcoves and rippled like liquid silver, while lithium deposits shimmered with a subtle metallic sheen that seemed to move with the angle of the sun. The survey team moved across this impossible landscape, dwarfed by cliffs and canyons, yet driven by determination and obsession. Multiple drones lifted off simultaneously from the portable habitats, their rotors slicing the thin alien air. Each drone was outfitted with lidar scanners, spectral analyzers, and magnetic resonance sensors, fanning out across the terrain in precise, overlapping grids. From her command station, Dr. Saphira Kale directed the operation with almost palpable intensity. Fingers danced over holographic consoles as she assigned coordinates, monitored drone telemetry, and recorded preliminary data with meticulous care. Every anomaly flagged by the drones was cross-referenced with geological maps, every shimmering seam catalogued with precision. "Sweep Sector 8. Through 12 again," Saphira commanded, her dark hair catching the light as she leaned over a floating projection of the canyon floor. "I want every lithium vein in that pass logged to the centimeter. If we miss something now, it's lost forever." Theo Rylan, standing nearby with a tablet in hand, frowned as he monitored the drones. "Saphira," he said carefully, "I'm picking up subtle luminescent flickers along the northern lithium seam, intermittent, very faint, and there's a recurring electromagnetic surge near the cliff ridge. It doesn't match any known natural pattern." Saphira waved a hand dismissively without taking her eyes off the holographic projection. "Intermittent readings, Theo. Sensors sometimes misfire and the canyon's magnetic composition isn't uniform. Log it, but don't let it dictate our pace. We're mapping, not hypothesizing about ghosts." Theo's jaw tightened, but he remained silent, noting the anomaly in his logs. He adjusted the sensitivity on the drone feeds, scanning for any further irregularities. Even at a distance, the faint pulsing of energy seemed almost alive, like the veins themselves were breathing. But he kept his concern to himself. Jax Harrow, standing at the edge of the survey perimeter, observed the operation with a calculating eye. Clipboard in hand, he documented potential claims, annotating mineral concentrations, vein sizes, and the relative accessibility of deposits. "Sector efficiency is impressive," he said to no one in particular. "If we can maintain these drone sweep intervals, extraction could start sooner than predicted. Just remember, speed matters as much as data quality. Don't let curiosity slow progress." Saphira gave him a sharp glance, lips curling into a smirk. "Extraction comes later, Jax. For now we map, we record, we understand. Curiosity is what makes science extraordinary." Kieran Solis crouched near the base of a lithium seam, examining a small core sample in his gloved hands. "You realize," he said, turning the sample under a scanner's beam, "that this level of purity is unprecedented? Platinum veins as dense as this, lithium with metallic sheen, tantalum nearly unalloyed. Ophir Gamma isn't just rich, it's impossible." Leora Venn adjusted her portable geophysical scanner, leaning close to read the output. "And look at these fractures," she said, tracing a holographic overlay of a cliff face. "The fissures are regular, almost geometric. There's no weathering pattern that would explain it. Combined with Kieran's readings, this planet is defying everything we know about geological processes." Theo didn't respond immediately, eyes still glued to the drone feed, and yet the electromagnetic pulses coincide with these high-purity seams. "The luminescence is faint, but it's there. I don't like it. The energy spikes are small, but they're consistent. Something about these minerals is different, and I don't mean chemically." Saphira finally looked at him, expression sharp but amused. "Different doesn't mean dangerous, Theo. Nature has a sense of wonder. Sometimes it rewards the observant. Document everything, keep a record, but don't paralyze yourself with caution. This is the moment we stake our claims in discovery." As the drones swept deeper into the canyon, the team navigated narrow passages and sheer cliff faces with robotic precision. Leora's scanners traced the structure of the walls, Kieran collected cores at precise intervals, and Theo monitored every reading, his unease growing with each faint pulse that didn't align with conventional physics. The landscape itself was a labyrinth of impossible wealth, cliffs carved over millennia with veins of precious metals exposed in an almost insulting abundance. Every meter climbed revealed more glimmering platinum, more lithium shimmering like liquid metal, more tantalum catching the sunlight in jagged gleaming seams. At one particularly narrow pass, a drone feed picked up an unusual pattern in the metallic sheen of a lithium vein. Theo's fingers moved quickly over the tablet controls. "Saphira, you need to see this. Pattern repeats over 6 meters, almost like a lattice. Electromagnetic activity spikes here. Noticeable but still minor." Saphira swiveled to the display. "Interesting," she said, tapping a few commands to enhance the feed. The vein pulsed faintly on the monitor, a subtle rhythm almost imperceptible. "Add it to the log," noted, "but we're not chasing shadows. Focus on full sector mapping." Kieran leaned over her shoulder, voice tinged with awe. "That pulse. It's almost like it's aware of the drone, not conscious obviously, but responsive in some way purely. Physical reaction or something else." Saphira's eyes gleamed, a thrill in her expression. "If it's something else, then we're the first to record it. Good. That's exactly what we want." She turned to the team. "Push sector mapping across the entire canyon. Every vein, every seam, every fissure. Ophir Gamma doesn't wait for indecision." Hours passed in methodical rhythm. Drones weaved through lithium canyons, climbing jagged neodymium cliffs and circling platinum-rich ridges. Leora's geophysical scans revealed consistent patterns in stress lines, subtle but distinct from anything recorded on Earth. Kieran's chemical assays continued to astonish. Cores exhibited unmatched purity, isotopic ratios that confounded conventional geology, and internal luminescence that shimmered faintly in perfect synchronization with Theo's energy readings. Jack's harrow moved between stations periodically, eyes sharp as he scribbled on his clipboard. "Operational efficiency is excellent," he remarked. "Mapping rates exceed expectations. Keep documenting anomalies, but remember our focus. Potential claims, ease of extraction, industrial feasibility. This is the reality side of the survey." Saphira gave a slight smile, though her attention never left the holographic landscape. "Reality," she said softly, "is secondary when discovery lies before us. The anomalies, the pulses, they're part of the puzzle, not a threat." By late afternoon, the first full topographical maps of the surveyed regions began to take shape. 3-dimensional projections displayed the lithium canyons in metallic shimmer, platinum ridges catching artificial light, and tantalum veins intersecting cliffs in intricate patterns. Every peak and crevice was logged with painstaking accuracy, and the richness of Ophir Gamma's deposit seemed almost unreal, a treasure map of impossible wealth etched across the planet's surface. Theo scrolled through the compiled readings, noting the faint anomalies once more. Luminescent pulses, electromagnetic spikes, patterns in mineral distribution, all consistent, yet still unexplained. He exchanged a glance with Leora. "We're seeing regularity, but it's off," he muttered. Leora nodded. "Unnatural, perhaps, but fascinating. And I agree, the anomalies don't match any known natural processes. Whatever is happening here, it's subtle. Too subtle to disrupt operations. For now." Saphira gathered the team, her eyes sweeping the holographic projection. "Good work, everyone. Full sector maps nearly complete. Drone sweeps coordinated, core sampling documented, every anomaly logged. Ophir Gamma has revealed its face to us today, but tomorrow we'll dig deeper, probe further, and uncover what it's holding back. This is only the beginning." As the suns descended toward the horizon, casting long metallic shadows across cliffs and canyons, the survey team paused briefly. The magnitude of the planet's wealth was awe-inspiring, almost overwhelming, and the subtle anomalies lingered like quiet whispers. Unseen, unacknowledged, the faint pulses hinted at mysteries that no one yet understood. Theo tapped the edge of his tablet, eyes flicking to the faint pulses in the lithium seam again. "It feels too perfect," he muttered, voice low. Saphira didn't look up from adjusting a drone's sweep path. "Perfect isn't the point, Theo," she said, brushing past him. "We observe, we record, we control. That's what matters." Leora leaned closer to a holographic map, tracing the platinum ridges with her finger. Even in her awe, a small frown creased her brow. Kieran examined another core sample, noting a faint internal shimmer he couldn't explain. Around them, the cliffs glowed softly under the twin suns, and the subtle flickers along veins whispered of things the team hadn't yet imagined. But for now, their focus stayed firmly on mapping, measuring, and claiming every inch of Ophir Gamma's impossible wealth. The portable lab habitats hummed with life, a mechanical symphony of cooling fans, the soft whir of centrifuges, and the constant pinging of spectrometers. Lithium cores were methodically fed into high-resolution analyzers, their surfaces smooth and metallic, reflecting the cold, clinical lights of the habitat. Every measurement projected into floating holographic panels, which mapped lattice structures, isotopic ratios, and subtle deviations in real time. Dr. Safira Kale moved like a conductor among the stations, her dark hair pulled into a tight knot at the back of her head. Her eyes sparkled with an almost feral intensity as she adjusted calibrations, typed commands, and tapped at floating screens. "Kieran, look at this," she said, pointing to a cluster of data projected above his station. "Lithium density is extraordinary, and the isotopic ratios, nothing on Earth even comes close. If we document this correctly, this core alone could redefine our understanding of planetary mineralogy." Kieran Solis leaned over, his brow furrowed as he examined the projection. "It's perfect," he muttered, rotating the holographic lattice with a flick of his wrist. "I've never seen such crystalline uniformity. Even the impurities are negligible. And yet, there's something odd." He tapped a small section of the lattice. "Look at this internal luminescence. It's faint, barely noticeable, but consistent. Not radiation, not heat. Something is interacting with the lattice from within." Theo Rylan, seated at another station, didn't look up from his tablet. "And it's not just platinum. I've logged similar faint pulses in several lithium cores, all corresponding with small electromagnetic spikes in the readings. They're subtle, inconsistent with anything we know. Could be natural, sure. But repeating patterns suggest a mechanism, maybe something reactive." Safira waved a hand dismissively, while her eyes scanned another readout. "Reactive minerals are fascinating, Theo, but they're not threats. Document it, yes. But let's not halt progress for minor curiosities. We're here to map, analyze, and understand. The rest is secondary." Theo's fingers hovered over his tablet, adjusting logging intervals. He noted the pulse's amplitude, duration, and phase. Each one was small, harmless by Earth standards, but the consistency unsettled him. The faint rhythm of energy spikes almost suggested a response to the equipment itself, or even the presence of the humans in the lab. Jax Harrow, clipboard in hand, watched the operation from a distance, occasionally scribbling notes. "I've reviewed the anomalies logged so far," he said, voice flat but authoritative. "They appear minor, intermittent, nothing that would affect survey output. Let's keep focus on productivity, mapping, and recording. Efficiency matters more than idle speculation." Safira glanced at him, an amused smirk crossing her face. "Jax, curiosity isn't idle speculation. It's the engine of discovery. If we miss patterns because we're only chasing efficiency, what's the point of being here?" Meanwhile, Dr. Leora Venn leaned over a microscope, adjusting focus on a tantalum sample. She whispered, mostly to herself, "These refractions, they're bending light in ways that shouldn't happen naturally. Not enough to compromise the sample, but precise and patterned, almost deliberate." Kieran crouched beside her, pointing to faint shadows within the lattice. "It's consistent across multiple samples," he said. "Lithium, platinum, tantalum, every core has microstructural oddities, even accounting for planetary formation quirks. This is beyond normal. And the luminescence, it's almost like the crystals respond to external stimuli." Theo's voice was low but urgent. "External stimuli, yes. Drones, equipment, even our movements, the electromagnetic pulses line up with activity in the lab. Not dangerous, yet, but it's persistent. If it's a material property we don't understand, we should at least remain cautious." Safira leaned closer, brushing back a strand of hair. "Caution is fine, Theo, but obsession won't map a planet. Log the spikes, note the flickers, keep measurements accurate. But let's not stop the work because the planet behaves slightly differently from Earth standards." Kieran shook his head. "Slightly differently? We're talking about minerals exhibiting reactions we can't identify. Light refraction, internal luminescence, electromagnetic anomalies. That's not slight." Leora finally looked up, frowning at Safira. "There's a pattern, Safira. Not obvious, not dangerous, but persistent. And it's across the deposits. This is systematic, not random. We shouldn't ignore it." Safira's eyes glittered with excitement. "Patterns are data. Data is progress. We don't ignore it, we record it. But it's still work, not a warning sign, trust me. We've seen anomalies before, nothing has broken any core or instrument. The planet isn't going to fight back." As the team continued, Kieran held a small platinum seam under a microscope, marveling at the near-perfect crystalline alignment. "Look at this internal shimmer," he said. "It's subtle, barely a pulse, but every sample, every core has it. Faint luminescence, but consistent. It's almost like the minerals are alive, Theo glanced over his tablet again, tapping through holographic overlays of energy spikes, alive. Yes, in a way, or at least reactive. Every spike correlates with a lab device, drone movement, even footfalls. It's almost like a sensor network built into the mineral itself. Saphira laughed softly. Living rocks. That's a good line, Theo, but no need for melodrama. Document, measure, analyze. And remember, this is the planet, not a pet. Treat it respectfully, but don't treat it like a threat. Jax raised an eyebrow, giving a faint nod. Respectful is fine, but I don't see any operational threat. Efficiency, measurements, logs, that's our priority. Anomalies are secondary, as long as the survey continues. The hours dragged on, the lab's internal lights reflecting off metallic cores and holographic projections. Each sample analyzed revealed impossible purity, unmatched isotopic ratios, and subtle internal pulses. The team worked tirelessly. Leora tracking microfractures, Kieran noting subtle shifts in lattice angles, Theo monitoring energy spikes and luminescence, and Saphira orchestrating the entire operation with relentless drive. Even during breaks, conversation remained tense with fascination. Leora murmured to Kieran, "Do you think the pulses could be responsive, like they react to us?" Kieran shrugged, still staring at a lithium core. "I don't know, could be mechanical, could be quantum, could be something else entirely. Whatever it is, it's beyond our models, that much is clear." Theo tapped a reading on his tablet, and consistent across multiple sites, not a one-off, every canyon, every seam we've mapped, every core we've processed. Same faint pulses, same minor M-spikes. Saphira crouched beside him, eyes gleaming. "Then it's data, Theo. Nothing more. Use it to refine our models. Document anomalies, adjust parameters, but don't let it slow the survey. The planet is extraordinary, yes, but we're extraordinary too. We'll understand it piece by piece." Kieran exhaled, rubbing his eyes. "Extraordinary, but unpredictable. That's the part that keeps me awake at night." Theo didn't respond. His attention locked on the holographic overlay of lithium seams. Faint pulses blinked rhythmically, just on the edge of perception. Something subtle, something persistent. But the team was already moving faster than any one person could monitor, driven by Saphira's relentless pace and the promise of discovery. Saphira moved among them, checking calibration, adjusting drone sweep intervals, and issuing instructions. Each measurement counts, every anomaly logged, every lattice analyzed. This is our moment to catalog Ophir Gamma properly. When we leave, nothing will be undocumented. Nothing will be a mystery. Leora tilted her head, still peering through the microscope. "Maybe some mysteries are meant to remain unseen," she murmured. Saphira smirked without breaking her pace. "We'll see about that. For now, the planet is ours to study, and study we shall." Theo's eyes lingered on the faint pulsing in his readings, subtle, almost imperceptible, yet persistent. No one else noticed it now, as attention remained on mapping, cores, and cataloging. But the anomaly continued its quiet rhythm, a whisper beneath the brilliance of Ophir Gamma's impossible wealth. The lab hummed with equipment and conversation, punctuated by the sharp clicks of calibration tools and the soft whine of spectrometers. Kieran traced the faint shimmer running through a platinum core with a gloved finger, squinting as it caught the light. "It's subtle, almost like it's responding to the scanner," he muttered. Theo adjusted a sensor on a lithium sample, eyes flicking between the display and the physical core. "Another spike," he said quietly. "Same pattern as the last one." Saphira crouched beside him, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Document it, analyze it, but keep moving," she urged, tapping at the holographic map. "We have miles of canyon left to sweep." Leora leaned over a microscope, murmuring to herself. "The refractions, they twist light differently depending on the angle. Every core has it. Then angle it, measure it, record it," Saphira replied, already moving toward another station. "If the planet's playing tricks, we'll catch them." Even as pulses flickered faintly across the holographic displays, the team stayed absorbed in their work, tapping tablets, adjusting scanners, rotating cores, each caught in the rhythm of the lab, their focus unbroken, their hands and minds busy, chasing the details that made Ophir Gamma extraordinary. Dust swirled along the canyon floor, catching the light of the twin suns in sharp metallic streaks. Drones hovered over the jagged cliffs, their litter pulses, sweeping the lithium canyons and neodymium outcrops. But the signal flickered as they moved into narrow ravines. Every so often, a feed would vanish, leaving only a blank patch on the holomap. Small pebbles of lithium rattled down the canyon walls, producing a faint metallic clatter that echoed across the cliffs. Theo crouched behind a boulder, tapping at the drone console. "Northern sweep is offline again. Lost 3 minutes of data." His voice carried a tight edge, fingers dancing across the tablet. We're going to need more relay points if we want full coverage. He glanced at the canyon edge where a small tremor had loosened a neodymium shard, sending it clattering into the lithium seam below. If one of those drones gets hit by debris, it's done for. Saphira Kale stood on the ridge above him, clipboard in hand, eyes scanning the canyon like a predator assessing its territory. Her hair whipped around her helmet, catching sunlight in a sharp streak of copper. "We don't have time for lost minutes," she said, her tone crisp. "Set up temporary relays along the cliff faces, keep the drones moving. We'll catch the data as we go." She tapped coordinates into the holo map, eyes flicking rapidly between the incoming data and her mental inventory of potential anomalies. Prioritize the eastern ravine. The spectral scans there looked off in the preliminary sweep. Lieutenant Tavan Royce adjusted a portable antenna, crouching low as small rocks clattered from a cliff above. He flicked a hand toward Kieran. "Signals still unstable. Some of these ravines are too deep. If another tremor hits, we could lose equipment or worse, personnel." Tavan's voice carried a taut undertone, each syllable precise, military-trained. He glanced at the wind patterns moving dust along lithium seams. "Even microbursts can push drones off path. Keep a manual override ready." Kieran Solis stepped over a metallic ridge, wiping sweat from his brow. He tapped a platinum core buried in the dust. Microfractures forming along the seam. "Not critical yet, but we're pushing the limits of the rock's stability." He crouched beside the lithium surface, running a handheld vibrational scanner across the seam. Tiny pulses lit up the display, each spike measured in milliwatts, the pattern inconsistent. He glanced toward the edge of a neodymium cliff. "If a tremor aligns with one of these cracks," his words trailed, unfinished but heavy with implication. He adjusted the core in the dust and tapped it gently. The microfractures shimmered under the scanner's light. As if alive, Leora Venn leaned over a scanner, adjusting focus to capture stress points along a lithium seam. "I'm seeing energy spikes again, very faint, very localized. No pattern we can recognize yet, but it's persistent." She scribbled coordinates on her tablet, the handwriting precise despite the canyon's sway. "We may need to track these over multiple sweeps. The photons don't behave like ordinary reflection. They scatter in ways I can't yet model." Saphira tapped her pen against the edge of the tablet. "Track them, yes, but keep moving. The canyon won't wait. We map, we record, and we move. That's the order of the day." She pivoted to gesture at the drones, flicking her wrist with practiced authority. "Increase altitude on sweep 4. Pay attention to any seam intersections with neodymium veins. Those are likely stress points." Theo muttered under his breath, eyes flicking between the energy readings and the faint flickering glimmers along some lithium seams. "They're not harmless," he said. "There's interaction here, something we don't understand yet. The readings fluctuate with drone proximity, like the minerals are responding." "You're being paranoid," Saphira shot back, voice sharp. "If it's a hazard, it'll show itself. For now, we measure, we document, and we finish the sweep." Her eyes tracked a drone weaving through a narrow ravine, adjusting to avoid a tiny rockfall. "The planet doesn't wait for caution, Theo." A low rumble shook the canyon, dust sliding down cliff faces. A drone wavered midair, its sensors briefly glitching before Kieran adjusted the stabilizers. Tiny crystalline fragments tumbled past, narrowly missing the portable lab habitat, striking the metallic floor with sharp, echoing clinks. Tavan shouted over the din, "Northern Lab, brace the supports, move if you have to." His hands gripped the stabilizing poles, muscles flexed under the strain. "No," Saphira barked, "reinforce, don't retreat, keep scanning." Her voice carried over the winds, sharp and relentless, each word measured to cut through the canyon's roar. Leora knelt at the edge of a lithium seam, moving a sensor into a safer position. "The fractures are widening. It's subtle, but if a tremor hits while a drone is in range," her voice broke as a glimmering fragment of lithium rock slid past her boot. Kieran bent to help her, steadying the sensor. "We'll adjust drone altitude and flight paths. Keep the readings going. Watch the fissures. The microfractures are widening at inconsistent rates." He tapped a handheld scanner against the rock. Tiny pulses of electromagnetic energy jumped across the screen, barely visible but persistent. Theo adjusted the calibration on a portable spectrometer, noting fluctuations in the lithium cores. "Another energy spike," he said quietly, voice tense. "Eastern seam. It's subtle but consistent. And look at the diffraction pattern. It shifts as the sun's angle changes." Saphira walked past him, gesturing toward a cluster of drones hovering above a neodymium cliff. "Document it. Don't stop mapping. Keep the sweep moving. Every second counts. I want core sampling in Quadrant 3 completed before the next thermal cycle ends." Jax Harrow hovered at the edge of the canyon, scrolling through the live feed. "I don't understand why these minor anomalies matter," he said, frowning. We need results, not theories about glowing rocks. His gaze flicked between the lithium seams and the shimmering platinum veins. Focus on quantifiable data, mapping cores, isotopic purity. Everything else is noise. Theo glanced up at him, jaw tight. They're not just glowing rocks. He tapped the tablet, pulling up a sequence of faint luminescent pulses along the lithium veins. We don't know what they are, and we're already pushing the limits of the environment. Ignoring them doesn't make them safe. His voice tightened as another faint shimmer pulsed along a seam the drone had just passed. Saphira crouched beside a platinum seam, brushing away dust with gloved hands. Safe or not, we map, we measure. That's all we can do right now. Nothing waits for caution. She straightened, issuing new flight commands to the drones. Northern sweep complete. Adjust east and west angles to compensate for signal loss. Keep moving. The canyon shadows grew longer, twin suns dipping toward the horizon. Platinum seams sparkled in the fading light. Lithium surfaces rippled with a metallic shimmer, and deep in a narrow ravine, a faint pulse of luminescent flicker traced a path along the rocks. Theo noticed it immediately and froze, hand hovering over the tablet. There, eastern seam, narrow passage. It's reacting to the sensors, he whispered. Kieran and Leora exchanged glances, adjusting drone paths to monitor the area. It's subtle, Kieran muttered, but consistent. Nothing we've ever seen behaves like this. His hand hovered over the manual control, ready to tweak flight paths again. Saphira waved at them, voice tight with focus. Fine, track it, record it, but don't stop scanning the rest of the canyon. We map first, analyze second. The tremors continued, rolling softly through the canyon floor. Portable labs shifted slightly on their stabilizers, dust raining from neodymium cliffs above. Drones wavered, sensors flickered, but the team pressed on, moving from seam to seam, collecting cores, adjusting instruments, and recording every variable in real time. Small fragments of lithium bounced against the lab hull, producing a sharp, ringing clink each time. Through the hum of machinery and wind, the canyon seemed alive. The faint pulses of light, the subtle electromagnetic spikes, the tremors in the cliffs, all interacting in ways no one could predict. Leora crouched to recalibrate a stress sensor. Kieran rechecked vibrational readings. Tavan monitored the lab supports, and Saphira adjusted drone sweeps while muttering new coordinates under her breath, even as a narrow lithium vein shimmered faintly under the fading sun, unnoticed by most of the team. Theo continued logging readings, fingers tapping quickly across the tablet. The pulse of light traced a pattern along the mineral seam, subtle, deliberate, and persistent. He squinted, noting the exact timing of the pulse in relation to drone proximity. Small sparks of interference leapt across his sensors, like the material was alive in response to their presence. None of the others paused. None looked. The team moved, analyzed, and recorded, fully immersed in the survey, unaware of the small, deliberate response threading through the canyon, each pulse a tiny signal in the vast, glittering landscape of Ophir Gamma. Dust and metallic haze swirled along the canyon floor, catching the light of Ophir Gamma's twin suns in sharp, iridescent streaks. Massive neodymium ridges loomed above the team like jagged frozen waves, their sheer faces reflecting pale blue sunlight in dazzling fractured arrays. Platinum veins ran thickly across cliff walls, shimmering even in shaded crevices, while tantalum deposits formed dense seams so heavy that even handheld cores strained the arms of the scientists. Lithium rivers wound through the valleys, their metallic shimmer shifting subtly with every ripple of wind, sunlight, or dust disturbance. Saphira Kale stood atop a jagged boulder, the uneven surface pressing into the soles of her boots, clipboard steady in one hand, her other hand tapping lightly on the wrist-mounted console. The holographic overlay shimmered in the sunlight, projecting live drone sweeps, topographical contours, and real-time sensor data in intricate rotating layers above her arm. Every point of light represented a drone in motion, every streak a potential seam to investigate, and Saphira's eyes darted between them with calculated intensity. Her voice cut through the canyon air, crisp and unwavering, as if the cliffs themselves might bend to obey her commands. Theo, northern drones, altitude up 2 meters. Keep them in range of the ridge relays. Each instruction was delivered with clarity, precise and deliberate, her tone leaving no room for hesitation or misinterpretation. Her gaze shifted smoothly from the drones to the ground below, scanning the canyon floor and the metallic glint of tantalum seams embedded in the dust-strewn cliffs. "Kieran, I want cores from that tantalum seam first," she continued, her words clipped but full of energy, signaling the urgency she felt. The faint hum of drone rotors and the whisper of the wind did nothing to interrupt her focus. Saphira's attention then flicked to Leora, who was adjusting a sensor along a lithium ridge. "Leora, mark any energy spikes. Don't let me miss a single anomaly." she said, emphasizing the importance of every subtle fluctuation. The authority in her voice carried across the canyon, steady and commanding, binding the team to her rhythm and driving the survey forward with an almost tangible intensity. Theo crouched beside a tablet, swiping quickly across the glowing interface. Northern sweeps glitching again. Feed drops every 12 seconds in the ravine. If we lose it, 3 minutes of data vanish, he said, voice tight with concern. He glanced up at Saphira, catching the edge of her eye as it swept the horizon. And the cliff instability, it's more pronounced here than our initial survey suggested. One tremor and then we adapt, Saphira interrupted, not missing a beat. Set up secondary relays along the cliff edges. Keep the drones moving. Every second of flight counts. Ophir Gamma doesn't wait, and neither do we. Her gaze scanned the ridges, drinking in every metallic flash, every fold in the cliffs, as if she could memorize the planet itself in one look. Lieutenant Tavin Royce crouched low, adjusting a stabilizer on a portable relay. Small rocks clattering from above. Signals unstable across the northeast ravine. One misalignment, and a drone will either crash or drift out of range. Some of these ravines are deeper than they appear. If a tremor hits while a drone is above or someone slips, his words hung between them, a low warning masked by the hum of drone rotors. Kieran Solis wiped sweat from his brow, bending to lift a tantalum core from a fracture in the canyon floor. Its weight was impossible even for a seasoned scientist. Microfractures along this seam, he murmured, brushing away dust. Not critical yet, but if a tremor coincides with one of these cracks, he left the thought incomplete, the implications hanging heavy in the dry air. Dr. Leora Venn knelt along a lithium ridge, scanning stress points with her handheld sensor. Energy spikes again. Localized, faint, no discernible pattern but persistent, she said, scrolling through the readings on her tablet. Logging coordinates and pulse frequency. We may need multiple sweeps to determine consistency. She paused, squinting at the shifting light along a seam. And look at this, the reflections in the lithium. It's subtle, but some sections almost seem to refract light differently than the rest. Not sure what's causing it yet. Saphira tapped her pen sharply against the clipboard. Track them. Continue the sweep. The canyon doesn't wait, and neither do we. Mapping first. Analysis second. Keep the drones moving. Theo's jaw tightened as his eyes flickered between the pulses on his tablet and faint luminescent flickers along the lithium seams. They're not harmless, he muttered. There's a reaction. Something's interacting with the environment here that we don't understand. You're seeing patterns where none exist, Saphira shot back, though her gaze lingered just long enough to betray the tiniest trace of curiosity. For now, we measure, we record, and we move. If it's a hazard, it'll reveal itself. The planet doesn't wait for caution. A low tremor shivered across the canyon floor, dust rattling from the neodymium cliffs above. A small boulder dislodged, narrowly missing a drone hovering midair, and the humming rotors faltered momentarily. Northern Lab, Tavin shouted over the vibration. Brace supports, shift instruments now if necessary. No retreat, Saphira barked, her voice cutting through the tremor. We reinforce. We adapt. Every sweep counts. Data first, concerns later. Kieran adjusted a spectrometer, knocked off balance, muttering, We'll adjust flight paths, compensate for the tremor, keep cores flowing. The readings can't wait. He exchanged a brief glance with Leora, whose fingers flew across her tablet logging subtle electromagnetic pulses along the lithium seams. Theo noticed a faint flicker tracing a seam on the eastern side. He froze, hand hovering over the tablet. Heart rate picking up, eastern sector. It's reacting to the sensors, he said quietly. His voice barely audible above the wind and drone hum. Saphira strode toward him, pointing to the hovering drones adjusting to the uneven terrain. Document it, yes, but don't stop scanning. Keep mapping. Every second counts. Northern pass complete. Adjust east and west angles to recover lost coverage. Continue the sweep. Jax Harrow's voice crackled over the comms. Why focus on these minor anomalies? We need actionable data, not theories about glowing rocks. They're not just glowing rocks, Theo snapped, tapping the sequence of luminescent pulses along the lithium seam. We don't understand what's causing them. Ignoring it isn't safe, it's reckless. Saphira leaned over a platinum vein, brushing dust away with gloved hands. For now, we map, we measure. We don't stop for speculation. The planet doesn't wait, and neither do we. Her fingers flew across the tablet as she issued new commands, red holographic markers flashing across the canyon map as drones fanned out to cover every angle. The twin suns dipped lower, casting elongated shadows across the metallic terrain. Lithium ripples shimmered, tantalum gleamed, and platinum veins glistened in the fading light. Deep in a narrow ravine, a faint pulse traced along a seam, invisible to all but Theo, who stared at the subtle, deliberate flicker. Dust swirled with the wind, small pebbles clattering against the drones, while tiny tremors rolled through the canyon floor. Kieran and Leora coordinated additional core collections, moving carefully to avoid fragile seams, recalibrating instruments, adjusting flight paths, and logging every subtle electromagnetic fluctuation. Saphira issued simultaneous flight commands, her holographic display blinking with hundreds of active data points. East and west sectors, adjust altitude, overlap the northern pass, don't miss anything. Her voice rang out sharp and unyielding, as if the canyon itself could obey her instructions. Even as the sun sank further, the canyon grew darker and the shadowed ravines, lithium surfaces rippling with a metallic shimmer that seemed almost liquid. Deep within a narrow seam, the luminescent flicker continued to pulse in response to sensor sweeps and drone proximity. Theo's fingers tapped furiously across the tablet, noting minute variations in intensity and frequency, mapping an invisible rhythm that no one else noticed or acknowledged. The team moved like clockwork. Drones adjusted, instruments recalibrated, cores drilled and logged. Tavan monitored stabilizers, repositioned relays, and ensured no one strayed too close to unstable cliffs. Kieran checked for microfractures along tantalum seams, brushing dust away to reveal subtle fissures, while Leora kept her sensors sweeping for electromagnetic anomalies. Saphira's eyes never left the holographic map, issuing precise, rapid-fire commands as if she could will the canyon to obey. Dust and metallic particles shimmered in the low sunlight, drifting across lithium rivers and glinting off platinum veins. Tremors shook instruments and drones alike, subtle but unrelenting. Every energy spike and flicker was catalogued, every core measured and recorded. And yet the canyon seemed to pulse beneath them, alive in ways the team could neither predict nor interpret. The luminescent flicker in the eastern lithium seam traced a precise rhythmic path along the mineral seam, responding to drone proximity and scanning frequencies. Theo's eyes narrowed, fingers hovering over the tablet to record the behavior in painstaking detail. He whispered measurements to himself, noting the faint acceleration of the pulse, its subtle widening and contraction with each sweep. Changes imperceptible to anyone not watching closely. Dust continued to swirl in slow eddies, lifted by twin sun winds and the vibrations from distant cliff tremors. Drones adjusted flight paths automatically, their rotors kicking up arcs of metallic dust that caught the sun in sharp lines. Instruments hummed in tandem, spectrometers pinged faint readings, and the team moved with the precision of synchronized machinery, mapping, logging, and analyzing every seam, vein, and fracture. Even as twilight settled across Ophir Gamma, the flicker continued, threading deliberately along the seam. Theo's fingers never left the tablet, charting each pulse, each subtle reflection, each electromagnetic ripple that passed across his sensors. The rest of the team pressed onward, oblivious, immersed in their work, unaware of the deliberate, measured activity within the lithium seam that mirrored and reacted to every sweep, every adjustment, every motion they made. Back in the pressurized habitats, the hum of life support systems mingled with the low whir of instruments, creating a constant backdrop to the team's labors. Rows of workstations were crammed with spectrometers, electron microscopes, isotope analyzers, and portable scanning rigs, each glowing softly under the cool, artificial lighting. Lithium cores rest on padded trays, their surfaces shimmering faintly as if aware of the scrutiny. Kieran Solis crouched over one, adjusting the focus of a high-resolution microscope, eyes narrowing as he traced the crystalline lattices. Even at 50 times magnification, the structures refused to align perfectly with expected theoretical models, tiny deviations that no planetary formation guidebook could explain. Saphira Kale moved swiftly between stations, clipboard in one hand, a hollow pen in the other. She tapped at readings, occasionally leaning close to a spectrometer's display, voice low but commanding. These isotopic ratios are unprecedented. Look at that, pure lithium-7 almost uniform across multiple cores. Kieran, overlay the spectral analysis from yesterday's northern sweep. Match them to these values and highlight discrepancies. Her fingers flew across the console, highlighting anomalies in virtual 3D renderings of the canyon veins. Every fluctuation could be the key to a new discovery, she continued, glancing at Theo. Theo, are we missing any electromagnetic spikes in these sequences? I want a full cross-check, nothing overlooked. Theo Rylan adjusted the parameters on a portable flux analyzer, his jaw tight, eyes scanning the readouts that danced in faint pulses across the screen. The readings aren't consistent, he said cautiously, glancing at the faint luminescent flickers that had begun to appear within some lithium veins. Some of the cores, especially from the eastern seam, show slight absorption of the laser probe energy, and these microspikes, he waved at the console, they aren't random, Saphira. They interact with our instruments. It's subtle, but Saphira cut him off sharply, leaning close, her eyes alight with intensity. Subtle doesn't mean irrelevant. Every anomaly is an opportunity. We are not here to second-guess patterns. We are here to catalog them, understand them, and claim intellectual priority. She straightened, turning to Kieran. Document each reading in excruciating detail. I want sequences, timings, and correlations. If this is a new form of crystalline energy absorption, it belongs in the record. Kieran let out a short sigh but complied, noting every reading and aligning them with Leora Ven's drone-derived stress and energy maps. I'm seeing localized energy pockets in these tantalum cores as well, he said quietly, tapping the edge of a tablet. Not as pronounced as the lithium cores, but they're there, almost like micro-resonances within the lattice. Leora leaned over a microscope, adjusting a delicate sensor as she examined a polished cross-section of a lithium core. They're subtle, almost imperceptible, but consistent. Under high-frequency scanning, faint refractive distortions appear, as if the crystal itself is bending the energy waves. Her fingers traced notes onto the tablet, precise and fast. We can see the anomalies, but we can't explain them. None of our models account for this. Theo ran a hand over his forehead, frustration and fatigue pressing into the lines of his face. Saphira, this isn't just excitement. These cores are interacting with the equipment in ways that could be dangerous. Absorption, resonance, localized flux spikes. If we push too hard, we risk instrument failure, or worse, damage to the containment units. Saphira's head snapped toward him, expression sharp but composed. Theo, caution without data is useless. If we limit ourselves for fear of equipment, we'll never understand the full scope of Ophir Gamma. Every fluctuation, every spike, every misalignment is valuable. Record it, measure it, map it, but do not hesitate. Jax Harrow, who had been standing near the Habitat's central console, browsed over production readouts, efficiency metrics, and projected yield estimates. Eyebrows knitting. Saphira, I don't understand why we're focusing on these minor anomalies at this scale, he said. Voice even but insistent. We need actionable data. Corporate timelines do not wait for theoretical curiosities. Get core yields, get stress tolerances, and keep your focus on productivity. Saphira did not break eye contact with him. These anomalies are productivity, she said firmly. We don't just extract materials, we understand them. That understanding is what separates a normal operation from a pioneering one. I want every subtle pulse recorded, every energy spike mapped, and every micro-lattice shift documented. Ophir Gamma is not an earth mine. It demands meticulous attention. Theo exhaled sharply, his fingers moving across a dablet, overlaying electromagnetic data with the isotope readings. I'm seeing correlations we didn't catch yesterday. The eastern lithium veins show pulses that match microcrystalline misalignments. There's a pattern forming, subtle but consistent. His tone carried the urgency of someone who knew these faint patterns might indicate unpredictable forces at work. Kieran leaned back slightly from the microscope, rubbing his eyes. It's almost like the planet is aware. The microresonances adjust when we measure them, not rapidly, but enough that repeated scans give slightly different outputs each time, Leora added softly, almost to herself. Like the crystals are alive, in a sense. Not conscious, obviously, but reactive. And it's across multiple elements. Lithium, tantalum, some platinum. Though not uniform. I can't find a pattern in formation history that explains it. Saphira paced along the central lab aisle, voice carrying authority over the low hum of instrumentation. Reactive or not, it is ours to understand. Do not dismiss any deviation. Every pulse, every shift could be the key to understanding Ophir Gamma's formation, or the mechanism behind these deposits. She paused over a particularly bright lithium sample, fingers brushing lightly against the core casing. This planet is telling us something. We just have to listen carefully enough to decode it. Theo shook his head slightly, muttering under his breath as he adjusted a spectrometer probe. Decode it. Before it decodes us, maybe. I'm telling you, something is interacting with the equipment. It's not just the crystals, it's the energy, the environment itself. If we push too fast, Kieran glanced at Theo, tension clear in his stance. He's right. The cores aren't passive. They respond differently each time we run high-frequency scans. It could be harmless, but repeated testing could introduce unpredictable effects. Saphira's expression hardened. Unpredictable is part of the discovery. Calculated risk is science, Theo. Fear is not. Every test we conduct is under controlled conditions. Every anomaly we observe is data, not danger. Hours passed. Lights in the habitat hummed softly, temperature controls maintained ideal lab conditions, and the team worked tirelessly, shifting samples between stations, aligning spectrometers, and analyzing faint, almost imperceptible light reflections within the lithium veins, microlattices misaligned by fractions of a nanometer, faint absorptive pockets of energy that seemed to grow slightly under observation, and low-level pulses that synchronized with high-frequency scans, all became entries in the growing mountain of data. Saphira moved from station to station, voice always present, guiding, demanding, pushing. Document everything. Do not assume any fluctuation is irrelevant. Capture patterns, repeat sequences, overlay scans. Every detail is crucial. She leaned over Theo's console, pointing at a sequence of faint light flickers. Here, this sequence, I want to cross-check with the isotope alignment and the drone topographical overlay from today. Match every pulse with its location. Nothing gets ignored. Leora worked silently beside him, adjusting a scanning sensor to measure the subtle refractive distortions she had observed. I can map the flickers in 3 dimensions, layer them against stress points. It's subtle, almost imperceptible, but it's there, Theo muttered. And consistent. Every eastern seam core has micro-resonances. Not random. Something is happening, something reactive, Kieran added quietly, eyes scanning a monitor displaying a holographic lattice map. It's like the minerals aren't passive. They adjust. They respond. Every time we run an active probe, there's a shift, tiny but measurable. That's new. Jax glanced up from his data logs, exasperated but quietly impressed. Fine, track it, but remember efficiency. Every minute spent here is a minute not producing yield data. Don't get lost in anomalies. Saphira didn't reply directly. Instead, she moved to the largest lithium core, eyes narrowing, fingers hovering over instruments. She adjusted a scanner and muttered, "If Ophir Gamma is showing us something beyond formation models, I intend to record it. Every pulse, every misalignment, every energy spike counts." The team continued through the artificial night cycle. Lights casting long shadows across tables crowded with cores, instruments, and cables. Micro-resonances pulsed faintly. Energy absorption pockets glimmered in lithium and tantalum, and faint luminescent streaks appeared along vein edges. Theo documented each one, fingers moving quickly over a touchscreen, while Kieran and Leora debated whether the patterns indicated natural crystalline stress or something entirely beyond known physics. Saphira hovered, watching, directing, orchestrating, and insisting on exhaustive analysis with relentless precision. Hours turned into what felt like days as the habitat's artificial sun cycle dimmed and restarted. Samples processed, spectral overlays matched, and every anomaly catalogued. Every flicker of light, every pulse of energy, and every microlattice misalignment became a note, a measurement, a step toward a comprehension that none could yet claim to fully understand. The survey team spent hour after hour in Ophir Gamma's twin landscapes of brilliance and peril. The pressurized habitats hummed with a constant mechanical pulse, air filtered and cooled to human tolerances, yet the planet's strange radiance leaked through the reinforced windows, bathing the scientists in pale blue and metallic gold. Fatigue crept into every movement. Fingers jittered slightly as Leora Venn labeled lithium cores. Theo Ryland nearly dropped a vial of tantalum when a sudden tremor rattled the habitat supports. Kieran Solis rubbed the bridge of his nose, the fine hairs on his arms lifting as static charged through the dome's floor panels. Even Saphira Kale, ever tireless, felt a subtle weariness beneath the adrenaline that drove her. The fieldwork outside was even harsher. Narrow lithium canyons funneled wind with sharp metallic whines. Dust danced along the canyon floors, catching the light of the twin suns in strange reflections, moving like restless spirits over the surface of rocks so pure that even handheld cores seemed unnaturally dense. Platinum veins glittered like frozen rivers along cliff faces. Neodymium ridges cast kaleidoscopic shadows, shifting as the suns moved, disorienting anyone who tried to gauge distance. The drones, essential to the team's mapping, sputtered and faltered in narrow ravines. Signal loss became routine, sometimes lasting minutes, requiring rerouted relays and rapid recalibration. Theo's anxiety grew with each interrupted feed, his eyes scanning not only the readings but the faint, inexplicable flickers along certain lithium seams. "Eastern sweep, altitude up another meter," Saphira called sharply, pointing to a holographic overlay projected from her wrist console. "Keep those relays in range, Theo. Don't let the canyon swallow our data." Theo's jaw tightened. Signals dropping again. "If we push the drones too deep, we'll lose more than just readings this time." "We adjust," Saphira said, voice crisp, unyielding. "We don't stop. Keep moving." She pivoted to Kieran. Those cores from the tantalum seam first priority. Leora, mark every energy spike. Nothing gets past you. I want a complete record. The lithium seams themselves seem to resist easy measurement. Tiny pulses of luminescence traced intricate paths along the veins, often flickering in response to the scanning instruments. Theo's fingers flew over the tablet as he recorded coordinates, energy intensity, and timing sequences. It's reacting, he muttered, barely above the canyon's hum. Every sweep triggers it differently. I don't know why. Kieran squinted at the streaming data. No known mineral behaves like this. We've tested vibration, thermal scans, all standard protocols. This is something else entirely. Leora adjusted a drone hovering too close to a lithium wall. I've seen a flicker in the microfractures too. Not just the veins. The cliffs themselves, they're interacting somehow. Look at this pattern. She highlighted a subtle wave along the mineral surface that seemed to match the drone's litter pulses. Saphira waved a hand, signaling both caution and command. Document it. Record the interactions. Keep the survey moving. Every minute we lose is a minute Ophir Gamma remains uncharted. We don't have the luxury of fear. Jax Harrow, standing at the canyon's rim, monitored the real-time feed. His posture remained casual, but his eyes were alert, calculating corporate potential with each glint of platinum or tantalum. These anomalies are trivial, he said, voice carrying over the wind. We need productive readings, not endless curiosity about glowing rocks. They're not just glowing rocks, Theo countered, jaw tight. They're responding, I can't explain it yet, but ignoring them doesn't make them safe. The canyon floor quaked gently, small tremors rippling through the neodymium ridges. Dust cascaded down cliff faces. A drone wavered violently, its sensors glitching, before Kieran adjusted stabilizers. Microfractures along the platinum seams, he called. If another tremor hits while a drone is in range, we lose equipment, or worse. Tavan Royce yelled from below, adjusting a support anchor for the portable lab habitat. Northern Lab, brace the supports. Check the sensors, Saphira's voice cut through immediately. Reinforce, don't retreat. We map. We record. We don't stop. Her tone left no room for hesitation. The team scrambled, following the rhythm she set, each movement precise, measured despite the constant tremors and unexpected energy spikes. Inside the habitat, the team's lab work mirrored the chaos outside. Spectrometers hummed. Electron microscopes adjusted focus, and isotope analyzers clicked and beeped as they ran sequences. Lithium cores reflected the ambient light with an almost metallic shimmer. Tiny, almost imperceptible pulses ran along veins of tantalum, prompting Theo to double-check every sensor reading. Another spike, he muttered, voice tense. Eastern seam, low intensity but consistent. It's not random. Kieran crouched beside him, eyes narrowed. It reacts to proximity, vibration, possibly the scanning instruments. Nothing we've catalogued behaves this way. Leora leaned over a microscope, whispering observations that Saphira half heard, half ignored. Crystalline misalignment. Subtle energy absorption. It refracts light in impossible angles, like it's bending the rules. Interesting, yes, Saphira said, tapping at a holographic display. But interesting isn't actionable until we map and record. Keep the work flowing. Every anomaly gets logged, every seam measured. As the sun sank lower in the alien sky, shadows stretched across lithium canyons and neodymium cliffs. Platinum veins glittered in diminishing light, the metallic shimmer of lithium shifting subtly, hypnotically, as if alive. The drones adjusted automatically to maintain coverage, scanning as they moved, their lights dancing across rocks that had never felt human observation. Theo noticed a particularly fine fissure in the eastern lithium seam. A faint deliberate shimmer traced its length, pulsing as his instrument swept across it. It's not passive, he muttered, eyes wide. Something is interacting with our instruments, reacting. Kieran moved closer, adjusting a spectrometer. The pulses aren't constant, they follow a rhythm. Look, every few seconds intensity increases along the seam's path. It's subtle, but it's there. Leora crouched beside them, adjusting a microsensor. Not just the seam. Microfractures in adjacent rocks show the same reaction, almost imperceptible vibrations aligning with the pulses. Saphira glanced over her shoulder, exhaling sharply but with controlled authority. Document it. Record sequences. Map locations, but don't stop scanning anything else. The sweep doesn't wait for observation, and neither do the anomalies. The habitat domes vibrated lightly, tremors rolling through the supports. Dust shifted on floors, glass panels reflected the fading sunlight in fractured patterns. The team moved as a machine of observation and measurement. Muscles and minds synchronized with drills, sensors, and consoles. None paused for fear. None allowed themselves to be distracted by the subtle pulses that threaded through the lithium seam and microfractures alike. Theo tapped rapidly across his tablet, noting every spike, pulse, and shift. Eastern seam. Narrow passage. Faint luminescence reacting to multiple instruments simultaneously. Coordinates logged. Sequence recorded. Kieran leaned closer to the hollow overlay, fingers tracing the shifting patterns of light that danced along the mapped lithium seams. The faint luminescent pulses pulsed in irregular rhythms, almost imperceptible at first, then subtly accelerating whenever a drone hovered nearby. He tapped the display repeatedly, adjusting filters and magnification to isolate the source of the reactions. "No terrestrial analog," he muttered, his voice low, a mixture of fascination and unease. "It's adapting to our presence, reacting. I can't tell if it's intelligent, but it's responsive." Each pulse seemed almost purposeful, a gentle but unmistakable signal that the mineral veins themselves were behaving differently when observed, scanned, or approached. Small variations in wavelength corresponded with drone movement, and minor shifts in electromagnetic readings suggested the environment was subtly interacting with their equipment. Kieran noted the changes with clinical precision, yet he couldn't suppress the shiver running down his spine. The data defied everything he knew about minerals or planetary geology. Saphira moved past them, the soft crunch of gravel under her boots barely audible over the hum of drones and distant wind through the canyon. She adjusted her wrist console, sending a flurry of new commands to the drones that threaded between neodymium cliffs and lithium-rich ravines. "Priorities unchanged," she called over her shoulder, her tone brisk but steady, carrying authority without hesitation. "Cores first, anomalies second. Keep mapping, keep scanning. Every second matters." Her eyes flicked to the far edges of the projected map, tracking each drone's feed with obsessive intensity. Every flicker of data, every shimmer along a mineral seam, was logged, annotated, and layered into the growing mosaic of Ophir Gamma's surface. Behind her, Theo hesitated, glancing nervously at the faint pulses of light, his hand hovering over his tablet as if expecting the anomalies to respond to him directly. Kieran continued to adjust readings and overlay filters, isolating patterns, cross-referencing spectral data, and noting subtle feedback loops between the drones and the luminescent seams. All around, the canyon seemed to vibrate with a silent energy, a tension in the very air that was difficult to quantify but impossible to ignore. As the suns dipped below the horizon, the canyon shadows deepened. The faint shimmer along the lithium seam persisted, deliberate, almost sentient in its rhythm. Theo's eyes never left the tablet, recording every nuance. The other scientists were too absorbed in calibration, data entry, and stabilizing equipment to notice. The pulses continued, threading through cracks and veins, subtle and persistent, interacting silently with instruments, energy fields, and ambient light, as if Ophir Gamma itself were watching, adapting, and waiting. The survey team pushed deeper into Ophir Gamma's extreme terrain, moving into regions that had been out of reach during their initial mapping. Towering neodymium cliffs stretched like frozen waves of metal, sheer faces reflecting the twin suns' harsh light in jagged, dazzling flashes. Lithium-rich riverbeds snaked through narrow canyons, metallic surfaces rippling with a reflective shimmer that seemed almost liquid. Platinum veins threaded along cliff faces and riverbeds, catching the sunlight in jagged glints that gave the impression of molten silver frozen mid-flow. Hover platforms carried portable survey rigs across uneven terrain, their magnetic stabilizers adjusting constantly to the shifting angles of cliff walls. Drones darted through narrow passes, their litter pulses casting real-time topographical data onto wrist consoles and holographic maps. Saphira Kale stood on a ridge overlooking a massive lithium gorge, wrist console projecting a layered holographic overlay of drone sweeps, core locations, and energy readings. She leaned forward, eyes scanning cliffs, pockets of lithium, and the glints of platinum veins. "Theo, adjust northern drone's altitude by 3 meters. Keep them in range of the ridge relays but close to the cliff faces for maximum resolution," she ordered, her voice sharp and commanding, carrying clearly over the whine of drones and the wind rushing through the canyon. She tapped her wrist console again, sending a flurry of new commands to the hovering survey units, their lights flickering across the mineral-rich canyon. Every unusual formation, crystal orientation, and density variation was mentally catalogued for potential patentable discoveries, her mind racing faster than the drones she controlled. Theo Ryland moved to a lower ledge, tablet in hand, eyes scanning incoming energy readings from the lithium seams below. A faint pulse flickered deep within one seam, perfectly timed with a drone hovering above it. His brow furrowed as fingers hovered above the touch interface. Saphira, another spike. Lower gorge, eastern seam. not consistent with known electromagnetic fluctuations. "Logging coordinates now," he said, voice tight. He watched the subtle luminescent flicker trace the mineral's surface, seemingly responding to the presence of the drones, almost as if the vein itself acknowledged observation. Saphira's eyes never left her console. "Minor environmental oddities. Track it, record it, but do not pause scanning. We move, we measure, we collect. Every second counts, Theo," she said sharply, tapping commands that adjusted flight patterns and data logging intervals simultaneously. She shifted her attention to a narrow canyon to the south, where a lithium river wound through metallic ridges. Drones followed the twists of the river, scanning for density changes and unusual structures, while the portable survey rigs hummed with vibration sensors and isotopic analyzers recording readings at millimeter precision. Jax Harrow leaned against the edge of a hover platform, arms crossed, scrolling rapidly through incoming data streams and projected yield estimates. His eyes darted between live drone feeds and potential extraction calculations. "Focus on tangible results," he said, voice clipped, his impatience palpable. "Cores, densities, extraction potential. The anomalies are secondary until we have something actionable. This is about results, not curiosity." He glanced at Theo. "Are those spikes really worth our attention? I need numbers, not speculations." Theo's jaw tightened as he stared at the tablet, the faint luminescent pulses on the lithium seam reflected in his eyes. "They're consistent, Jax." "Not random," he said, voice low but firm. Each spike, each subtle shift had a pattern, however delicate, and he felt the weight of responsibility pressing on him. "I've logged coordinates, timestamps, and instrument reactions," he continued, tapping the screen rapidly, fingers moving almost obsessively. The data painted a picture of subtle interaction between the drones and the mineral surfaces, a rhythm that seemed too deliberate to dismiss. "It's subtle, but it's there. Ignoring it could—" "Ignore it for now," Jax interrupted, cutting him off sharply. His tone was clipped, impatient, leaving no room for debate. "We don't have the luxury of chasing ghosts." Theo's hand hovered over the tablet, frustration tightening his chest. "If it matters, it'll show up in yields. Focus on cores first," Jax added, gesturing toward the incoming stream of physical samples as if the subtle energy spikes were irrelevant. Theo exhaled, tension coiling in his shoulders, but his eyes remained fixed on the data. He knew the pulses were more than minor interference. They were deliberate, and ignoring them might carry consequences the team could not yet foresee. Dr. Leora Venn crouched beside a jagged platinum seam, carefully installing a series of sensitive vibration sensors along hairline fissures. Every instrument had to be anchored with precision. Even the smallest tremor could skew readings or trigger false positives. She adjusted the angle of a spectral analyzer, noting a faint, almost imperceptible pulse of light flickering along the cliff face. It was subtle enough to be mistaken for a reflection, yet too regular and deliberate to ignore. "Kieran, see that? Energy spike, minimal but persistent. Possibly linked to structural density," she whispered, leaning closer to the readings without alerting Saphira. Kieran Solis crouched beside her, setting up a chemical analysis rig to measure isotopic behavior in dense veins. "Ratios are off as expected," he murmured, eyes flicking between the data streams and drone feeds. "But there's subtle feedback too. Light shifts and absorption changes. Not significant yet, but consistent. It shouldn't be happening under normal conditions." He tapped the tablet to adjust overlays, isolating specific areas of the lithium seam that appeared to respond to drones and instruments simultaneously. Lieutenant Tavan Royce moved along a narrow ledge, scanning for loose rock and unstable surfaces. "Caution," he called in a calm but firm tone. "Grid Delta 3, possible rockfall. Keep portable rigs clear." His voice carried a quiet authority that balanced the tense rhythm of the team. He adjusted the position of a hover platform slightly, shifting its magnetic stabilizers to compensate for minor tremors that had begun to ripple through the canyon floor. Saphira's voice cut through the canyon again, crisp and commanding. "Leora, keep vibration sensors active. Kieran, prioritize cores from any platinum seams showing unusual light behavior. Theo, maintain continuous logs of energy spikes and luminescent anomalies. Every second matters. Do not miss a single detail." She tapped her wrist console repeatedly, redirecting drones through narrow corridors of neodymium cliffs. Hovering over lithium deposits that shimmered faintly in response, her eyes scanned the holographic overlay for any deviations, flickers, or unexpected patterns in density or light reflection. Theo's fingers flew across his tablet as he logged each spike, each micropulse, and each shift in the mineral readings. Another faint flicker appeared along the lithium riverbed in a narrow canyon, visible only when multiple drone sensors aligned with its position. Eastern Gorge, narrow passage. Luminescence reacting to drone sweeps. Coordinates logged, sequence recorded, he said, voice tight, aware that this subtle response could indicate phenomena beyond current understanding. Saphira adjusted drone flight paths once more, sending some units to sweep higher cliff faces while others descended into gullies and ravines. Cores first, anomalies second, she reiterated firmly. Mapping remains the priority. Observations will follow, but don't let curiosity slow the sweep. Her eyes flicked constantly between the feeds, noting the smallest deviations in mineral distribution, the subtlest reflective patterns, and the pulses that seemed to ripple along lithium and platinum veins. Kieran glanced up at Theo, voice low. Do you see how it reacts when drones hover? Every minor change in sensor output correlates to its flicker. It's like it's aware of observation. Theo's eyes never left the tablet. I've logged it, Kieran. I just don't know what it is. Could be energy responsive or something else entirely. Something else entirely, Kieran repeated under his breath, fingers tracing patterns across the holographic overlay, isolating subtle feedback loops. All around, Ophir Gamma stretched in impossible scale. Metallic cliffs rose in jagged ridges, lithium rivers rippled like liquid light, and platinum veins glimmered sharply. Drones' litter pulses cast digital shadows across canyon walls, and portable rigs vibrated under the strain of complex analyses. Subtle energy pulses in mineral seams continued, faint and irregular, yet interacting silently with instruments and drones, unnoticed by most of the team except for Theo, Leora, and Kieran. Saphira paused on a ridge, inhaling the metallic-scented air while scanning the far edges of the holographic overlay. Do not pause for anomalies, she said softly, almost to herself. Then louder for the team, but record everything. Every second matters. Hover platforms hummed along jagged cliff edges, drones cut arcs through narrow canyon passes, and the team moved with synchronized precision, absorbed in a rhythm of mapping, scanning, and logging. Even as the sun angled toward the horizon, fractured light scattering across jagged cliffs, faint glows continued to pulse along the lithium and platinum seams. Theo's eyes never left his tablet, fingers tapping rapidly, logging each microspike, each subtle flicker. The luminescence shifted in rhythm with the drone movements, imperceptible to anyone not watching the instruments with the same intensity. Leora crouched beside a lithium seam, her spectral scanner capturing minute reflections of light that seemed to ripple internally through the mineral. She adjusted the device's sensitivity, leaning closer to the faint shimmer, tracking every variation in pulse length and intensity. Kieran mirrored her, isolating specific veins on his overlay, comparing them to adjacent seams for patterns he couldn't yet explain. A subtle hum vibrated through the canyon floor, almost too low to notice, but it seemed to synchronize with the flickers in the minerals. Theo's brow furrowed, noting the alignment of energy spikes across different seams, the way the minerals reacted almost instantaneously to the hovering drones. Each reflection, each micropulse, demanded attention, and he refused to let a single anomaly go unrecorded. The rest of the team moved through the canyon, drones and hover platforms tracing intricate paths over cliffs and riverbeds. They adjusted sensors, collected cores, and recalibrated instruments, unaware of the faint, deliberate responses threading along the mineral surfaces. The lithium shimmered in places it shouldn't have, the platinum glinted with subtle pulses, and every motion in the canyon seemed to ripple against the readings only Theo, Leora, and Kieran could perceive. Each time a drone passed over a responsive seam, the glow shifted, faster, brighter, or just barely, teasing patterns that suggested awareness of observation. Theo logged the sequences, Leora adjusted the sensitivity, and Kieran noted spectral deviations, their eyes locked on instruments while the canyon carried on in its silent metallic expanse. The mineral surfaces were alive in their own way, subtle but insistent, responding to every sweep, every hover, and every pulse of the sensors, unnoticed by the majority of the team. The portable lab habitats had been upgraded with temporary geophysical rigs, each unit humming with restrained power, capable of high-energy field scans, thermal absorption tests, and isotopic resonance measurements. The rigs were mounted on magnetic stabilizers to maintain equilibrium, even when the cliffs above vibrated from minor tremors or the hover platforms adjusted position on uneven ground. Each sample of lithium, platinum, and tantalum was carefully secured within precision clamps, its orientation logged for reference, and then subjected to meticulous vibrational sweeps and electromagnetic analyses. Even under this extreme scrutiny, subtle anomalies appeared. Lithium veins absorbed energy in unexpected ways, and platinum samples pulsed faintly with internal light that seemed to follow no predictable pattern. The pulses were so slight that only high-resolution spectrometers could detect them, yet the rhythm of the flickers repeated across multiple instruments. Theo Ryland's fingers hovered over his tablet, ready to log each irregularity as it occurred, noting amplitude, wavelength, and the orientation of each pulse relative to the scanning instruments. His eyes narrowed at each flicker, and his jaw tightened whenever a spike appeared in the spectral overlay. Saphira Kale leaned over one of the rigs, her wrist console projecting a translucent holographic overlay that displayed the interaction of drones, cores, and mineral samples. "Do you see this?" she said, voice bright and sharp. She pointed to a faint cycling pulse in a lithium seam. "Another reaction. Log it, tag it, cross-reference it with the drone sweeps. This is data, Theo. Every flicker tells us something." She tapped the console repeatedly, sending a new set of commands to the drones hovering outside, adjusting altitude, scan frequency, and beam focus. "I don't care how subtle it is, every anomaly counts." Theo's eyes darted between the tablet and the pulsing mineral samples, scanning every flicker and subtle microspike, as if the tiny anomalies might suddenly jump out at him. His fingers hovered over the touch interface, hesitating before he logged each new reading, the glow of the holographic overlay reflecting off his tense features. "Saphira, these aren't just anomalies," he said, his voice low and edged with a growing tension that mirrored the rapid beat of his pulse. "These pulses, they respond to the drones. To us, every time a sensor passes over a seam or a spectrometer sweeps a vein, the rhythm changes, subtle but deliberate. It's not random. I've logged patterns, correlations, across multiple instruments, and it's all consistent." He leaned closer to the samples, tilting his tablet to overlay vibration readings, spectral pulses, and thermal data. "If we overstimulate a seam or misalign a sensor," he continued, voice tight, "we could trigger something completely unpredictable. There's feedback here we don't yet understand. Some kind of reactive property within the minerals themselves. It's subtle, but it's persistent. I don't think we fully grasp what's happening, and treating this like ordinary variation could be dangerous. Even a minor miscalibration might provoke a chain reaction we aren't prepared for." Saphira waved a hand dismissively without looking up. "Minor energy quirks, record them but don't let them slow the sweep. We map first, theorize later." She shifted her attention to a nearby platinum vein, eyes scanning its surface for shifts in internal light. "Increase the sensitivity of the spectrometer by 10%. Track every micropulse, every microshift. Overlay it with the isotope readings. Cross-check with thermal scans. If it moves, pulses, or changes in response to anything, I want it logged." Jax Harrow's voice cut through the hum of machinery, clipped and impatient. "We're here to secure resources, not catalog curiosities," he said. Arms crossed over his chest as he examined projected yield estimates on a nearby holo display. "I don't care if the minerals flicker like neon. What I care about is cores, densities, extraction potential. This chasing of anomalies is secondary. Until there's tangible results, everything else is irrelevant." Dr. Leora Venn crouched beside a dense platinum sample, attaching a series of vibration sensors along hairline fissures in the vein. "These ratios match what we saw in the field," she whispered, leaning close to Kieran Solis. "But the internal pulses, look at the timing, almost synchronized with certain instrument sweeps." She tapped on a tablet to adjust the resonance filters. "This isn't environmental noise. It's too consistent to ignore." Kieran Solis nodded beside her, recalibrating a chemical analysis rig. "I've run isotopic scans 3 times now," he said, eyes flicking between spectral overlays and drone feeds. "Same readings, same pulses. The veins respond when we scan them, almost like the minerals themselves are aware of our presence." He tapped rapidly on a console, isolating areas of the lithium seam that showed consistent micropulses, overlaying spectral, thermal, and electromagnetic data. "Not significant yet, but if this is systemic," he trailed off, letting the implication hang. Theo's gaze swept over the array of readings, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tracked the faint pulses and subtle energy shifts that danced across the tablet's display. "Exactly," he said, voice low but firm, carrying a weight that seemed almost at odds with the calm hum of the lab. "Not significant yet, but it's consistent. That's the problem. Every time we run a scan, the pattern recurs, even when we adjust the instruments, change drone positions, or recalibrate sensors. There's a response embedded in the minerals themselves, and it's behaving in ways we can't predict." He leaned closer to the data overlay, pointing to overlapping traces of spectral and electromagnetic readings. What if these minerals have some form of feedback we can't anticipate? A latent property triggered by our scans, our drones, even just our presence here? A high-energy field spike, like the ones we run for isotopic resonance tests, could cascade through a vein or across a seam. These aren't properties we've ever observed, not on Earth, not in any lab simulation, and yet they're here, persistent and subtle, waiting to interact in ways we have no model for. Ignoring them could be a mistake we can't recover from. Saphira barely looked up. Theo, stop theorizing. Track it, log it, overlay it, but do not pause scanning. We do cores first, everything else follows. That's the sweep order, every second matters. She adjusted a wrist console, redirecting drones over lithium ridges and platinum seams that shimmered faintly under the lab's artificial lighting. Each beam, each scan, each pulse of light was logged, annotated, and integrated into the growing holographic overlay of Ophir Gamma's extreme terrain. Lieutenant Tavan Royce moved along a narrow ledge of the lab habitat, inspecting magnetic stabilizers and hover support platforms. Minor tremors are increasing, he called over the hum of the rigs. Adjust anchor points on the cores. Ensure vibration sensors are still aligned. We can't afford misreads from structural shifts. His voice was calm, measured, but carried the authority of someone used to enforcing discipline in uncertain conditions. Saphira's gaze flicked to the far edge of the holographic overlay, tracking drone feeds with obsessive intensity. Cores, anomalies, overlays. Every pulse, every shift, every spectral microspike logged. Theo, cross-check against instrument position. Kieran, compare with isotopic response. Leora, track vibration alignment. She leaned forward, lips tight, eyes scanning every flicker of light. Don't assume anything is random. Nothing escapes the sweep. Theo's fingers flew across his tablet, logging subtle micropulses in lithium veins, noting fluctuations in platinum and tantalum samples, marking correlations with drone movement, and recording faint electromagnetic spikes that seemed to ripple along certain mineral seams. Each pulse was precise and deliberate, invisible to the casual observer, yet it left a pattern only visible to careful analysis. He whispered under his breath as the readings streamed in, "It's as if it knows we're here." Dr. Van and Kieran exchanged glances, quiet and tense. "We can't rule out some unknown feedback mechanism," she said softly. "Energy-responsive materials fine, but repeated pulses, multiple samples, synchronized with drones, that's unusual. That's something more." Saphira's voice cut through again, brisk and unyielding. "Record, overlay, log. Continue scanning, do not stop for speculation." She sent a wave of commands to the hovering drones, sending some over cliffs and gullies, while others descended along lithium riverbeds, their lights reflecting faintly on shimmering veins. The lab hummed with the energy of meticulous observation, instruments vibrating, sensors flickering, and holographic overlays shifting with every pulse recorded. Jax's impatience was evident as he moved between platforms, arms crossed, eyes flicking between projected yields. "I want data I can quantify. Anomalies are interesting, but unless they alter extraction estimates, they are secondary. Focus on cores and densities. Every other observation is noise until proven actionable." Theo's jaw tightened. "Actionable or not, this behavior is unprecedented," he muttered. Eyes scanning the pulses in real time, he logged micro-responses with millisecond accuracy, correlating them with drones, spectrometers, and vibration sensors. "These anomalies aren't random. They respond. They're subtle but persistent. Ignoring them is reckless." Saphira waved him off. "Track it, log it, cross-reference it. But the sweep continues, mapping first, cores first. Everything else follows." Her tone left no room for dissent, her focus absolute as she monitored every feed, every pulse, and every flicker of light along Ophir Gamma's veins. The lab vibrated faintly with the hum of machines, sensors detecting imperceptible shifts in thermal gradients and electromagnetic fields. Each reading was cross-referenced in real time, layered over drone feeds and overlaid with spectrometer data. Micro-energy spikes appeared across multiple samples. Faint luminescent cycles danced within platinum lattices, and lithium veins glimmered subtly as if acknowledging their presence. Only Theo, Leora, and Kieran noticed the patterns with clarity, cataloging every detail meticulously, while the rest of the team moved with practiced efficiency, absorbed in the routine of cores, logs, and scans. Hours passed. The lab became a rhythm of pulses, flickers, and digital overlays. Every sensor adjustment, every drone recalibration, and every minor shift in a mineral sample was accounted for. Even as fatigue crept in, the subtle anomalies persisted, threading through instruments and readings, hinting at a complexity that no single scientist could fully grasp. Saphira's obsession, Jax's impatience, and Theo's caution created a tension. that pulsed almost as persistently as the minerals themselves. By the end of the day, the rigs had logged hundreds of micropulses, spectral anomalies, and vibrational irregularities, cross-referenced with drone paths, core positions, and instrument calibrations. Each reading was added to a massive layered holographic overlay of Ophir Gamma's extreme terrain, a meticulous digital map that accounted for nearly every anomaly, yet left the underlying phenomenon, whatever it was, still unresolved, still inexplicably alive in the data, responding in ways that no one yet understood. Long hours in the field and extended lab sessions began to wear on the team. Even small tasks seemed to take more effort than before. Theo noticed cores mislabeled, instruments misread, and slight errors creeping into drone telemetry logs. Every minor mistake carried consequences in the high-stakes environment of Ophir Gamma's extreme terrain. Portable instruments occasionally shorted out when electromagnetic interference spiked, causing sensors to reset mid-sweep. Subtle anomalies, the faint flickering luminescence in lithium seams, were only visible from certain angles, teasing the edges of perception and leaving a residue of unease in the minds of those who glanced too closely. Vitrum-K, undeterred, pressed the team forward relentlessly. "Every anomaly matters," she repeated, pacing along a ridge while issuing commands to hovering drones. "We map it, log it, and then we move. Nothing waits for hesitation." Her voice carried across the canyon, sharp and precise, cutting through the hum of sensors and the whine of machinery. Theo tracked the pulses of light in the mineral seams, each one seemingly responding to proximity or observation. He tried to convey the significance to Saphira, highlighting patterns that suggested a subtle, persistent feedback from the terrain itself. "Saphira, these aren't just reactions to instruments," he said quietly, leaning over a tablet. "I'm seeing repeated cycles tied to drone activity. If we overstimulate..." "Overstimulate nothing," Saphira snapped, glancing briefly at him before turning back to the swarm of drones. "Cores first, anomalies second. Record what you must, but the sweep doesn't stop. Every second matters." Her gaze shifted constantly between holographic overlays, live feeds, and the subtle shimmer along the cliffs. She made instant micro-adjustments to flight paths, reprogrammed logging intervals, and issued new commands to hover platforms carrying portable rigs, their stabilizers adjusting to microseismic tremors. Jack's harrow hovered near a platform edge, scrolling through projected yield estimates and recalculated extraction metrics. "This is a resource operation," he said sharply. "Focus on the cores and the measurable. Don't waste time on unproven anomalies. If these pulses matter, they'll manifest in data we can use." His impatience radiated across the team, a pressure that pushed them to move faster, log faster, and maintain rhythm despite the exhaustion settling into muscles and minds. Theo's brow furrowed as he studied the streams of data pulsing across his tablet, eyes flicking between the subtle luminescent shifts in the lithium seams and Jax's impassive expression. "These readings aren't random," he said, voice low but insistent, each word measured. "Every spike, every microflash, it's repeating. I've logged the coordinates, the timestamps, the instrument's reactions. There's a pattern here. If we overstimulate a vein, misalign a sensor, we could trigger something unpredictable." He hesitated, then tapped the tablet again, highlighting clusters of anomalies that seemed to respond to drone proximity, their pulses accelerating or fading almost deliberately. "We don't fully understand it, but ignoring it could be catastrophic." Jax's gaze remained fixed on the projected extraction estimates, fingers scrolling through charts as if the data itself could erase Theo's warning. "Catastrophic or not," he said, voice flat and clipped, "we have deadlines, and chasing anomalies won't pay the bills. Focus on cores first, quantifiable results. That's what matters." He leaned back against the hover platform railing, arms crossed, and let the numbers glow in front of him, signaling an unspoken dismissal of the subtle dangers Theo tried to emphasize. Theo's hands clenched around the edges of his tablet. The faint glows along the mineral seams shifted again, rippling in almost imperceptible pulses that seemed tied to the hovering drones. "Jax, look at how it reacts. This isn't just a sensor artifact or environmental noise. It's responsive. If we provoke it accidentally, we could be triggering a chain reaction." He tapped a cluster of points on the holographic overlay, magnifying the readings to show the correlation between drone paths and energy pulses. Jax didn't look up, voice tight with impatience. "If it matters, it will show in yields. We don't have the luxury of speculation. Catalog it if you must, but the sweep doesn't stop. Understand? The anomalies are secondary until we get cores, Theo. That's the order of operations." Theo exhaled slowly, resisting the urge to argue further. He returned his attention to the tablet, cross-referencing spectral data and drone logs, isolating every flicker, every irregular pulse. Yet even as he worked, a tension settled across his shoulders, the kind that comes when warnings are ignored but the evidence insists something is already moving, reacting. Alive in a way he couldn't yet define. The canyon seemed to hold its breath around them, the lithium veins shimmering faintly as if acknowledging his thoughts, silent, deliberate, and waiting. Leora and Kieran crouched beside a lithium seam, adjusted spectral sensors and vibration monitors in near silence. Every flicker, every micro-energy spike, every imperceptible reflection along platinum and lithium veins was logged meticulously. Leora whispered observations to Kieran. These micropulses aren't following any known environmental pattern. It's subtle but persistent. Kieran nodded, fingers flying over the overlays, isolating readings that seemed tied to drone proximity and instrument calibration. It's reacting, he said under his breath. Not random, not environmental noise. Responsive, even as the sun angled toward the horizon, scattering fractured light across cliffs, faint internal glows persisted along mineral seams. Theo's eyes never left his tablet, recording each nuance, each pulse, each subtle reflection. He adjusted filters and magnification to isolate patterns, cross-referencing each spike with drone movements and environmental factors. Leora and Kieran monitored readings with equal intensity, aware that the phenomena could escape casual observation entirely. Every luminescent flicker, every micro-energy spike, and every reflection along the lithium and platinum surfaces was catalogued with obsessive precision. Saphira's voice cut across the canyon again. Keep scanning. Adjust the sweep along the eastern cliff face. Every anomaly logged, every core collected. No hesitation. Precision and speed. Every second counts. Her wrist console sent simultaneous commands to multiple drone swarms, some hovering along cliff edges, others threading through lithium riverbeds and platinum veins. She didn't pause, didn't hesitate. Her energy and focus and unyielding force driving the team onward. The canyon seemed alive. Faint tremors ran through cliff faces. Metallic surfaces reflected light in irregular patterns. Luminescent pulses threaded along veins, subtle yet deliberate. Instruments registered micro-variations in electromagnetic fields whenever drones passed above seams. Portable rigs vibrated softly as they processed high-resolution data streams. Theo adjusted his tablet to overlay multiple scans, comparing luminescence to drone positioning, energy feedback, and vibration logs. "See this?" he asked Leora, pointing at a series of tiny, consistent pulses that appeared across 3 separate seams. Not environmental noise. There's feedback, precise and timed. Leora leaned closer, recalibrating the spectral filters. It's almost as if the minerals are aware of the drones. "Look, light cycles match flight paths even when we shift patterns." Kieran tapped his wrist console, cross-referencing the data with vibration readings. "And electromagnetic spikes align with sensor adjustments. Every little change we make produces a subtle reaction in the seams. Hover platforms hummed along jagged cliff edges. Drones cut arcs through narrow canyon passes. The team moved in a synchronized rhythm of scanning, logging, and collecting cores. Every adjustment, every redirection of a drone, every shift of a rig elicited small changes in the mineral seams. The canyon walls seemed to ripple in response to presence, to activity, to observation. Theo scribbled notes on his tablet with obsessive care. Eastern gorge, narrow passage. Pulse cycles consistent with drone proximity. I've logged timestamps, coordinates, sequences for every active unit. Saphira's voice was steady, commanding. Adjust sweeps to secondary passes. Relog every anomaly. If it pulses, record it. Every second counts. She glanced at the shimmering cliffs, her fingers flying across the holographic map, recalculating every drone trajectory, every data collection. Interval, even as twilight spread through the canyon, internal glows persisted along seams. Pulses threaded through veins, responding to drones, instruments, and human movement alike. Theo, Leora, and Kieran were the only ones aware of the precise rhythm of each microenergy spike, every subtle reflection, every faint luminescent flicker. Hover platforms shifted smoothly along the jagged canyon ledges, while drones threaded through narrow passes, their lights tracing every contour of the lithium and platinum veins. Micro-pulses of energy flickered along the seams, seemingly synchronized with the movement of the survey units. Theo adjusted settings on his console, tracking each pulse as it rippled through the mineral veins, noting subtle correlations between drone altitude and the intensity of the signals. Leora crouched by a vibration sensor, her fingers tight around the controls as she calibrated the readings to isolate the faintest shifts in frequency. A pulse ran through the platinum cliff, and she watched the data spike, holding her breath as the pattern repeated in perfect synchrony with a hovering drone. Kieran tapped overlays on his console, cross-referencing spectral data with Theo's logs, muttering under his breath as each pulse aligned with multiple instruments simultaneously. Everywhere, the team moved in tight rhythm, adjusting drone altitudes, repositioning hover platforms, and manipulating the portable rigs with meticulous care. Each luminescent flicker, each imperceptible ripple through the mineral veins, was catalogued, yet no one broke their flow, no one hesitated, and no one questioned the silent responsiveness of the terrain. Ophir Gamma itself seemed alive, reacting subtly to every instrument, every observation, and every movement. Layer upon layer, pulse upon pulse. While the team remained immersed in the relentals, the lab was quiet, except for the low hum of hover platforms stabilizing sensitive equipment, and the occasional whine of drones carrying core samples into the containment area. Even in the filtered light of Ophir Gamma's pressurized habitats, the silver-rich veins glinted faintly, reflecting tiny specks of light that caught the team's attention. Kieran Solis crouched over a metallic matrix pulled from the dense vein system along the canyon floor. His gloved hands carefully chipped away fragments, revealing a small smooth shard embedded deep within the silver. At first glance, it seemed almost insignificant, a minor anomaly compared to the massive platinum and silver seams they had been surveying for weeks. But as Kieran lifted it into the air, the shard revealed a subtle internal glow, faint and rhythmic, like a slow heartbeat suspended within a perfect crystal. The light pulsed in delicate waves, barely illuminating the instruments around it, yet the effect was immediately mesmerizing. Saphira Kale moved closer, wrist console tucked under her arm. Holographic readouts from the drones projected in midair. "Hold it steady," she instructed, her voice low but urgent. She tapped the display of her magnifier and leaned forward, eyes narrowing as she examined the shard. The glow shifted subtly when she moved, almost as if the shard were tracking her movements. She waved a hand above it experimentally, and the pulse accelerated minutely, fading when her palm moved away. "Do you see that?" she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. "It's responsive." Theo Rylan, standing a step behind, felt a chill creep along his spine. He observed the instruments. Spectrometers, vibration sensors, electromagnetic readers, all flickering in minute synchrony whenever the shard moved. "Saphira," he said cautiously, his voice steady but tense. "Look at the readings. The shard isn't just glowing, it's interacting with the equipment. Every movement we make seems to affect its internal energy. I don't think it's inert, not entirely." Saphira tilted her head, eyes narrowing as she rotated the shard in gloved fingers, comparing it to the surrounding silver matrix. "No heat," she noted aloud. "No radiation. It doesn't respond to standard electromagnetic scans in any measurable way, yet it pulses. It's perfect, smooth, completely unlike anything we've cataloged." She held the shard up to the light, letting the twin sun's filtered rays reflect through its translucent interior. The internal glow intensified subtly, casting soft silver shadows across nearby instruments. Dr. Venn and Lieutenant Royce hovered nearby, exchanging glances. Venn whispered, "It's almost unnaturally smooth, and the pattern of the glow. I've never seen crystallography like this. There's structure, but it doesn't match anything in terrestrial or planetary databases." Royce nodded, frowning. "We've handled exotic materials before," he said quietly, "but nothing that reacts like this without external stimuli. Even small vibrations seem to alter its glow." Kieran adjusted his chemical analysis rig, trying gently to test the shard's resilience. "I'm running a standard isotopic scan," he said. "No degradation, no unexpected emissions. It's stable. But see that?" He pointed to the holographic overlay, showing a minute spike in energy every time the probe touched the shard's surface. "It's absorbing the energy from the instrument, subtle but measurable." Theo's unease grew. He carefully logged each anomaly in the tablet, fingers flying across the interface. "This isn't just curiosity," he said, voice low, glancing at the glowing shard. "It's something we haven't accounted for, these energy fluctuations. If they escalate or synchronize, I don't know what could happen." Saphira waved off his caution, her eyes locked on the shard. "Theo, every discovery has a risk factor. That's why we test, observe, and catalog. I want every measurement, every reaction. We need to know exactly what this is. Kieran, get every possible reading, down to nanoseconds and picoamps if necessary." Kieran nodded, tapping the interface to amplify sensors, measuring minute changes in electromagnetic fields, vibrational responses, and light refraction. I'm tracking variations across multiple planes, every movement, every change in angle, every pulse from the lab's ambient instruments. The shard is remarkable. It's almost like it's alive, but not biological. More like a feedback loop responding to observation. Saphira leaned closer, eyes bright with excitement. Feedback loop or not, it's mine to understand. Imagine the applications. Energy storage, conductive properties, even material synthesis. It's unlike anything catalogued. This is patentable, potentially revolutionary. I want to push every test we can safely perform. Theo shook his head, uneasy. Saphira, we need to be cautious. Even small energy inputs seem to trigger changes. If we push it too far, we don't know what could happen. I've logged the responses from vibration tests, spectrometer pulses, even light exposure, and there's a consistency. It's not random. We could inadvertently overstimulate it. Then leaned in, pointing at the holographic model. Look here. These internal structures, subtle lattices that shift when probed, don't match any known mineral arrangement. It's not natural in any conventional sense. We're looking at something that's resisting classification entirely. Royce's voice cut through the tension, careful and measured. Safety first. No matter how fascinating, we treat it as potentially hazardous. All hands keep safe distance unless absolutely necessary. Stabilize the lab environment. No sudden energy spikes. Keep drones and hover platforms away from direct interaction until we understand it. Despite the warnings, the shard continued to captivate the team. Its pulsing glow reflected across Saphira's face as she rotated it under a microscope, tracking subtle shifts that seemed to respond to her gaze. The rhythm was hypnotic, slow and deliberate, almost as if it were marking time independently of any external input. Theo could feel the weight of unease settle across the habitat. He checked each instrument repeatedly. No anomalies in the environment, no unexplained currents or interference, yet the readings persisted, consistent, synchronized, subtle. Every pulse seemed tied to something beyond his comprehension, yet entirely physical, measurable, and unmistakable. Kieran ran a series of vibration tests, applying incremental mechanical pulses. The shard absorbed each input, intensifying its glow minutely but remaining structurally unchanged. It's absorbing the energy, Kieran murmured, amazed and uneasy at once. Nothing breaks, nothing radiates outward, just accumulation, the light. It responds. Saphira's fingers hovered over the control panel, eyes flicking between live overlays, spectral readouts and her own observations. Every increment matters, she said softly. Record everything, every change, every pulse. I want a complete profile. We're looking at a natural anomaly, yes, but also a potential treasure trove of energy dynamics, Theo interjected again, voice firm. Treasure trove doesn't capture the risk. Every observation so far hints at latent energy storage. That means even minor stimuli, thermal, kinetic, electromagnetic, could trigger something we can't predict. We need constraints, thresholds. Otherwise, Saphira cut him off, excitement overtaking. Caution. Otherwise we learn nothing. Theo, log everything but don't stop experiments. This is the discovery we've been working toward. If it responds to us, we study how. If it doesn't, we catalog and move on. Either way, it's data. And it's unprecedented. The lab fell into a tense rhythm. Kieran adjusted sensors while Venn recorded spectral shifts. Royce ensured containment integrity. And Theo meticulously documented every spike, pulse, and micro-variation. Hover platforms hummed, instruments vibrated. And the shard pulsed in slow, deliberate beats. Every scientist was aware of its subtle responsiveness, yet absorbed in their tasks, cautious excitement blending with professional rigor. Hours passed. The shard's glow persisted, undiminished. Tiny shifts in intensity seemed synchronized with ambient energy fluctuations, drone activity, and even the researchers' movements. The longer they observed, the more patterns emerged. Incremental changes in brightness, faint oscillations along its surface, and subtle spectral ripples that defied immediate explanation. By the end of the day, Vitrum-K had been carefully catalogued in their logbook. Smooth, translucent, internally luminous, resistant to chemical testing, energy-absorbing, responsive to external input. Its properties were meticulously documented. The team remained unaware of just how extraordinary their discovery was. They joked lightly about its catalog number and playful name, but underneath an undercurrent of tension persisted. Theo's unease, subtle spikes, and the shard's hypnotic pulse left a residue of anxiety that no amount of humor could mask. Even as the habitat's lights dimmed to simulate Ophir Gamma's fading sunlight, the shard continued to pulse faintly, casting tiny glimmers across the lab floor. Saphira lingered, leaning close, peering into the translucent interior. "Vitrum-K," she murmured, almost reverently. "We'll unlock your secrets. I promise you that." The shard rested in its containment tray, deceptively calm. Its surface was perfectly smooth, cool to the touch, and harmless in appearance, but the subtle rhythm of its glow suggested something deliberate. Each pulse, a slow, steady throb of light, seemed to reach into the instruments surrounding it, tugging at readings and amplifying minor energy fluctuations. Kieran adjusted a spectral analyzer nearby, and the shard's luminescence shifted almost imperceptibly, brightening in faint response before dimming again. Theo leaned closer, eyes scanning every fluctuation across the tablet display. "It's active," he muttered under his breath, fingers hovering above the controls as if hesitant to disturb it further. The shard absorbed ambient energy, the hum of the hover platforms, the faint vibrations of moving drones, even the subtle warmth from the scientist's hands, and each interaction left a minuscule trace in the data. Across the lab, Saphira circled the containment tray, her eyes flicking between live overlays, holographic readouts, and the shard itself. She waved a hand near its surface experimentally, and the glow pulsed slightly faster. "Interesting," she said, voice low, almost reverent. "It's noticing us. I don't know how, but it's reacting." The drones hovered on automated paths above the lab floor, their sensors scanning cores and instruments, unaware that the shard's energy subtly threaded through the space, brushing against their circuitry in ways too small to trigger alarms, yet enough to alter minute readings. Even as the analysts typed, cross-referenced and recorded, the shard's presence wove quietly into every motion of the lab. No one spoke for a moment, each scientist absorbed in the glow, the faint pulse and the way the shard seemed to respond not just to equipment, but to their very attention. It was inert to touch, yet alive in a way that teased comprehension. Subtle, deliberate, and quietly insistent, every flicker of light hinted at energy stored, waiting for a reason. A stimulus, or perhaps a question it had not yet been asked. Vitrum-K rested in the containment tray at the center of the portable lab habitat, a quiet anomaly, amid humming instruments, flickering monitors, and hovering drones. Its smooth, translucent surface glowed faintly, pulsing in slow, measured waves that seemed almost deliberate. The glow threw pale shadows across the instruments, illuminating the fine edges of Kieran's probes and the soft metal of Royce's containment controls. Saphira Kale crouched beside it, wrist console projecting holographic overlays and real-time readings, her eyes darting between thermal maps, isotopic scans, and vibration logs. Every faint shimmer in the shard was noted, every slight variation in intensity catalogued. "Kieran, start the resonance sweep," she said, voice low but taut with anticipation. "Incremental pulses. Track every reaction. Nothing gets skipped, every spike matters." Dr. Kieran Solis adjusted a cluster of fine probes around the shard, calibrating the high-frequency vibration emitter with meticulous precision. "Incremental pulses engaged," he said, leaning close to the readouts. The shard's internal glow brightened slightly, then pulsed again in a rhythm almost too subtle to detect. "It's absorbing the energy," Kieran murmured, voice hushed, his eyes scanning the streaming graphs. "No deformation, no heat, but the intensity. It's increasing with each pulse. Not exponentially, but enough to register on every instrument we've got." Theo Ryland hovered near the tray, tablet in hand, fingers flicking across the touch interface to annotate every anomaly. His brow was tight and his lips pressed together as he studied the readings. "Saphira, look at this," he said, voice edged with unease. The vibrational logs showed micro-fluctuations in nearby instruments, subtle shifts in electromagnetic fields that coincided with each pulse of the shard. Every exposure produces feedback, however minor. "I don't like this. It's storing energy. If we push it too far, we don't know what happens. It's like it's learning the environment." Saphira's gaze didn't waver, her eyes reflecting the shard's slow glow. "That's why we test, Theo. Controlled conditions, incremental energy input. Observe, record, repeat. Each pulse teaches us something. The data is the only path forward." She reached over the tray, her hand hovering above Vitrum-K without touching it, feeling the faint warmth in the air generated by its energy accumulation. The shard's glow intensified slightly as if acknowledging her presence. "See, it responds to proximity too. That's data, not danger," she added almost to herself, tapping through layers of holographic overlays to adjust sensitivity thresholds. Kieran adjusted the isotopic bombardment apparatus, firing low-energy particle streams across the shard's surface. Vitrum-K shimmered faintly in response, maintaining its perfect shape. "Ratios are stable," Kieran reported, eyes scanning spectral readouts. "No disruption to the lattice. But look here." He pointed to a subtle rise in background energy across the containment field. It's feeding off the particles. The energy isn't disappearing, it's integrating. It's storing. His voice dropped to a near whisper. It's like it's collecting, learning each input. We can't predict the limits yet. Theo's brow furrowed further. That's exactly my point. Absorbing energy without release isn't neutral. It's potential. You're literally charging it without knowing the consequences. What if it releases spontaneously, or interacts with the lab systems in ways we can't predict? The instruments are already fluctuating subtly. That's a warning sign. Saphira leaned back slightly, unconcerned. Then we observe. That's the point. We're documenting everything, Theo. Every microspike, every pulse, every shift in intensity. Controlled exposure is the only way to understand it. Panicking won't yield results. Science requires patience and precision, not fear. She tapped her wrist console again, adjusting drone hover paths around the containment tray, shifting spectral readouts to a higher refresh rate to capture every incremental pulse. Despite Saphira's confidence, minor anomalies began to ripple through the lab. Lights dimmed fractionally in response to the shard's growing energy absorption, and readouts flickered in near synchrony with its pulsing glow. Even the drones hovering nearby stuttered slightly, their stabilizers adjusting as if Vitrum-K's subtle field was nudging them. Kieran jotted notes frantically, cross-referencing spectral data, isotopic readings, and electromagnetic logs. It's subtle, he said, voice quiet but urgent, but consistent. Every energy input triggers a response, even the smallest vibrations. Look at the correlation across instruments. It's not coincidence. Theo shook his head. It shouldn't behave like this. Minerals don't store energy like batteries. They dissipate it, yet every reading confirms the same pattern. Absorption, slight amplification of internal glow, subtle interference in surrounding instruments. It's alive in some sense. His voice lowered as he spoke, as if louder speech could provoke the shard into some reaction. He traced the pulse patterns meticulously, comparing each one with the corresponding drone positions, isotopic bombardment paths, and ambient lab vibrations. Saphira ignored Theo's unease and directed attention to a thermal imaging readout. Let's try microscale pulses again, gradually ramping intensity. Kieran, adjust frequency by 0.03 Hz increments. Royce, make sure the containment field remains stable. No energy bleed into the habitat. Precision is everything here. Any uncontrolled spike could skew results, or worse, provoke unexpected behavior. Lieutenant Tavan Royce nodded, adjusting containment parameters, while keeping a watchful eye on the shard. Containment stable. No detected leakage, but energy flux is measurable in the immediate vicinity. Sensors calibrated to detect even minor deviations. It's reactive to our instruments, he added, voice cautious. As the next round of tests commenced, the shard's glow pulsed in subtle synchrony with each scan, brighter at microfoci corresponding to Kieran's isotopic bombardment paths. Saphira's fascination deepened as she crouched closer, her fingertips brushing against the holographic projection without touching the shard itself. Do you see that? She asked, her voice low but intense. It's not passive, it's integrating our input. Every pulse, every scan, it's learning the lab's rhythm. Theo's concern deepened further. He recorded every anomaly meticulously. Microenergy spikes, faint interference in spectrometer readings, even the occasional stutter in drone movement. Learning, he repeated under his breath. It's adaptive. That's not a mineral. It's something else. Something we don't fully understand yet. Every pulse, every energy input, it's building a response pattern. Saphira, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead, tapped commands into her wrist console to initiate a controlled resonance sweep. Incremental, nothing reckless. I want to see the limits, every reaction logged, every spike analyzed. This is why we're here. To understand, to discover, not just observe passively. The shard pulsed in response, faint ripples of light threading along its surface, brighter at microfoci that corresponded with Kieran's bombardment paths. Every subtle flicker sent tiny waves through the surrounding instruments. Theo's hand hovered over the tablet, fingers trembling slightly as he logged the precise timings of each pulse. The energy accumulation, it's accelerating, even if slowly, he warned. We can't know what happens if it reaches a critical threshold. Each microspike is a clue, but also a warning. Jax Harrow, leaning against the edge of the workstation, tapped a few commands on his interface, projecting simulated resource estimates across the main holographic display. Impressive, he said, voice flat but sharp. But we're not here to theorize. I want actionable data. Cores, potential yields, projected patents. If the shard proves valuable, it's an asset. If it's hazardous, it's a risk. Either way, Document everything meticulously. That's your responsibility." The tension in the lab grew thick. Saphira's relentless drive to explore Vitrum-K's properties clashed with Theo's caution, Kieran's meticulous observations, and Royce's safety protocols. Yet each of them was captivated by the shard's quiet pull, its slow, deliberate pulses threaded through every instrument, teasing, responsive, undeniably alive in a way the team could not articulate. Hours passed with repeated tests, incremental energy input, and careful observation. Every reading, every spectral deviation, every electromagnetic fluctuation was logged, analyzed, and cross-referenced. The lab hummed with activity, yet beneath the rhythm, Vitrum-K's presence imposed a subtle, persistent tension. A reminder that this was no ordinary mineral. Even the smallest provocation could yield consequences beyond understanding, and the team felt it in the slight tremor in the air, the micro-stutter of the hovering drones, and the almost imperceptible glow that seemed to anticipate their actions. Vitrum-K pulsed faintly in the containment tray, each internal wave of light stretching and contracting like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. Kieran leaned closer, adjusting overlays on the tablet as the shard's glow reflected off his glasses. "Did you see that?" he muttered, fingers dancing across the spectral readouts. A subtle spike had threaded through the vibration logs, perfectly timed with the last micro-pulse of the shard. Theo's hand hovered over the energy monitor, eyes narrowing. Every flicker seemed to tug at the nearby instruments, bending readings just enough to be noticeable but too subtle to explain. Saphira crouched beside the tray, her wrist console alive with data streams. She reached toward the shard. Stopping an inch above its surface, the light inside pulsed brighter in response, and she blinked, startled by the immediacy of the reaction. "It's responding," she whispered, voice low. Kieran's head jerked toward her, and even Theo's breath caught. Each tiny ripple of glow spread like a shockwave across the containment field, tiny currents of energy dancing along cables, bouncing off monitors, threading through the hovering drones. Lieutenant Royce adjusted the containment stabilizers, muttering under his breath. "Sensors are picking it up. Local flux, intermittent. It's interacting with the field." Instruments registered micro-shifts in electromagnetic patterns, and the shard's glow quickened slightly, almost impatiently. As though aware of the probes and tests aimed at it, Theo's fingers flew over the tablet, logging pulse timings, energy spikes, even the faintest tremor in the vibration sensors. Every movement, every micro-shimmer, seemed alive, threading through the lab's machinery and their own awareness, pulling their focus with an intensity that was impossible to ignore. Vitrum-K rested in the containment tray, its smooth surface almost unnaturally perfect, reflecting the lab lights in subtle waves. The shard's internal glow pulsed slowly, rhythmically, as if breathing. Saphira Kale crouched beside it, her wrist console alive with overlays of spectral scans, vibration readings, thermal imaging, and electromagnetic logs. Each faint flicker of light from Vitrum-K was immediately detected, highlighted, and cross-referenced on multiple displays. She leaned closer, her eyes narrowing as she whispered to herself, "Every micro-flicker matters, every pulse is a message." Theo Ryland hovered nearby, tablet in hand, constantly swiping and zooming in on graphs that detailed microenergy spikes around the tray. "Saphira," he said, voice low but taut with unease, "it's responding. Every time we adjust a probe or move a drone nearby, there's a spike in the readings. Not a glitch. These are real, consistent responses." He tapped rapidly on his tablet, pulling up a grid overlay of electromagnetic fluctuations that coincided precisely with the shard's pulses. "Look at this. Micro-shifts in the field, correlating to every minor movement. If we overstimulate it, we don't know what might happen." Saphira's eyes flicked toward Theo, but she didn't step back. "That's exactly why we're testing," she said, voice steady, almost reverent. "Controlled, measured pulses, not accidental. Every response gives us information. If it's recording, if it's adjusting, it's not dangerous in small, incremental doses." She lifted her hand slightly above the shard, just to feel the subtle energy shift that rippled through the air. The glow of Vitrum-K brightened fractionally, as though acknowledging her presence. "See, it's aware of proximity. That's not hazard, that's data." Dr. Leora Venn crouched opposite, adjusting a microspectrometer aimed directly at Vitrum-K. "The internal structure, it doesn't match anything we've ever classified," she murmured to Dr. Kieran Solis. "The lattice is irregular, almost fractal in pattern, but not fully repetitive. There's order and chaos at the same time." She tapped a command into her console to overlay isotopic readings on the crystal pattern. "The pulses align with specific inputs from the resonator and the surrounding electromagnetic fields. It's adapting to what we're sending it." Kieran, kneeling beside her, adjusted the isotopic bombardment emitter with meticulous precision. "Incremental pulses engaged," he said softly, watching the internal glow pulse in sync with each input. The shard absorbs energy without altering its shape. No heat, no expansion, yet the glow intensifies slightly each time. It's integrating the energy rather than dissipating it. He leaned closer to the readouts. It's almost feeding off the input, and every time it pulses, even subtly, there's a ripple in the surrounding instruments. Theo exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. "That's exactly my concern. Minerals shouldn't behave like this. They absorb, yes, but not with feedback loops, not with adaptive storage that affects the environment. Every microspike confirms it's actively processing energy. It's alive in a sense, but not conscious. It's responding. That's new, that's dangerous." Saphira tilted her head slightly, eyes reflecting the shard's glow. "Alive," she echoed. "No, Theo. Controlled. Responsive. Observable. There's a difference. If we provoke it recklessly, yes, that could be a problem. But we're not reckless. Everything is logged, measured, repeated. Every micro-flicker tells us something." She leaned closer, holding her hand just above the surface again, watching the glow intensify as Kieran fired a low-frequency vibration pulse across the shard. She traced the patterns with her eyes, noting faint shifts in color along microfoci, subtle gradations that Theo hadn't marked. Lieutenant Tavan Royce, standing a few paces back, kept a careful eye on the containment field. His fingers danced over the calibration console, adjusting parameters in real time. "Containment stable," he said, voice calm but firm. "Energy flux is measurable, yes. Even minor vibrations from the lab or movement of personnel triggers micro-responses. Sensors are picking up every pulse, every shift. No detected leakage, but if this shard continues to integrate energy at this rate, we need to be cautious." Saphira waved him off, smiling faintly. "Caution is understood, Tavan. But observation is priority. Every pulse, every slight fluctuation, is a piece of the puzzle. We log, analyze, and repeat, controlled, methodical. That's the only way to understand Vitrum-K." Theo shook his head. "Controlled, yes, but unpredictable. The more we stimulate it, the more variables we introduce. Its internal glow is adjusting to every input, and we don't know the limits. If it releases energy spontaneously, or interacts with the instruments in unanticipated ways, there's no protocol for that." Saphira leaned back slightly, eyes locked on the shard, voice soft but commanding. "Then we push in increments. Carefully, methodically. Every test, every pulse, every spike logged. That's how you study something entirely new," Leora whispered, glancing between spectral overlays and the shard's faint pulses. "Even when we isolate a single frequency, it redistributes the energy internally. Subtle, precise. Too precise to be accidental. Every micro-fluctuation aligns with our input." Kieran nodded. "I'm seeing the same, even environmental factors. Air currents, vibrations from our boots, magnetic interference from consoles, all create minute responses. Every input produces a corresponding internal adjustment in the shard. It's like it's aware of its surroundings on a micro scale." Theo's unease deepened. "It shouldn't behave like this. Minerals don't respond, adapt, or store energy this way. Every reading shows absorption, faint amplification of glow, subtle interference in nearby systems. Something about this shard is beyond conventional physics." Saphira ignored the tension in his voice. "That's why we experiment. Observation, incremental energy input. Document everything. Controlled exposure. Nothing reckless." Vitrum-K pulsed again, a faint ripple of light threading along its surface. Microfoci brightened slightly along Kieran's isotopic bombardment paths. Tiny waves spread through the surrounding instruments, affecting drone stabilization, spectrometer readings, and electromagnetic sensors. Theo's hand hovered over the tablet, logging each precise timing and intensity of every pulse. Energy accumulation, it's increasing, even slowly it's building. The risk grows with each input. Jax Harrow, leaning against a workstation, tapped commands into his interface, projecting yield estimates and simulated projections. "Fascinating," he said flatly. "But we're not theorists. Document, yes, but look for utility. Assets, patents, resource potential. If this shard proves hazardous, log that too. Everything is value or risk," the lab hummed with constant activity. Lights flickered imperceptibly, instruments subtly shifted, and drones hovered in micro-adjustment to the energy ripples. Hours passed in repeated scans, incremental energy input, and careful observation. Vitrum-K remained inert in form, yet each pulse threaded through every instrument, every display, and even the subconscious awareness of those present. Its slow, deliberate pulses were mesmerizing, commanding attention without violence. Saphira traced a finger along her wrist console overlay, noticing how micro-resonances aligned with slight shifts in the lab's magnetic field. The shard isn't just absorbing, she said softly, almost to herself. It's integrating every input. Adjusting, responding. We're seeing real-time adaptation. Theo's fingers froze above his tablet. Integration isn't neutral, he muttered. It's accumulation, energy storage, feedback. It's more like a living system than a mineral. Every microspike, every shift in resonance, every response to the drone's movement. This isn't passive. Kieran adjusted the isotopic emitter again, adding a new microfrequency. The shard's glow flared ever so slightly, then dimmed, as if the energy had been redistributed internally. Every change we make, it recalibrates, he said. It's not just passive absorption, it's systematize. It's calculating the energy, reorganizing it. See the subtle nodal points lighting up? Leora leaned forward, squinting at spectral readings. Each pulse has an echo like a feedback signature. It's responding on multiple layers. Electromagnetic, vibrational, isotopic, even minor environmental cues. The movement of our feet, our voices, are triggering adjustments. This is adaptive on a scale we've never observed in mineral samples. Theo pinched the bridge of his nose. Adaptive, interactive, responsive. That's not mining geology, that's something else, something that could become dangerous if we push too far. The shard pulsed again, brighter along microfoci. Light rippled across the lab, faintly illuminating the faces of the scientists. Each flicker seemed to echo in the instruments, drones, and even the subconscious awareness of the team. Their fascination tightened like a grip, curiosity and unease entwined in a tense loop. By the time the session ended, hours of incremental testing had catalogued Vitrum-K in painstaking, almost obsessive detail, yet the shard remained a profound enigma. I don't like this, Theo muttered, fingers hovering over his tablet as he zoomed in on a spike of energy that had flared across the containment field. Every pulse. It's integrating, not dissipating. Something about this is off. Saphira crouched lower beside the tray, eyes fixed on the slow, rhythmic pulses of the shard's internal glow. It's learning, she said softly, almost reverently, fingers brushing a holographic control panel to overlay the latest vibrational data. Every microflicker is a response, Theo. Look at the shifts in the spectrometer readings, perfectly aligned with our inputs. She reached out a hand, not touching the shard, and the glow brightened fractionally, subtle threads of light stretching toward her fingers. Do you see that? It's aware of proximity. Leora leaned over, voice low, eyes scanning her console. The lattice, it's unlike anything we've catalogued, irregular, fractal, adaptive. The microfluctuations in the electromagnetic sensors, they're not noise. It's responding to everything in this lab. She exhaled, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. Even air currents, even footsteps. Every pulse is mirrored across the instruments. Theo rubbed his temples, glancing at Kieran. And you think it's safe to keep running tests? Every input is changing something inside it. You're feeding it energy and hoping for a controlled reaction. That's reckless. Kieran didn't look up from the three-dimensional overlay of energy currents he was manipulating. Reckless or not, it's adaptive. Every micropulse realigns internally. The isotopic bombardment, the resonance sweep, the drone vibrations, every single thing leaves a measurable imprint. It's fascinating, he leaned closer, whispering, and terrifying. Saphira's eyes sparkled in the shard's light. Fascinating, yes. Terrifying, maybe, but we're documenting everything. Incremental pulses, measured scans, repeated logging. This is how we understand Vitrum-K. Not by fear, but by observation. She paused, tilting her head as a faint ripple of energy traced toward her wrist console. Do you feel that? It's subtle, but it's like it's acknowledging us. Lieutenant Royce, standing near the containment field, adjusted a calibration dial. Energy flux remains measurable, containment stable, but I'm seeing micro-adjustments across all drones and spectrometers. Every pulse, every small movement, Vitrum-K is interacting with it all. He shot a glance at Theo. We can't ignore that. Theo swallowed hard, eyes flicking from instruments to shard. I know we can't ignore it, but every reaction we provoke could have consequences we can't anticipate. If it releases energy spontaneously, or destabilizes the lab systems, Saphira interrupted, voice firm yet calm, then we push carefully, incrementally, every pulse logged, every spike analyzed. That's how we handle something entirely new. Not by standing back and speculating. The shard pulsed again, threads of light running along microfoci that corresponded to Kieran's resonance paths. Tiny energy ripples spread outward, nudging drones slightly off their programmed stabilization, causing minuscule shifts in spectrometer readings. Theo's fingers danced over the tablet, logging every fraction of a second of response. "It's accumulating faster now," he said. Quietly, "Even slow accumulation is risk. We can't predict the threshold." Saphira leaned closer, almost entranced. "Risk is inherent in discovery. Each micro-response, each ripple in energy is data. Look at how it responds to Kieran's isotope paths. It's mapping inputs, adjusting, storing. Controlled exposure is the only way to understand it." Leora tapped her console, overlaying vibration, electromagnetic and thermal scans. "It's adapting to everything simultaneously. Inputs, environment, personnel. Even the tiniest shift in air pressure. There's coordination in its responses, order we can detect but can't fully interpret." Kieran leaned back, rubbing his eyes. "We're seeing patterns emerge in real time. Patterns that shouldn't exist in a mineral. Every energy input threads through its structure, threads through the instruments, threads into the lab itself. It's not passive. It's alive in effect." A faint ripple pulsed along Vitrum-K, again brighter than before. Saphira whispered, "Do you feel that pull? It threads through everything. The instruments, the air, even us. We're part of it now, whether we like it or not." Theo shivered, unable to deny it, while Royce tightened his fingers on the calibration console, aware that the shard's influence had subtly extended beyond the containment tray. Hours had passed without pause. Every scan, every pulse, every micro-adjustment had been documented with obsessive precision. Yet Vitrum-K refused to alter its physical form, each pulse threading quietly through the lab with growing potency. Curiosity gnawed at the edges of fear, fascination interlacing with unease. Every member of the team, from Theo's apprehension to Saphira's exhilaration, from Leora's awe to Kieran's obsessive analysis, felt the irresistible pull. Vitrum-K was something beyond comprehension, a presence that quietly imposed its influence, threading through minds, instruments, and energy flows alike, demanding attention, commanding interaction, and leaving a mark that none of them could fully articulate or resist. The lab buzzed with an almost feverish energy. The containment field shimmered faintly around Vitrum-K, tracing the shard's smooth surface with iridescent ripples that seemed to pulse in rhythm with some internal logic beyond comprehension. Saphira Kale crouched beside it, her wrist console alive with overlapping scans, thermal overlays, vibrational patterns, isotopic signatures, and she tracked every faint flicker of light as though it were a heartbeat. "Kieran," she said, voice low and tense, "start the high-frequency resonance sweep, incremental pulses, full logging on every instrument, nothing missed." Dr. Kieran Solis nodded, fingers flying over the control console. The resonance emitter hummed softly as it sent waves through the shard. Vitrum-K's glow responded almost instantly. Microflares threading across the surface, subtle pulses that caught even Kieran off guard. "It's integrating it already," he murmured, eyes glued to the real-time spectral overlays. Every pulse, even the lowest frequency, produces a micro-shift. The lattice is absorbing and redistributing energy. It's adapting. Theo Ryland hovered over his tablet, eyes darting between the multiple feed graphs. He tapped rapidly, expanding the spectrometer readouts and overlaying them with environmental metrics, air currents, drone stabilization thrusters, even the faint hum of the lab's cooling systems. "Saphira," he said, a warning edge in his voice, "every time we increase pulse intensity, there's a feedback ripple. Look at these microspikes in the electromagnetic field. Localized, yes, but consistent. If we keep pushing, we could overload something, or trigger an uncontrolled response." Saphira's gaze didn't waver. She lifted her hand above Vitrum-K, letting her fingers brush the invisible currents of energy that swirled around the containment field. The shard's internal glow brightened subtly, almost as if acknowledging her presence. "Controlled," she whispered, "incremental, observable. That's all we're doing." She glanced toward Kieran. "Increase frequency slightly. Keep amplitude minimal. I want to see the threshold without provoking instability." Kieran adjusted the isotopic bombardment emitter with precise calibration, aligning particle streams in meticulous paths across Vitrum-K. Tiny sparks of energy danced at the points of contact, internal flares blossoming in patterns that were almost hypnotic. "It's resilient," he said, a hint of awe in his voice. "No lattice distortion, no heat spikes, but the glow, every particle collision seems to amplify it fractionally. It's like it's feeding off the energy, storing it rather than dispersing." Theo exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "That's what worries me. Minerals don't behave like this, not with adaptive absorption, not with feedback loops. Every microspike confirms its processing input, responding, even coordinating responses with environmental variables. It's alive in a sense but not conscious. Still, it's something beyond physics as we know it. His fingers danced over the tablet, annotating every irregularity, every ripple in the field, every flicker in the glow. If this goes beyond our expectations, if it reaches a critical accumulation point, we have no idea what could happen. Saphira leaned closer, her hand hovering just above the shard, careful not to disturb it. Faint micro-flares threaded along Kieran's particle bombardment paths, twisting and darting in ways that seemed almost intentional, like the shard was testing their focus. Her eyes narrowed as she followed each pulse, tracing the intricate patterns of light. "Watch everything," she murmured, her voice steady but carrying a quiet intensity. "Every flicker, every flare, every subtle shift, it all means something. This isn't about fear or hazard. It's about understanding. The data is right there if we just pay attention." She shifted slightly, tilting her wrist console to overlay the latest readings with the environmental logs, watching how the shard's energy reacted to minor vibrations, shifting air currents, and even the faint hum of nearby instruments. "Incremental. Measured. Documented," she whispered again, her words almost reverent. "Each pulse is a message, each spike a thread in a pattern we've only just begun to see. Not danger. Information. If we miss even one microspike, we risk losing insight, and this shard will keep its secrets. We have to see everything, record everything, or we'll never understand what it truly is." Lieutenant Tavan Royce remained at the perimeter, his hands on the containment console, eyes scanning the readouts. "Containment stable," he reported, voice precise, "but energy flux is measurable. Even minimal movement, drone adjustments, or ambient lab vibrations produce discernible reactions in the shard. Sensors detect every pulse, no leakage detected, yet, but I strongly suggest we track cumulative energy metrics. Vitrum-K is integrating faster than we anticipated." Saphira waved him off, fingers flicking over her console to cross-reference thermal gradients with vibrational frequencies. "Priority is observation, Tavan. Every pulse, every subtle fluctuation, is part of the puzzle. The shard is responding, yes, but it's entirely within controlled parameters. Keep monitoring, yes, but we can't be paralyzed by caution." Jax Harrow leaned against the edge of a workstation, arms folded, expression neutral but sharp. "Observation is all well and good," he said, "but I'm more interested in utility. Core yields, energy projections, and potential applications. That shard is not just a puzzle, it's a resource. Hazard or asset, we need quantification." Kieran glanced at him, a faint smirk crossing his face. "You want numbers, Jax. This isn't just numbers anymore. It's adaptive. Even our smallest adjustments produce cascades of feedback. See this lattice overlay. Every isotopic bombardment, every resonant frequency pulse, the internal energy field shifts, redistributes, and amplifies in real time. I can't plot it conventionally. It's alive to the inputs." Theo's unease sharpened. "Adaptive doesn't mean safe. It means unpredictable. Every response, every micro-flicker, every interference in the instruments points to energy accumulation. It's storing power, not dissipating it. Eventually, we could hit a tipping point. And there's no mitigation protocol for that." Saphira's eyes glimmered with determination as she leaned closer. "Which is why we push incrementally. Controlled escalation. Every pulse measured, every reaction logged. That's science. Incremental escalation, Theo, not reckless experimentation." Leora Venn, crouched across the tray, adjusted a high-speed spectrometer overlaying isotopic flow patterns with thermal imagery. "The shard doesn't just absorb energy," she murmured, more to herself than to anyone else. "It reorganizes it internally. Microstructures realign, light pathways adjust. Every input produces an internal cascade, subtle but observable. It's remarkably responsive." She straightened, glancing at Saphira. "We're seeing order emerge from energy flows, but not in a pattern we can anticipate. It's learning from us." Vitrum-K pulsed again, a ripple threading along the edges, faint sparks dancing across instrument surfaces. Drones adjusted in real time, stabilization thrusters flickering micro-corrections that mirrored the shard's rhythm. Even the fluorescent lab lights dimmed fractionally for a moment. A subtle pulse echoing Vitrum-K's internal glow. Theo's hand hovered over the tablet, noting precise timings, recording every incremental energy spike. "It's accelerating, even with small inputs," he warned. "The energy is integrating faster than we account for. Every session compounds previous accumulation." Saphira leaned back, eyes locked on the shard. "Then we keep monitoring, incremental, methodical. Every reaction matters. Every pulse is data. Nothing reckless. Observe, analyze, repeat." Hours passed in that rhythm. Thermal beams scanned Vitrum-K, Particle streams collided and bounced across its surface, and high-frequency vibrations rippled through the containment field. Each reaction, subtle or pronounced, was logged, analyzed, and cross-referenced. The shard remained physically inert, smooth and unyielding, yet its internal glow deepened, flickering with subtle complexity, a visual language of energy accumulation and adaptive response. Theo's unease only grew. He noticed micro-changes in air ionization near the shard, spikes in electromagnetic readings coinciding with isotopic bombardment, and infinitesimal shifts in the stabilization of hovering drones. "It's integrating everything," he said, voice tense. "Even ambient variables are contributing to its energy store. That's exponential growth potential. We're playing with something we don't fully understand." Saphira's expression was calm, almost serene, yet her eyes shone with obsession. "Exactly. That's why we document everything, every spike, every pulse, every interference. Only through meticulous escalation can we understand Vitrum-K, step by step, increment by increment." The lab had become a symphony of controlled energy. Instruments hummed, lights flickered imperceptibly, drones hovered with micro-adjustments, and Vitrum-K pulsed at the center, radiant and quiet, integrating every input without effort. Every member of the team felt a pull toward it. Theo with caution and anxiety, Saphira with exhilaration, Kieran with technical obsession, and even Jax with a calculating interest in its potential utility. As the final round of the day's escalation concluded, Kieran leaned closer, whispering to Saphira, "We're pushing its limits, but it never yields physically. No fractures, no heat, nothing, yet every pulse, every subtle flare, it's storing energy somewhere, deeply, internally. We might not even comprehend the full extent." Saphira's fingers hovered above her console, watching the shard pulse one last time before containment power down. "And that's why we come back tomorrow. To push further, carefully, incrementally. To understand the ununderstandable." Theo exhaled sharply, rubbing his face. "I just hope we don't find out the hard way that it's more than we can handle." Even as the hum of instruments faded and the team began to gather their notes, Vitrum-K's glow lingered. Its slow, deliberate pulses seemed to sync with the subtle vibrations that ran through the lab, a rhythm that made the air feel charged and alive. Saphira's eyes stayed fixed on it. Her hand hovered just above the containment field, trembling slightly as faint ripples of energy brushed her fingertips. She swallowed, trying not to let her fascination show too plainly. But every pulse pulled her focus tighter. Theo leaned back, rubbing at the back of his neck, yet he couldn't tear his gaze away. Tiny sparks threaded along the edges of the tray, flickering across console panels and catching in the polished surfaces, reflections dancing like a miniature aurora. Kieran crouched closer, tracing patterns in the shifting glow with a finger hovering over his tablet overlay. Each microspike seemed to echo the ambient noise, the hum of lights, the settling vibration of drones, even the soft whisper of air from cooling vents. The shard's responses felt deliberate, almost conversational, and impossible to ignore. Every pulse drew their attention, threading through instruments, air, and instinct alike. Vitrum-K remained quiet, inscrutable, yet each subtle flare was immediate, potent, and impossible to dismiss. The lab felt alive in an unnerving way, the hum of instruments and the faint hiss of cooling vents a constant backdrop to the team's increasingly obsessive work. Vitrum-K rested in its containment tray, its slow, deliberate glow pulsing as if in silent conversation with the instruments around it. Every flicker of internal light was recorded, logged, and cross-referenced, but now the shard seemed to respond more assertively, almost teasingly, to the human presence nearby. Theo Rylan adjusted his tablet nervously, scrolling through layers of energy logs and environmental overlays. "Another spike," he muttered, rubbing his neck. He pointed to the screen, where a subtle surge of electromagnetic activity coincided with the faint flicker of the overhead fluorescent lights. "See this? It's not random. Every time we run a thermal scan or move a probe closer, the readings jump. I swear it's reacting to us. We're pushing it too far." Saphira Kale, crouched beside the containment tray, didn't glance up. Her wrist console projected spectral overlays in shimmering holographic grids, each microflare from the shard highlighted and cross-referenced. "Theo, it's not reacting," she said, her tone even, almost dismissive. "The instruments are working. These anomalies are just lab quirks. Everything is within parameters. Controlled input, controlled output. Nothing dangerous yet." She lifted her hand slightly above the containment field, letting the faint ripple of energy brush against her fingertips. "Every pulse is logged. Every flicker is accounted for. That's data, not catastrophe." Theo exhaled sharply, pacing a few steps back. "Data or not, Saphira, these aren't normal readings. I've never seen a mineral, or whatever this is, interact with the environment this way. Even the containment field's power fluctuations are tracking the shard's pulses. We're accumulating energy, and I don't know what happens when it reaches a critical threshold. It's exponential, not linear. Saphira finally looked at him, her eyes narrowing in quiet challenge. And that's why we test, incrementally. You're focusing on fear instead of observation. We know the conditions, we know the inputs. Everything else, just the subtle, expected anomalies of a highly sensitive lab. No more, no less. She tapped a command on her wrist console, adjusting the particle bombardment emitter to emit low-energy pulses at staggered intervals. Microflares raced across the shard's surface, brighter along the paths of the projected beams. Dr. Kieran Solis crouched beside her, leaned closer to the shard, his fingers dancing over a series of knobs and holographic sliders. I'm seeing minimal interference beyond the expected micro-responses, he said, almost breathless. Even the subtle oscillations in the lab air, the minor vibrations, the energy fields, they're being integrated. Vitrum-K isn't destabilizing. In fact, it's adapting in real time. It's fascinating. He leaned back slightly, letting a small, odd smile tug at the corners of his lips. It's resilient in ways I didn't anticipate. Theo's hands tightened on the edge of his tablet. Resilient is one thing. Unpredictable is another. We've already seen the calibration lasers misfire twice in the last hour. The thermal beams overheated 2 modules. Every minor incident lines up with proximity to Vitrum-K. I'm not saying it's going to explode, but we are tampering with something that stores energy in ways we don't understand. Saphira exhaled slowly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Then we monitor, we log, we measure. Every micro-event is accounted for. If you want safety, I'm giving you a controlled environment. We're not reckless, Theo. Not yet. She adjusted a dial on the containment field, increasing energy throughput by a fraction. A soft ripple of light ran through the shard, and a drone hovering above adjusted its stabilizers in response, micro-corrections making the movement almost imperceptible. Lieutenant Tavan Royce, stationed a few meters away, frowned. His fingers moved over the security and containment panels with deliberate precision. I don't like the pattern here, he said, his voice calm but firm. It's minor incidents now, but they're consistent. Even with Saphira's incremental controls, the shard is forcing micro-responses in instruments we'd expect to remain static. I don't see what incremental is protecting us from if this continues. Incremental is exactly what's keeping it from being dangerous, Saphira countered, leaning closer to the containment tray. Her fingers hovered over the console, tapping commands to overlay thermal data with vibrational logs. Every pulse, every micro-flicker, every spark along its surface, all documented. It's integrating inputs, yes, but not destabilizing. Not yet. Theo shook his head, stepping back as the shard's glow intensified fractionally, casting pale reflections across the polished floor. Not yet, he muttered under his breath. He tapped a new layer into his tablet, tracing energy spikes across the lab in real time. Look at this. These microspikes line up perfectly with the movement of our instruments, the shifts of drones, the subtlest fluctuations in ambient temperature. The energy is accumulating, Saphira. And I promise you, every time we push it higher, we risk triggering something beyond our control. Saphira, unflinching, pointed toward the thermal beam emitter. And we're testing that accumulation safely, carefully. If we don't push the boundaries, we'll never understand what this shard is capable of. You spent the last week recording anomalies. I'm asking you to record the shard's actual capabilities. That's the difference. Dr. Solis nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I agree with Saphira. The shard's resilience isn't just fascinating, it's a chance to redefine what we know about energy integration. Look at these adaptive feedback loops. Each input triggers a predictable, measurable response. Theo, you have to admit it's almost elegant. Theo pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to keep his voice steady. Elegant doesn't mean safe, Kieran. We've seen overheating modules, lasers misfire, lights flicker, and containment fluctuations, all in sync with the shard. If it's integrating energy exponentially, one misstep could cascade through the lab systems. Jax Harrow, leaning against the edge of a workstation, scrolled through yield simulations on his console. I'm hearing theory and warnings, but I'm interested in results, he said flatly. The shard's absorbing energy at a rate that's unprecedented. Fine. Document, measure, observe, but we all know that utility and risk are intertwined. Sooner or later, either we'll exploit it or it'll bite us. Saphira's lips curved in a faint, determined smile. Then we prepare for both, observation first, escalation second, carefully, every step. Logged, every pulse recorded. Controlled, incremental. That's the only way forward. The lab seemed to pulse along with the shard. Lights flickered with the faint rhythm of Vitrum-K's glow. Instruments hummed in subtle synchrony, each reading adjusted imperceptibly in response to micro-spikes of energy radiating from the containment field. Even the drones hovered in subtle correction, their stabilization thrusters firing in near-perfect cadence with the shard's energy pulses. Every team member was caught in the rhythm, their attention woven into the slow, deliberate beat of Vitrum-K's presence. Hours passed in tense observation. Theo meticulously recorded every minor anomaly, jotting down patterns in electromagnetic interference, laser calibration drift, thermal response shifts, and even the slightest quiver in drone stabilization. Leora adjusted sensitivity thresholds on spectrometers and imaging instruments, trying to map energy flows that seemed to bend subtly around the shard's surface. Kieran cross-referenced vibrational data with isotopic feedback, compiling cascading overlays that highlighted the shard's internal adaptations in real time, and all the while Vitrum-K pulsed, its glow deepened imperceptibly with each successive test, radiating a presence that threaded through instruments, machines, and human attention alike. No one spoke aloud of what it was doing, yet all were aware. Every flicker, every microspike, every minor anomaly was a reminder that the shard was not passive. Finally, as the team began their end-of-session procedures, shutting down high-energy emitters and dimming thermal beams, Vitrum-K continued to glow. Microflares darted along particle paths, drifting toward instruments and dissipating without harm, yet leaving subtle afterimages in spectral overlays. Saphira's eyes followed each spark, her hand unconsciously raised, fingers brushing the field, feeling the lingering, almost tactile pulse of energy. Theo stepped back, exhaling sharply. Every small incident, every flicker, it's not random. I don't trust it, and we're already at a threshold that should be critical. The shard is storing, integrating. We don't know what the limit is. Saphira's gaze never left the shard. Then we'll find it incrementally, safely, and record everything along the way. That's how discoveries are made. The tension in the lab lingered even as instruments powered down. Lights hummed softly overhead, and the drones hovered in place, their thrusters making faint whirring adjustments as they kept station around the containment tray. Vitrum-K pulsed in its slow, deliberate rhythm, each flicker of light tracing across the polished surfaces of consoles, sending reflections that danced along the walls. Small sparks of energy threaded along cables and metal edges, brushing against the instruments in faint arcs that made the hairs on the back of Theo's neck stand on end. He leaned forward, fingers gripping the edge of the console, eyes locked on the shard, and muttered, "I swear it's reacting to us." Saphira remained closer still, hand hovering above the containment field, feeling the almost imperceptible brush of energy ripple against her skin. "It's not passive," she murmured, voice low, almost a whisper meant only for herself. "Every pulse, every microflare, it's talking, and we're listening." Kieran crouched beside her, tablet hovering in his lap, tracing the energy spikes in real time. He flicked his finger along the holographic overlays, marking subtle correlations between the shard's pulses and the minor vibrations from the cooling vents. "See that?" he said quietly. "Every little disturbance in the room. It's mirrored in the shard. It's like it's aware." Even Lieutenant Royce, normally stoic and calm, adjusted the containment parameters, eyes narrowing. "It's subtle," he said, voice clipped. "But every microshift, every flicker in the air or equipment, it's interacting with all of it. Keep a safe distance." The glow of Vitrum-K intensified slightly in response, the light threading across the lab in gentle arcs, brushing the team as if nudging them, drawing attention with patient insistence. It wasn't threatening, yet, but the message was unmistakable. The shard was awake in some sense, integrating every pulse, every movement, and the team's own fascination was only feeding its quiet, deliberate rhythm. By late evening, the lab had quieted to the soft hum of cooling systems and the occasional whir of drones adjusting position. Vitrum-K sat at the center of the containment tray, its internal glow steady, yet somehow more insistent, as if acknowledging the repeated stimulations it had been subjected to over the past hours. Each pulse was no longer slow and patient. Now it flickered with subtle variations, quickening in response to the thermal beams, vibrating slightly with the high-frequency energy inputs, almost as if the shard were timing its pulses to the experiments themselves. Theo leaned over the console, eyes darting between spectral overlays and electromagnetic readouts. "The energy's compounding," he muttered under his breath, fingers tracing the spikes that rippled across his tablet. He tapped rapidly, isolating patterns, trying to quantify something that seemed deliberately chaotic. "Look at this," he said, voice tight with unease. "Every exposure we've applied doesn't just reflect, it accumulates. The shard isn't stable, it's storing, integrating, exponentially." Saphira crouched beside him, her eyes bright under the glow of her wrist console. She waved a hand dismissively at his tablet. "Theo, it's responding, yes, but that's the whole point. We control the input. Everything is incremental. Every spike is logged, every reaction accounted for. There's no risk." She tapped at a control, redirecting a particle stream across Vitrum-K. The shard's glow deepened, a soft swell of light that threaded along its internal lattice, casting wavering reflections onto the lab walls. "See, it adjusts, but it's contained, completely contained." Kieran hovered behind her, adjusting the emitter's calibration. "Contained, maybe, but it's adapting faster than expected," he murmured, eyes fixed on the pulse overlay. "Every new input triggers a cascade. I've never seen energy behave this way in any crystal or synthetic lattice. It's like it's recalibrating itself with each touch." His voice carried a mix of awe and concern, the tension in it betraying his outward composure. Minor incidents punctuated the evening. A fluorescent light above flickered, then dimmed, the beam swinging across the lab like a hesitant hand. The particle emitter's cooling vent hissed, releasing a faint plume of heat that Theo swore had been absent moments before. One of the spectrometers emitted a sharp, high-pitched whine, barely audible but enough to make Saphira glance up, brow furrowed. The shard's glow seemed to ripple in response, faint micro-flares threading along the lattice like silent laughter. Theo's gaze hardened. "It's reacting in ways we don't fully understand," he said, raising his voice just enough to cut through the hum. "Every fluctuation, every spark in the instruments is a direct response to us. It's not passive. We are the stimulus, and it's storing it. That's not containment. That's a ticking timer." Saphira leaned closer, almost reverently, her fingers hovering above the containment tray. "Theo, listen to me. Every reaction is expected. We're incrementally increasing energy, watching patterns and logging everything. It's a puzzle, yes, but it's solvable. There's nothing happening that we haven't already prepared for." Her voice softened as the glow brightened with a subtle surge. "Controlled, measured, documented. That's the only way to understand something entirely new." Jax Harrow, arms crossed, stepped forward, eyes narrowing as he scanned the lab. "Preparation doesn't stop things from happening, Saphira. It just tells you when they happen. And right now, Vitrum-K is giving us signs we can't predict. Look at the flicker patterns, the lights, the spikes in the spectrometer logs. This isn't linear." Kieran swallowed, adjusting the emitter one more time. "Even small air currents, Theo. The shard responds to our footsteps, the hum of machines, vibrations in the floors. It's omniscient in microscale awareness. Every little change we make triggers a feedback loop in the lattice. It's like it's learning." He paused, his eyes fixed on the shard as he traced the faint, shifting patterns of light within it. Every pulse seemed to echo the smallest disturbances in the room, a slow, deliberate acknowledgement of the invisible forces around it. Each micro-fluctuation of air, every almost imperceptible vibration, threaded through the lattice in ways that were both mesmerizing and unsettling. The internal glow pulsed in sync with these tiny disturbances, almost as though the shard were mapping them, integrating each subtle input into a growing, adaptive pattern. Kieran's hands hovered for a moment over the controls, reluctant to move, knowing that even the slightest adjustment of the emitter would ripple through the shard in unpredictable ways. The thought that a single misstep could provoke a reaction made him acutely aware of every minuscule sensation. The faint brush of air along his skin, the hum of energy in the instruments, the vibrations of his own pulse. Each of these invisible forces was feeding into Vitrum-K's lattice, a continuous silent exchange that he could observe but could not control. Every flicker of light, every minute shift inside the shard, reinforced the unnerving reality that it was not passive. It absorbed and responded, adapting with almost imperceptible intelligence. Kieran felt a strange mixture of awe and caution tighten in his chest. The shard's awareness, confined to microscale interactions, was vast in its implications. Every adjustment, every environmental change was catalogued and reflected, a feedback loop of infinite subtlety. It was learning silently, without sound or motion, yet every pulse suggested that it was aware of him, of the room, of the forces he thought he could manage. The emitter in his hands felt suddenly heavier, the simple act of adjusting it charged with consequence. Kieran watched captivated, as the lattice seemed to ripple and shift in response to the room's imperceptible fluctuations. The shard's glow deepened in some areas, dimmed in others, a living map of its continuous intake and subtle reaction. The thought that something so small could be so profoundly sensitive unsettled him. even as he marveled at the precision with which every microscale awareness was translated into visual patterns. The shard was not just reacting, it was learning. Theo exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Learning, adapting, storing. We don't know the limits. We don't know what happens if it overloads, if the energy we pump into it crosses some threshold we haven't accounted for. His voice was low now, almost a whisper, yet sharp with urgency. And we're already past the safe zone. The lab grew quieter, but the tension thickened. Even as instruments powered down for a scheduled reset, Vitrum-K's internal light pulsed in deliberate rhythm. Small flares casting shadows across the faces of the team, tiny sparks of energy threaded along console edges, across the containment tray, and into the nearby instruments, faint enough to be easily missed but impossible to ignore once observed. Each member of the team felt it, a subtle tug, a prickling awareness that something was accumulating unseen, a presence more palpable than any single reading could describe. Saphira moved closer, holding her hand above the shard again. She could feel the warmth of its energy, faint but insistent, brushing against her skin like a whisper. Every pulse, she murmured, every flicker, every microflare. It's a response, not an attack. It's telling us what it can handle. We just have to listen carefully. Theo shook his head, the hairs on the back of his neck standing as another spark jumped from the containment field to the nearest console. Listening isn't enough. It's storing more energy than we realize. It's not just responding, it's accumulating power in ways that might not stay within this tray if it releases even a fraction. He stopped, swallowing hard, the unspoken possibilities hanging in the air. Leora Venn stepped closer to the console, squinting at the shifting energy readouts. Patterns are emerging, she said softly. Even in its randomness, there's a method. But the scale, it's beyond anything we've ever catalogued. If this escalates, it will, Theo interrupted, his voice taut. And when it does, we won't be able to control it anymore. For a long moment, silence fell. The only sound was the soft thrum of cooling fans, the subtle buzz of electronics and Vitrum-K's steady, insistent glow. The shard pulsed, brightening ever so slightly with each passing second, threading light and energy through the lab like an unseen tide, quietly mapping its own presence across every instrument, every hand, every pulse of thought in the room. Saphira, Kieran, and even Jax couldn't look away. Each flicker was mesmerizing, a mix of beauty and threat. The shard had not moved, not changed form, yet it dominated the room completely. It was stable, yes, but it was also alive in its own way, a force quietly cataloging every micro-event, integrating energy faster than anyone could track, hinting at a scale of power no one had truly comprehended. Theo backed up slightly, notebook in hand, scribbling warnings in meticulous detail. "Document everything," he said aloud, more to himself than anyone else. "Every spark, every flinch of instruments, every pattern in the lights. We're already crossing into territory we shouldn't be touching, and the shard isn't passive. It's storing, reacting, preparing. And we don't know what for." Saphira straightened, brushing off his concerns with a small smile. "Then we watch," she said. "Incremental, controlled, documented. That's all we can do. We study it, understand it, and stay just ahead of it." Saphira's fingers hovered nervously above the containment field. "It's like it's nudging us," she muttered, eyes darting to the sparks crawling along the consoles. "Every shift we make, it's noticing." Theo leaned closer, squinting at the instruments. "Noticing or testing us?" His voice held a trace of incredulity. "I swear I just saw the spark jump when I moved my pen." Kieran's gaze was fixed on the shimmer of the shard's internal lattice. "It's subtle but deliberate," he said, whispering more to himself than anyone else. "Every minor pulse seems to follow a pattern, like it's mapping the room." Saphira swallowed, her hand trembling slightly. "Mapping, or learning," she breathed. "I can feel it adjusting, tiny shifts in the glow as I tilt my wrist. It's aware of us." Theo stepped back, voice sharper now. "We're supposed to be observing, not provoking it." His eyes tracked the sparks, tracing invisible lines across the tray's metal edges. "And yet every micro-flicker feels like a challenge." The shard pulsed again, almost imperceptibly, and the drones twitched mid-hover. Saphira leaned closer, whispering, "I think it knows we're watching. I think it wants us to see this." The lab smelled faintly of ozone and burnt circuitry, a subtle electric warning beneath the usual metallic tang of instruments. Saphira Kale's eyes glimmered with barely restrained excitement as she crouched before the high-energy laser, her fingers deftly adjusting the alignment. "This is it," she said, voice low but vibrant, almost reverent. "Density, reflectivity, absorption. All of it. Today we see what it really is." Theo Ryland's jaw tightened, his hands hovering over the tablet, fingers itching to override systems that weren't his to touch. "Saphira, stop. Just listen. Every previous test, The shard is already absorbing more energy than we anticipated. These readings, these microspikes, they're escalating. You don't know what will happen if you fire that laser at full intensity. Saphira's smile didn't waver. Theo, I've calculated the parameters, double-checked the safety margins, and the laser is perfectly controlled. Vitrum-K is stable. You're letting fear cloud observation. Step back. Theo's hands fell uselessly at his sides. I'm not afraid. I'm warning you. Every pulse, every micro-flicker, it's telling us something. The shard isn't just responding, it's learning. You have no idea how fast it can adapt. Saphira's fingers hovered above the firing controls, then pressed the activation sequence. The laser ignited in a brilliant white arc, slicing through the dim light of the lab toward Vitrum-K. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. A silent tension stretched the space, heavy and electric, until the shard's glow responded. At first, the change was almost imperceptible, a faint brightening tracing the lines of Vitrum-K's internal lattice, threads of light winding delicately through the crystalline structure. It was easy to miss if one wasn't staring directly at it, a subtle intensification that hinted at awareness rather than chaos. But within seconds, the glow escalated sharply, pulsing with a force that made the very edges of the containment tray tremble ever so slightly. The lattice seemed to writhe internally, shifting light in a pattern that was at once mesmerizing and alarming, as though the shard itself were responding to some unspoken stimulus in the room. Then, without warning, the pulse intensified into a violent surge. A ripple propagated outward across the tray, sending a shiver through the metal base, and a faint hum that resonated in the floor beneath their feet. Sparks leapt along the edges, tracing jagged, fleeting paths over the polished surfaces of the consoles, crackling audibly as if the shard were feeding off the static of the environment itself. The sparks jumped with unpredictable energy, arcing toward switches and cables, leaving faint scorch marks where they briefly touched. Theo's voice cut sharply through the charged air, sharp with panic and disbelief. "It's reacting," he shouted, nearly toppling his chair as he scrambled back, his hands slamming across the console in an attempt to engage the emergency shutdown. Shut it down, now. His urgency was mirrored in the wide-eyed stares of the others, each of them frozen a heartbeat too long, caught between awe and fear, watching the shard as it pulsed with its own terrifying rhythm, asserting a presence that refused to be contained. But Saphira's voice was tight with wonder, tinged with disbelief. "Look, it's not melting, it's moving, it's unfurling." Her eyes tracked the shard's motion, each pulse of light and every subtle shift within the crystalline lattice holding her attention. The movement was fluid yet precise, the sheets extending smoothly across the containment tray without losing their form or structural integrity. She leaned forward slightly, breath shallow, caught between fascination and the dawning realization that what she was witnessing defied all expectation. "It's not breaking, not dissolving, just unfolding," she murmured, her words a mixture of awe and incredulity. As the shard continued its deliberate, mesmerizing expansion, every motion threading together light and form in a way that made the laboratory feel simultaneously vast and impossibly intimate, the shard expanded, not as molten rock or fractured crystal, but as thin, transparent sheets unfolding fluidly like liquid glass, each sheet rigid, impossible, yet flowing with grace that defied physics. Instruments immediately reacted. Light sensors overloaded, thermal cameras blinked out, and even the lowest-level circuits began to falter. Lights dimmed across the lab, then flickered as though frightened by some invisible predator. "Containment Protocol Delta." Theo barked, frantic, fingers flying across the console trying to engage emergency systems. "Lock the chamber, engage field stabilizers. Now!" Saphira's eyes didn't leave the shard. "Theo, it's amazing. Look at how it moves, like it's aware of every photon, every vibration. It's not destruction, it's structure, integration." "Integration?" Theo's voice cracked, panic lacing every word. "Saphira, it's feeding on everything, energy levels are spiking across every system. It's pulling ambient light, the air, the electronics. Look at the readouts." The shard pulsed again, rapidly now. Sheets rippling and overlapping, merging with a soundless hum that vibrated faintly in the bones. Sparks leapt across the consoles, tiny arcs jumping between instruments. Every surface in the room seemed to quiver as if the very air were charged with Vitrum-K's presence. Kieran Solis froze beside Saphira, lips parted, eyes wide. "It's incredible, the structural integrity. It's absorbing energy without deformation. It's like a living lattice." Theo spun toward him, voice sharp, almost screaming. "Living? Don't say that. You see what's happening. Containment systems failing, instruments frying, lights flickering, energy levels off the charts. And you call it living?" Saphira's hand brushed the edge of the containment tray, though she knew it was meaningless, powerless. "It's aware, Theo. It's responding to our presence, our energy, the experiment itself. Every pulse is deliberate, not random. Deliberate? Theo yelled, spinning back to the console. We're about to lose everything. This isn't controlled. We can't stop it. The shard sheets shimmered as if in acknowledgement, folding over themselves, stretching outward across the lab floor in thin, transparent waves. Sparks arced outward, shorting minor equipment. The floor trembled underfoot. A low, resonant vibration ran through the support struts of the lab. Shut it down, Theo demanded again, panic climbing. Emergency systems, field dampeners, now. Saphira's voice was almost a whisper, threaded with awe. It won't stop. It's too far beyond anything we've tried. It's taking energy from everything, ambient, residual, even the instruments themselves. Look, one of the high-speed spectrometers flared, lights dimming as its sensors were absorbed, leaving only a faint skeletal glow where circuits once hummed. Sparks danced along the edges of the containment tray, briefly connecting in arcs that vanished before anyone could touch them. The shard pulsed violently, and the air seemed to thicken with every wave of energy it drew in. Theo backed against the wall, eyes wide, jaw tight. It's growing. It's expanding faster than our calculations. Saphira, get away from it. Everyone, step back. Don't try to observe. Saphira's gaze was fixed, mesmerized. I can't. I have to see every shift, every ripple. It's teaching us, showing us something beyond our understanding. We need to record this. Everything. Kieran's hand hovered uselessly above his tablet, tracking the spike in electromagnetic readings. Every pulse. It's exponential. Even with minimal input, energy absorption is skyrocketing. It's like it's alive in ways we can't comprehend. The shards rippled again, cascading across the lab. In an almost liquid motion, flowing around tables, instruments, and even drones hovering midair, sparks arced like tiny lightning strikes between overlapping sheets, and a faint hum resonated in the lab structure. Every instrument, every panel, every console became part of the shard's energy web, feeding it. Theo screamed over the din, voice hoarse. We've lost it. It's out of control. Shut everything down. Pull the power. Evacuate. Now. Saphira's hand hovered above the nearest sheet, frozen in a mixture of awe and disbelief. It's not just absorbing. It's analyzing. Every energy source, every wave of light, every fluctuation. It's integrating. We're witnessing something entirely new. Something alive. Theo grabbed her arm, shaking her. Alive or not, it's going to consume the lab and everyone in it if we don't leave. This isn't a lesson. It's a disaster. The shards pulsed brighter, flowing outward in controlled chaos, the soundless hum intensifying as more light, more heat, more electromagnetic interference was absorbed. The lab lights dimmed completely for a moment, leaving the room bathed in Vitrum-K's eerie internal glow. Instruments shorted, consoles sparked, and the hum grew into a low, resonant vibration that the team could feel in their chests. Saphira's lips moved, almost inaudible over the crackling sparks. It's showing us the limits of everything we thought we understood. It's teaching us we have to. Theo cut her off, voice raw and desperate. Stop, get away from it. You have no control, none. If you stay here, you'll. The shard pulsed once more violently, and for a split second everything in the lab, the lights, the instruments, even the hovering drones, was absorbed in a flash of blinding luminescence. The room shook, and a metallic tang filled the air as power cores overloaded and systems went silent. Saphira stumbled back, eyes wide, heart racing. Kieran's tablet had gone dark. Theo was gripping a console, sweat and fear dripping from his brow. The high-energy laser still glimmered in the corner, pointless now, powerless against the sheer will of the expanding Vitrum-K. The shard sheets continued to ripple and stretch, a fluid lattice of impossible strength folding around instruments, drawing heat, light, and energy into their growing mass. Outside, the emergency lights flickered weakly as if hesitant to illuminate what was happening. The first real realization settled on the team. They could not stop it. Not now, not ever. The sheets of Vitrum-K spread faster than anyone could track, sliding across the lab floor with a fluid grace that belied their impenetrable hardness. They lapped at the edges of the containment trays, spilling over consoles, draping machinery like liquid glass, and wrapping around experimental rigs with a cold precision that froze the team in place. Lieutenant Tavan Royce slammed his hand down on the emergency override, sealing bulkheads and closing automated doors, but the shard ignored the barriers. Titanium panels groaned, twisted, and were sliced cleanly as though they were nothing more than paper. The noise of metal tearing filled the lab, but it was swallowed immediately by the soft humming expansion of the crystal sheets. Portable lab modules were engulfed in seconds, instruments trapped inside now invisible under the advancing planes of energy-absorbing crystal. Even reinforced structures, designed to withstand catastrophic pressure, were powerless against the unfurling tide. Saphira and Kieran Solis, still close to the main containment area, moved as if in a trance. Their eyes followed the sheets with a mixture of awe and disbelief, mesmerized by the way the transparent planes curled, shifted, and coalesced with a deliberate, almost intelligent motion. Saphira's voice trembled as she murmured, It's alive in a way I can't explain." Kieran's hands hovered over his console, incapable of issuing commands fast enough to mat the rapid expansion. Theo Ryland's frustration and terror finally broke through. "Step back, get away from it," he shouted, waving arms in frantic gestures. "It's reacting to everything, every light, every instrument. Do you see what it's doing?" But Saphira and Solis were locked in the shard's hypnotic dance, only half hearing him, only half caring. "No," Theo barked again. Slamming a fist on a console, sparks from overloaded wiring leapt onto his sleeve, but he didn't notice. Eyes fixed on the shard. "Do you understand? This isn't controlled. It's feeding off everything in here." He spun toward Tavan. "Activate manual suppression, override it." Lights dimmed abruptly in certain sections of the plunging parts of the facility into uneasy shadows. Alarms sounded intermittently as power fluctuations surged and faltered in response to Vitrum-K's ravenous energy consumption. Drones hovering nearby struggled to maintain stability. Their thrusters shifted wildly, forcing rapid corrections that could not keep pace with the crystalline advance. The team began to scatter instinctively, some trying to retrieve equipment, others to reach emergency exits, but the paths were already being blocked. Each sheet of the crystal seemed aware of openings, curling with precision to intercept any line of escape. Microsparks arced from overloaded consoles, a faint haze of ozone drifting into the lab air, signaling the increasing energy drain. "Jax!" Theo shouted over the alarms, spotting the engineer ducking behind a half-engulfed console. "Where are the containment reinforcements?" "They're gone," Jax yelled back, eyes wide as a sheet of crystal rolled toward him. "They're all absorbed, nothing's left." The psychological strain became immediate and suffocating. Crew members shouted over each other, disbelief sharpening into panic. Jax barked orders, trying to coordinate what evacuation routes remained, while Dr. Leora Venn clutched a tablet, scanning impossible readings and muttering numbers under her breath. Even Theo, normally calm under pressure, felt the walls closing in, his meticulous records now useless in the chaos. Each glance revealed the crystalline sheets swallowing more of the lab, folding over themselves with fluid motion, yet impossibly rigid, leaving nothing safe. Instruments that had been relied on for years, spectrometers, particle detectors, thermal monitors, were now trapped, incorporated into the crystalline lattice, utterly inaccessible and silently consumed. "Everyone move, head to the secondary exit," Tavan ordered. But the team could see the sheets curling through the hallway, blocking access as if anticipating their flight. "Don't stop, keep moving." "Too slow," someone screamed behind him. A researcher caught mid-step as a plane of crystal slid beneath their feet, pinning a foot to the floor. They yelped, jerking free just as the shard withdrew like a predator's tongue, leaving a deep scratch in the reinforced flooring. Amidst the chaos, Tavan Royce attempted another containment protocol, sending a series of commands to emergency barriers and automated suppressors. But the sheets anticipated the energy input, redirecting their expansion to counteract the obstacles. Every action by the team seemed to fuel the shard further. A low hum pulsed through the lab, vibrating against bones and teeth, a sound that was felt more than heard, reinforcing the inescapable reality that Vitrum-K was not merely reacting, it was calculating, absorbing and adapting faster than the humans could respond. Saphira finally tore her eyes from the shard, the spell broken by Theo's frantic voice. "We have to get out now, containment is over. Nothing can stop it." Panic echoed through the lab corridors. Crew members collided in haste, scrambling past walls of crystal that reformed almost instantly to block their path. Equipment lay abandoned, some still operating in short circuits, others darkened forever. The hum of the containment field was drowned by the soft but relentless whisper of Vitrum-K spreading, curling, integrating, and extending itself with an inexhaustible appetite. "Kieran," Saphira cried, grabbing at him. "The consoles, the modules, we can't—" Her voice broke into a scream as a sheet unfurled past her, swallowing a cart of delicate sensors in one silent motion. "The shard isn't random," Kieran shouted back, ducking under a moving plane of crystal. "It knows where the energy is. It's hunting it." Even with their hearts racing and adrenaline spiking, the team could not escape the undeniable truth. Vitrum-K was no longer simply a shard understudy. It had become an active, expanding force, aware in its energy consumption, indifferent to human presence, unstoppable within the confines of the laboratory. Each sheet that slid past a console, each ripple that twisted across the floor or climbed a wall, carried with it a silent message. The shard had outgrown containment, outgrown control, and would not pause for their fear, their calculations, or their pleas. "Step back, everyone," Theo shouted, shoving two researchers away from an advancing plane. "Don't touch anything. Do you understand? Nothing can stop it now." The lab's corridors became a labyrinthine trap. Emergency lighting flickered sporadically, casting long shadows that made the crystalline sheets appear even more monstrous, their transparency masking the relentless progress of their expansion. The team moved as a fractured unit, shouting warnings, trying desperately to regroup, but every corridor, every doorway, every module was already compromised. Energy readings spiked unpredictably, instruments overloaded in seconds, and the sound of tearing metal, crackling circuits, and the soft, pervasive hum of Vitrum-K's internal lattice filled every corner. Theo grabbed Saphira by the arm, shaking her slightly. "We have to leave, now. No one can control it anymore." Saphira hesitated, her hand hovering over her console as though reluctant to abandon the data, to abandon the shard she had obsessed over for months. "Step away from it," Kieran yelled, pulling at her other arm. "You'll get trapped." Around them, the crystalline sheets continued their inexorable crawl, consuming the environment with quiet precision. "It's everywhere," Kieran whispered, his voice cracking, as a small spike of crystal slid past his console, wrapping it in transparent rigidity. Even Lieutenant Royce, trained for emergencies and disaster scenarios, felt the grip of helplessness. The shard's movement was not chaotic, it was systematic, precise, and unnervingly intentional. Attempts to seal, block, or reroute it were futile. The laboratory's once familiar layout now resembled a surreal nightmare. Hallways obstructed by sheets that could no longer be simply walked around or avoided. Every door, every console, every piece of equipment was potentially absorbed, hidden, or rendered useless. "Keep moving, don't stop," Tavin barked again, shoving a technician ahead of him. "Find an exit. Any exit." Amid the screaming alarms, the cascading lights, and the frantic movements, a hush fell momentarily over the team as they recognized the shard's singular focus: energy consumption. It drew power from everything. Lights, instruments, even the minute vibrations of the floor. Each pulse seemed deliberate, a reminder that Vitrum-K's awareness, however alien, was real. The realization settled in, unspoken but unanimous. They were no longer controlling the shard. It controlled the space, the energy, and the fate of everyone within the laboratory. "Is anyone left at the main bay?" Saphira shouted over the hum, her voice trembling. "Theo, Jax, Leora, can you hear me?" She ducked instinctively as a ripple of Vitrum-K brushed against a nearby console, sending microsparks across the metal surface. "Answer me, please, just tell me you're okay." A faint reply came from down the corridor. "We're here," Jax called, his voice shaky, breath ragged. "We can't get through, everything's gone. There's crystal everywhere. It's swallowing the doors," he shouted more to himself than to anyone else, hands gripping a console edge for support as a plane of the sheet shimmered past, draping over the wall beside him like molten glass. "Saphira, Theo, we're trapped if we don't," he choked, swallowed by panic, and shook his head. No, we can't stop it. We have to try," Theo yelled back, voice sharp with urgency, echoing down the hall. He forced himself forward, pressing against a narrow corridor not yet blocked by the advancing sheets. "We can't stay here. If we do, we're finished. Listen to me. Move, keep moving." He glanced at a flickering light above, sparks arcing toward the metal frame. "Jax, Leora, there's a path. I can see it. Just follow me. Don't stop for anything." Saphira's hands clenched over her console as she tried to navigate around a folding panel already curling with crystalline rigidity. "I'm coming. I'm right behind you," she yenned, voice strained with fear and frustration. She spun her head toward the advancing sheets, murmuring under her breath. It's like it's alive. It's watching us." Jax's voice cracked again. "We can't hold it back. Every door we try to open, it's gone. It's faster than we are." "Theo, what do we do?" Theo gritted his teeth, eyes scanning for a safe line. "We improvise. Follow me. We'll thread through the maintenance shaft if we have to. Don't look at the sheets. Don't let it see you hesitate." He grabbed Saphira's arm, jerking her slightly forward. "Move now, right?" Saphira shouted, voice almost breaking, but she followed, eyes darting nervously at the advancing crystalline tide. "Theo, it's everywhere. Even the vents, they're glowing." Theo cut her off with a sharp glance. "Don't think, just move. Every second counts. Jax, Leora, keep together. Don't get separated." A sudden shudder ran through the floor beneath them as a sheet slithered past, trailing along the hallway with soundless precision. Leora's voice trembled over comms. I can't. Everything's my tablet. It's gone. All the readings gone." Theo grabbed the tablet from her hand instinctively. "Then we use our eyes. Use your head. Stay close. Don't let the shard see you hesitate." The crystal sheets edged closer to the team, moving with slow, deliberate precision that made every footstep feel measured and dangerous. Sparks jumped from overloaded consoles as the sheets absorbed the stray energy, hissing softly as they stretched and folded over tables and equipment. Theo grabbed a loose cable, yanking it free just in time, and shouted, "Careful, it's feeding on everything we touch." Saphira stumbled over a console, scrambling to keep pace, her voice breaking as she called back, "It's moving faster. Watch the walls." Every motion they made seemed to push the shard further, narrowing their paths, twisting the lab into a maze of rigid, transparent crystal. The crystalline sheet surged past the lab doors before anyone could react. Vitrum-K had breached containment, its expansion now unbound, and the team could only watch in horror as the once familiar corridors twisted into alien pathways. The crystal flowed with a fluid grace, sliding along floors, curling over walls, climbing ceilings, swallowing instruments, survey drones, and portable habitats in moments. Each plane glimmered like liquid glass, transparent yet impenetrable, reflecting shards of sunlight and interior lights in jagged brilliance. "Look at it," Theo yelled, his voice hoarse, echoing off metal walls as he tried to keep pace with the advancing tide. "It's taking the drones, the habitats, everything." Jack's Harrow's boots clattered against the floor as he struggled to navigate the maze of crystal. "There's nothing we can do," he shouted back, panic in his eyes. "All exits are gone, every path is blocked." Even as they ran, sheets of Vitrum-K slid silently along survey platforms, lifting and incorporating vehicles as though they were toys. Engines sputtered and froze mid-rev, lights blinked erratically, and instruments, some still recording, were swallowed into the crystalline lattice, their energy consumed almost instantly. The team's careful work, the cores they had painstakingly collected, the delicate mapping equipment, was vanishing into impossibility before their eyes. Saphira stumbled, hand brushing against a frozen lab module, its surface impossibly smooth and cold. "Theo, it's everywhere now. We can't reach the survey cores." Her voice trembled, a mixture of fear and disbelief. "We don't have time to worry about that," Theo snapped, grabbing her arm and pulling her forward. "We have to move. Every second counts." He turned to Kieran Solis, who was frozen, eyes wide as the crystal climbed around his console. "Kieran, move, now." I can't," Kieran stammered, fingers brushing the surface of a rippling sheet that draped over his instruments. The shard reacted instantly, a faint pulse of energy shimmering through its transparent planes. "It's like it knows, like it feels us, then we leave it to feel," Theo shouted. Hauling Kieran by the shoulder, the crystal seemed to respond, curling and extending toward the team as though daring them to escape. Sparks arced faintly from overloaded consoles, and a haze of ozone drifted through the air, carrying the unmistakable scent of energy drawn from everything around them. Down the corridor, Jax tried to open a door to a survey bay, only to find the panel pressed flat with crystal, the surface impossibly hard. He pounded on it, his knuckles bouncing off as if the sheet were metal. "We're trapped," he yelled, spinning toward the others. It's blocking everything." Leora Venn clutched her tablet, scanning the wild readings as they spiked beyond comprehension. "It's absorbing. No, it's devouring the energy around it. Sunlight, heat, even the vibrations from the floor." Her voice cracked, disbelief sharpening into panic. "It's exponential. It's growing faster than we can calculate." Saphira's hand hovered over another console, almost instinctively. "We have to document it, even now, while it's, she faltered, eyes wide as the crystal sheet swept over a nearby workstation, folding around it and absorbing the energy of the instruments still operating. "It's taking everything." Theo grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her. "We have to go, Saphira. Containment is over. Nothing can stop it." The team's remaining vehicles were half swallowed in the advancing crystal tide, their engines still running but unresponsive. The lights flickered as the shard absorbed the electromagnetic emissions, plunging sections of the survey zone into shadow. Even portable lab habitats, built to withstand pressure extremes and environmental hazards, toppled and vanished under the crystalline sheets. Look at it," Kieran gasped, pointing at a pile of core samples perfectly stacked, now completely encased in transparent planes. "It's frozen them, mid-motion, but it's still alive." Jax's voice trembled as he tried to rally the team. "We need a plan. Every exit is gone. Every corridor is blocked. What do we do?" Theo swallowed hard, scanning the rapidly changing landscape. "There is no plan. We need to keep moving, stay together, and hope we find a way out before it absorbs us too." Outside the lab's immediate area, Vitrum-K's expansion continued unchecked. The sheets slid into survey zones previously thought stable, draping over lithium canyons, curling over neodymium cliffs and partially obscuring platinum veins. Sunlight gleamed along the edges of the plains, but the shards absorbed the light immediately, dimming the surroundings as though night had fallen in an instant. Wind shifted unnaturally as the shard integrated ambient heat and energy currents, bending the atmosphere around its expansion. Saphira's voice was barely audible over the hum and crackle of energy. It's taking everything. It's moving faster than we thought. Theo grasped her arm again, urging her forward. Keep moving, don't look back. The team stumbled across uneven terrain as the crystal consumed the survey zones, swallowing vehicles mid-operation and folding around equipment as if aware of its value. Instruments sent readings that jumped impossibly high, then fell silent as the shard absorbed the energy. It's everywhere, Leora shouted, voice cracking. Even the comms. Everything is being absorbed. Kieran pointed to the horizon where massive sheets crested a ridge, sunlight reflecting off their jagged edges. It's planetary in scale. It's not just a shard anymore. It's a force. Theo's face paled. It's taken Ophir Gamma. It's taking everything, all our work. All of it gone. Saphira's hand shook as she pointed to a vehicle half submerged in a crystalline sheet. Our cores, the mapping equipment, everything we collected for months. It's lost, Jax groaned, slamming his fist against a rock that the shard had enveloped mid-fall. We can't even reach anything. It's controlling the energy around it. Nothing can stop it. The team ran, dodging curling sheets that flowed like water but were impossibly hard. Each pulse of Vitrum-K's lattice reacting to their presence. Sparks arced from nearby drones struggling to maintain balance, and microcurrents of heat and electromagnetic emissions were drawn instantly into the advancing crystal. Saphira glanced at Theo, her voice trembling. Do we even have a chance? Theo shook his head, grim. No chance. We can't stop it. All we can do is survive, maybe get out alive. Sheets of Vitrum-K now crested cliffs, curling over ridges, cascading down valleys, folding into the landscape like a transparent ocean of crystal. Vehicles, instruments, and habitats were frozen mid-operation, energy drained, perfectly preserved but irretrievably lost. The once pristine survey zones became alien, a labyrinthine expanse of rigid, reflective planes. The team's panic was immediate and unrelenting. Voices echoed, shouts collided with the hum and crackle of the shard, and the weight of helplessness settled over everyone. They shouted instructions, trying to regroup, trying to find any route that wasn't blocked. Move left, no, right, watch the ridge, Theo barked, dragging Kieran and Saphira behind him. Jax's voice was near hysteria. It's moving around us. Every time we think we've found a path, it blocks it. Sparks flew from consoles half buried in crystal as the shard absorbed every stray emission of energy, leaving only faint trails of ozone drifting across the barren survey terrain. Even the wind seemed pulled into its expansion, stirring dust fragments and the faint heat of the atmosphere toward the advancing planes. Saphira cried out, Theo, look, vehicles, they're stopped, completely frozen. I see it, Theo shouted, gripping her arm, pushing her forward. We can't touch them. They're part of it now. Just move, keep moving. Every step brought new horrors. A sheet cascaded over a neodymium cliff, folding with impossible precision, swallowing a surveying drone mid-hover. The hum of its thrusters died instantly, energy absorbed by the crystalline lattice. Another plane crept along a lithium canyon, enveloping a portable lab, instruments still sending flickering readings until the shard drained every last watt. Leora screamed, clutching her tablet as her readings spiraled off the charts. Sparks of static crackled along the edges of the device, and a faint hum of overloaded circuits filled the air. Her eyes darted frantically between the screen and the advancing sheets of Vitrum-K, the transparent crystal stretching over the canyon edge like liquid glass. It's absorbing sunlight, heat, the electromagnetic fields from the planet. Nothing is safe. Her voice cracked, panic sharp in every word. A stray flare of light from a half-buried solar drone flickered and vanished as the shard absorbed it, leaving her trembling hands useless against the tide. Theo glanced over his shoulder, heart hammering, trying to take in the scale of what they were facing. The once pristine cliffs of Ophir Gamma now glittered with the cold reflection of the crystal's lattice, each sheet moving with deliberate, fluid intent. It's taking Ophir Gamma, every bit of energy, every object, every surface. It's all part of it now. We can't stop it, we can't fight it, and we can't outrun it if it keeps responding to everything we do. He shoved a half-buried instrument aside, stumbling as a pulse of energy flared along the jagged edges of the crystal. The ground beneath them seemed almost to vibrate with the shard's expansion, subtle yet relentless, forcing each step to be carefully measured against the shifting terrain. Saphira's eyes filled with tears as she stumbled over a jagged outcrop partially concealed by crystalline sheets. The glow of the shard reflected across her face, casting fractured light across the canyon floor. All our work, it's Gone, forever, she whispered, voice cracking, each word swallowed almost instantly by the soft hum of Vitrum-K's lattice. Around her, instruments and drones that had been so carefully arranged for months were now frozen mid-motion, caught in the shard's silent grasp. Theo grabbed her by the shoulders, pulling her upright as a nearby sheet slid past them, scraping along the rocks with a chilling scrape of energy against stone. We survive. That's all we do. Forget the data, forget the cores. Survive. His grip was firm, shaking her into motion. But even as he spoke, he could feel the oppressive presence of the expanding crystal pressing against their minds, a suffocating reminder that their years of study had no longer any bearing. As the team scrambled, the horizon itself seemed to melt into the crystalline tide. Massive sheets moved over cliffs, valleys, and canyons, pulsing with light and absorbing every trace of heat and energy in their path. Dust and small fragments swirled in the forced currents, caught in the crystal's silent consumption. The planet Ophir Gamma, which had once felt vast and full of secrets to uncover, now lay partly obscured under this alien, energy-consuming shell. The sun overhead dimmed in patches as its rays were drawn inexorably into the growing lattice, leaving the team in an eerie, uneven twilight. Everywhere we look, Kieran whispered, voice trembling as he stumbled over a rock that had been part of a survey line. It's completely gone. Everything we catalogued, everything we planned, it's gone. He could barely breathe, each step precarious as the crystal spread, curling around any object it touched with unnerving precision. His eyes, wide with disbelief, tracked the movement of the sheets as they cascaded over distant plateaus, incorporating energy from even the faintest breezes. Saphira's sob was almost inaudible, carried away by the wind and the hum of Vitrum-K's relentless expansion. We wanted to understand it, but it's taken everything. All of it. Her knees shook, catching against jagged crystal edges as she tried to pull herself forward, her hands trembling, brushing against sheets that absorbed her touch and reflected it back in distorted angles of light. Theo's jaw was set, every muscle taut as he forced himself to scan the advancing horizon for a path. The shard's lattice moved with a precision that mocked human reaction time. And now we understand one thing. It's no longer a shard. It's a force, bigger than us, bigger than Ophir Gamma, and it doesn't care. He grabbed a piece of loose equipment, tossing it aside as the crystal reached for it. Absorbing its energy before it even hit the ground, the metallic tang of ozone filled the air, and the low hum of Vitrum-K was like a pulse of living thought, constant, patient, and absolutely indifferent to their terror. Each step forward was a battle with the terrain itself. Jagged planes of crystal shimmered and shifted in real time, expanding to block paths, as if the shard anticipated every movement. Theo shouted directions over the roar of panic, but the sound was drowned by the whine of overloaded electronics and the soft, relentless hum that seemed to emanate from every surface. Kieran grabbed Saphira's arm, steadying her as a crystalline sheet slid between them and the only plausible exit. "Move, now!" he barked, voice cracking with fear. The sun's light fractured across the growing lattice, each pulse of Vitrum-K pulling energy with subtle insistence from the atmosphere itself. Shadows stretched unnaturally as the sheets curved over cliffs and canyons, swallowing any trace of life or activity in their path. Leora clutched her tablet to her chest, reading spikes that made no sense, numbers flickering impossibly as the shard absorbed data, light and heat alike. It's everywhere," she whispered, voice lost amid the chaotic pulse of the crystal. Jax's shout cut through the cacophony. "Keep moving, don't stop. Don't even look back." He stumbled over a jagged slope, narrowly avoiding a sheet that draped over the edge and slid past with a soundless sweep, consuming the tiny survey drone perched there. Panic threatened to fracture the group, each person consumed by their own terror. But Theo kept them together, dragging Kieran and Saphira onward, forcing them across rocks and uneven terrain now littered with fragments of frozen equipment. Sheets of Vitrum-K continued to absorb every stray trace of energy, and every pulse seemed to respond to the human's presence, curling around them, reacting to heat, light, and even the vibrations of their frantic steps. The canyon floor, once a landscape for careful measurement, had become a living, evolving trap, forcing the team into narrower passages as the transparent planes twisted and coalesced with purposeful, deliberate motion. Saphira gasped, stumbling again, her face streaked with sweat and tears. "Theo, do you think we'll survive?" Theo didn't answer immediately. He scanned the horizon where the crystal surged over plateaus, consumed sunlight, and integrated the faint heat radiating from distant cliffs. "We survive," he said finally, voice steady but grim. "That's all we do, we survive." Kieran's hands trembled as he brushed against a sheet that had overtaken the last remaining survey marker. "It's unstoppable. I've never seen anything like it, even in the panic." They felt the eerie patience of Vitrum-K's expansion, It did not rush, yet it moved faster than human thought, faster than any reaction the team could muster. Every pulse drew energy from the air, the light, the residual heat in the rocks. Every step taken by the team seemed anticipated, countered by the shard's subtle, precise adaptation. Saphira's whisper was barely audible above the hum. All the months, all the planning, everything gone. Theo glanced at her, jaw clenched. And yet we move, we survive. That's all that matters. He led them along a precarious ridge, crystalline sheets curling on either side, consuming their former work, their instruments, and even fragments of the lab that had been transported to the survey zone. The sun dipped toward the horizon, but its rays offered no comfort. Each pulse of Vitrum-K drew energy from its light, dimming the landscape in patches, leaving long, eerie shadows across frozen vehicles and labs now incorporated into the lattice. We're trapped, Kieran muttered, eyes wide, voice trembling as he surveyed the scale of the expansion. The landscape itself had become an alien construct of light, energy, and rigid glass-like planes. Saphira's sobs mingled with the low, relentless hum of the crystal. We wanted to understand it, Theo pressed on, ignoring the feeling of despair pressing down, dragging them over jagged rock and uneven ground. Forget that, he said. Forget what we thought we knew. This isn't about understanding anymore. It's about surviving, only surviving. The last rays of sunlight reflected off the top edges of the sheets, a cruel, fractured brilliance that revealed the immense scale of the lattice. The shard's expansion now covered valleys, cliffs, and canyons, integrating sunlight, atmospheric heat, and stray electromagnetic energy as it grew beyond any comprehension. Ophir Gamma, once a field for research and discovery, now lay beneath a living, energy-consuming shell, a planet partially encased in a force the team could not contain. The first hint that the planet itself had become a trap came as Saphira Kale stumbled across the uneven surface of the lithium canyon. Her boots skidded on the fine, glimmering dust, but beneath her feet the ground was beginning to shift, translucent sheets spreading outward like water lapping across a shore. It's moving faster than we thought, she whispered, voice trembling as she grabbed a nearby outcrop for balance. The crystalline waves reflected the harsh light of Ophir Gamma's sun, bending it into kaleidoscopic patterns that made the edges of cliffs vanish into blinding brilliance. Theo Rylan, his face pale and drawn, sprinted toward her, arms spread as though to physically restrain the encroaching sheets. Saphira, you need to keep moving, the ground, look at it. It's absorbing everything, his voice cracked, urgency cutting through the drone of atmospheric hum and the faint electrical sizzle emanating from the crystalline surface. Sparks flickered along the edges of the sheets, crackling faintly as heat and minor vibrations were pulled into the growing lattice. Theo's eyes darted to the horizon. The canyon that had seemed so vast and navigable moments ago was now a distorted labyrinth of glowing, impossible angles. Everywhere we go, it's ahead of us, Saphira swallowed hard, pressing her hand to her chest as if she could hold back the tide by sheer will. Theo, I can see it. It's covering the cliffs, the canyons, even the valleys, she stammered. Her voice was small, barely audible over the eerie hum that now resonated in the air itself, vibrating along with the pulses of the expanding Vitrum-K. It's like the planet itself is flowing under it. Kieran Solis ran alongside them, clutching a portable sensor array that flickered wildly with impossible readings. It's absorbing everything. Light, heat, M-fields, he shouted, nearly losing his balance as a sudden ripple swept beneath him, raising the surface underfoot like a wave. We can't stop it, nothing we do. It just keeps going. Jax Harrow, who had been surveying the advancing crystal from a slightly higher ridge, pointed toward the partially obscured ship at the far edge of the canyon. There, the evac module. We can make it if we run now. His voice carried a mix of hope and fear. But as their eyes followed the path, it was immediately apparent that the corridor was no longer clear. Sheets of Vitrum-K had begun to bridge the gaps between outcrops, forming a continuous, impenetrable barrier. Light bent and shifted as it passed through, creating the illusion of openings that weren't there. It's blocking us, Theo muttered, desperation rising in his throat. Every route, it's anticipating our movements. Saphira's breath came in ragged gasps as she tried to calculate a new path. Then we climb, she said, pointing toward a ridge not yet touched by the crystal. But before they could move, Kieran grabbed her arm, pulling her back. Don't, the ridge is collapsing beneath the sheets. Look at the way it flows, he gestured to a patch of neodymium cliffs, where a thin ribbon-like sheet unfurled upward, curling around the rock and drawing energy from the very metal itself. Sparks jumped and the faint hiss of energy being absorbed seemed almost audible. It's alive in a way, Kieran whispered, voice trembling with disbelief. It knows where we'll go. Theo spun toward the ridge, scanning frantically. Then we don't climb, we run along the canyon floor. There's a flatter path. He gestured toward a stretch of terrain that might still hold open space. Saphira, eyes wide, nodded, and together they sprinted, boots pounding against partially crystallized soil. The sound of crunching rock beneath their feet mixed with the soft hum of Vitrum-K's lattice, a constant vibrating reminder that the shard had become a planetary-scale predator. "Keep moving," Theo barked, glancing over his shoulder. A thin sheet had unfurled behind them, sliding over the canyon rim with fluid speed. "It's gaining on us." Leora Venn, clutching a tablet in one hand, ran with the other arm outstretched, trying to hold Theo's jacket as they barreled forward. "Every drone, every sensor we left behind, it's gone, swallowed, there's nothing left." Her voice shook, half excited and half panicked. A small sparkle of crystal leapt from the advancing front, landing harmlessly near her foot, and the tablet's readings spiked to unreadable numbers. It's consuming everything." Jack's Harrow, a few meters ahead, looked back, his face pale. "We can't outrun it. It's faster than we move. Every time we try to change direction, it shifts." He gasped, running blindly over a ridge, nearly falling into a shallow crevice partially obscured by the translucent sheet. "It's like it's thinking, reacting to us." Saphira's chest tightened, fear and disbelief battling her fascination. We catalogued everything, the cores, the samples, all of it gone." Her voice cracked as she tripped over an outcropping, tumbling forward onto the hard ground. Theo was immediately beside her, yanking her upright. "Forget the data. Survive. That's all that matters. Do you hear me? Nothing else matters." The sheets continued to flow, climbing walls of rock, folding across valleys, filling in the gaps in their path with impossible speed. Each pulse drew light, heat, and minor electromagnetic energy from the environment, growing thicker and more blinding as it did. Even the sun's reflection seemed to bend and twist along the crystalline waves, giving the illusion of movement where there was none. It's everywhere," Kieran muttered, his voice trembling as he ran alongside Theo and Saphira. "Everywhere we look. It's consuming everything." "Keep moving," Theo yelled again, dragging Saphira with him. He could see the faint glimmer of their ship now, partially concealed by a widening sheet creeping across the valley. "It's blocking the approach. We have to find another way." Saphira shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. "There's no other way, Theo. Every root, every ridge, everything is under it. It's unstoppable." Her voice broke as she stumbled and Kieran grabbed her, pulling her upright just as the crystal ribbon swept over a nearby survey drone, lifting it into the lattice like it was weightless, then embedding it in place mid-flight. Leora's sobs echoed across the canyon floor. "All our work, the wealth, the samples, it's all gone." She clutched her tablet to her chest as another sheet of Vitrum-K uncurled over a platinum vein, consuming it in a silent, mesmerizing glide. "We wanted to understand it, but it's taken everything. All of it." Theo's jaw tightened. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to keep running. "And now we understand one thing," he said, voice low but firm. "It's no longer a shard. It's a force, bigger than us, bigger than Ophir Gamma, and it doesn't care." He grabbed Saphira's arm again, pulling her forward. "We survive. That's all we do. Forget the data. Forget the cores. Survive." They ran. But every movement was mirrored by the advancing crystalline tide. Sheets flowed over uneven ground, curling around rocks, enveloping the tips of cliffs, and rising in places where gravity should have prevented them from sticking. Sparks arced where the crystal met the remaining active instruments, small hisses of energy absorbed into the growing lattice. The sound was low but insistent, a humming vibration that seemed to resonate in their bones. Kieran, eyes wide, pointed ahead. "Look at the canyons, the lithium formations, they're all covered. Every ridge, every cliff. It's shining with its own light now." The glow reflected across his face, making his expression seem almost ghostly. It's not just covering the planet, it's reorganizing it, integrating everything it touches." Saphira's voice cracked, almost a whisper. "We wanted to understand it. We thought we could control it. We thought it was ours to study. But it's not. It's never been ours. We just woke it up." Theo glanced over at the faint shimmer of their ship in the distance, now partially obscured by a translucent sheet. "We're not getting to that ship," he muttered, his face pale. It's anticipating every movement, every energy spike. We can't approach it." He gritted his teeth, pulling Saphira forward as a small ridge collapsed under the sheet's advance. "We have to keep moving, even if there's nowhere to go." Everywhere they looked, the crystalline tide expanded, pulling in sunlight, ambient heat, and stray energy fields. The horizon glimmered, shifting with impossible fluidity yet impenetrable hardness. A drone tried to pass above them, but its rotors stalled, the energy consumed mid-flight, embedding it perfectly, frozen in place as part of the lattice. The team's frantic cries echoed against the alien reflective surfaces. Jack stumbled beside them, panting. There's nothing left to do. It's taking everything, Theo. The cores, the rigs, the drones. We can't fight it. Theo's hands were shaking, but he kept moving, keeping the group together. Then we survive. Keep moving, keep breathing, keep alive. We'll get through this, somehow. Even as he spoke, the truth was undeniable. Ophir Gamma was no longer a planet of study. It was a canvas for Vitrum-K's unstoppable expansion, every pulse and ripple a reminder of the team's helplessness, their work, their ambition, their dreams of wealth and discovery, all consumed, frozen mid-action, preserved in the very tableau of their own failure. And yet amid the terror there was a single, grim reality they could cling to. They were alive, for now. The terrain between the main research outpost and the orbiting shuttle had once been straightforward, a carefully mapped path across rolling lithium canyons and jagged neodymium ridges. Now it was unrecognizable. Vitrum-K had poured outward like a luminous, unrelenting tide, flowing over every surface, folding and curling with impossible fluidity, while remaining harder than any known material. Each sheet pulsed faintly, drawing in heat, light, and electromagnetic energy, as if it were a living organism consuming the world around it. Saphira Kale stumbled over a partially concealed ridge, her hand scraping against a smooth, glinting surface that had only moments before been exposed rock. "We have to keep moving," she shouted, voice cracking. "The shuttle, it's our only chance." Her eyes flicked constantly to the horizon, tracking the faint glimmer of the ship's landing pads as Vitrum-K advanced, relentless and indifferent. Theo Rylan was right behind her, dragging a small emergency pack while trying to keep his boots from skidding across newly formed crystal sheets that bent under his weight without breaking. "It's faster than we thought," he yelled, scanning the area for alternate routes. "Every second we waste, it's taking more of the canyon, more of the path." He grabbed her arm, jerking her toward a narrow pass that had survived the initial expansion. Sparks flickered in the air as tiny arcs of energy leapt between edges of Vitrum-K, where it met unstable ground, sending a tingling sensation across their skin. Jack's Harrow called from a short distance away, his voice strained. "Watch out, the ridge is collapsing under the crystal." He had been trying to lead a small cart of portable survey equipment, but now the instruments were half immersed in the transparent sheets, powerless, glowing faintly as the shard's lattice incorporated their residual energy. Forget the equipment, just get to the shuttle. Even Kieran Solis, who had maintained his analytical composure longer than most, was shouting now, gesturing wildly, as he tried to find a path around an expanding wall of Vitrum-K. "Look at this, it's moving with us, it's predicting every step. The energy input from our bodies, our equipment, it's using it." His voice was edged with panic, though his eyes were fixed on patterns forming across the crystalline tide, noting minute pulses and subtle flows. Leora Venn struggled to keep up, holding her tablet in front of her as if it could somehow map the shifting landscape in real time. "The readings, look at them, every drone, every module, every energy source we thought was safe, it's all being absorbed. Theo, the shuttle's landing field, it's partially covered." She twisted, trying to find a path between partially submerged ridges of crystal, only to realize that any attempt to bypass one sheet brought them within reach of another that had silently grown across the pass. They ran. Every movement felt like a gamble. Sheets of Vitrum-K snaked across the canyons like liquid glass, curling over jagged rock and flattening surfaces in silent, deliberate folds. Sparks leapt along edges, forming brief static arcs that made Theo flinch. "Step over. Careful," he barked, shoving Saphira away from a shimmering ridge that flexed toward them. The shard seemed to anticipate their panic, spreading faster whenever they hesitated, curling into the air to block possible detours. Saphira's breath came in sharp gasps, the pack she carried clattering against her hip. "We're not going to make it," she screamed, voice breaking. "Every step, every second, it's closer. Theo, it's everywhere." Her words trailed off as she stumbled, the edge of a newly formed sheet wrapping around her ankle. Theo caught her just before she fell, his hands burning slightly at the contact with the energy-laden surface. "Hold on, we have to keep moving. We can't let it trap us." Jax reached their side, dragging a small emergency ladder that had somehow survived the initial expansion. "Over here, maybe we can climb to the shuttle ramp, avoid the main flow." He waved the device like a beacon of hope, but as they ran toward it, the crystalline sheets rippled underfoot and arced upward, creating new obstacles even as they tried to advance. Kieran's voice cut through the chaos. "Saphira, Theo, don't just move, watch the energy fluxes. See how it reacts to us." But his words were more a warning than guidance. Even as he spoke, a sheet unfurled beneath his feet, lifting him slightly before he scrambled sideways, barely avoiding being enveloped. Sparks leapt along the edges of the crystal, creating a low electric hum that threaded through the canyon like a living pulse. The shuttle appeared within reach, landing pads gleaming faintly in the dimming sunlight, yet each step forward became impossible. Sheets of Vitrum-K had curled along the approach, fusing into smooth, impenetrable planes. Even the ramps had been partially consumed, the metal reflecting the shard's internal glow, bending and flexing yet remaining impossibly rigid. Theo panted, grabbing Saphira's arm. "We have to jump, climb. We can't walk through this." He looked at Jax and Kieran, who were already calculating angles to leap across small gaps between semi-solid sheets. "Ready?" he shouted, gesturing toward a narrow opening that barely existed. "Ready?" Saphira barked back, her eyes wide, scanning for the nearest stretch of unconsumed terrain. They ran, leaping together over the glistening ridges, feet sliding on transparent surfaces. Sparks arced along the edges of the sheets as if protesting their intrusion, a faint hiss filling the air. Theo's heart pounded, adrenaline spiking as he landed near the shuttle's partially exposed landing strut. Jax grunted, straining to carry a small emergency module across the crystalline gap. It's reacting to us again," he shouted. "The sheets, they're moving to block us." His voice trembled as the nearest plane lifted slightly, curling toward him with fluid rigidity. He leapt and hit the exposed ramp just as the shard's edge grazed his heel, leaving a tiny arc of energy dancing across his boots. Leora, trailing behind, hissed in terror. It's adapting faster than we move. Every second we hesitate, it closes off our path." She grabbed the last remaining drone, trying to push it as a makeshift bridge over a section of semi-solid crystal, but it slipped halfway and was instantly absorbed, a faint pulse of light vanishing into the shard. Saphira and Theo reached the base of the shuttle ramp, breathing heavily, eyes flicking to the widening sheets that now blocked all other approaches. We have to get on now," Saphira cried. Theo nodded, scanning for any weak point in the expanding lattice. Even here, the shard pulsed, sparks arcing, edges curling, as if aware of their plan to climb the ramp. Kieran and Jax finally made it, leaping across jagged intersections of transparent crystal. Kieran grunted, pulling himself up, only to freeze mid-motion as the shard adjusted slightly under him. It's everywhere," he shouted, panic overtaking rational thought. The crystal's subtle movement prevented any easy footing, each pulse and shift nudging him back toward the canyon floor. And then it happened. Saphira, Theo, Kieran, Jax, and Leora reached a point where the ramp's base was surrounded on three sides by curling sheets of Vitrum-K. They jumped, scrambled, and clawed at the surface, but each landing point twisted or bent impossibly under their weight. Sparks arced at their feet, and a low vibration ran through the ramp itself, signaling that the shard was actively incorporating the energy they applied. Saphira gasped, voice breaking. It's taking the shuttle. It's stopping us." Theo grabbed her, shouting above the rising hum. "Hold on, we keep climbing, don't look down," the shard responded instantly. The sheets that had curled around the base of the ramp unfurled further, shifting to fill every gap, every crevice, every foot of exposed metal. Sparks flared, light dimmed, and the gentle pulsing of Vitrum-K's internal lattice became a relentless thrum. Kieran's face went pale. It's not letting anyone reach the ship. It's finished with us," Leora screamed, clutching at the ramp rail. Her tablet slipped from her hands, falling into a sheet that moved like liquid and was gone in a flash of absorbed light. Jax tried to push forward one last time. "Come on, we can." His words ended in a strangled cry as the crystal underfoot curled upward, lifting him slightly before pinning him in place. Frozen mid-step, sparks danced along the edges of the sheet, wrapping him like a transparent cage. Theo, Saphira, Kieran, and Leora scrambled desperately, but every motion they made seemed calculated against them. Vitrum-K reacted, absorbing energy from their movements, incorporating their exertion into the lattice, folding them into the crystalline tableau. Even the shuttle's ramp, once a symbol of escape, was partially engulfed, shimmering impossibly and bending subtly under the shard's influence. Saphira's voice was barely audible. We can't." Theo gritted his teeth, holding her hand. "We survive," he whispered, though even he could feel the encroaching rigidity of Vitrum-K beneath him. "We survive?" In seconds, the team and their equipment froze mid-action, caught in the unyielding embrace of Vitrum-K. Saphira's hands remained outstretched toward the ramp, fingers trembling slightly as if in the final reach for escape. Theo's arm reached desperately toward her, muscles taut with effort, the strain visible even as motion became impossible. Kieran crouched low, his expression locked in a mask of panic, eyes wide and darting as if still scanning for an opening that no longer existed. Leora gripped her tablet so tightly it threatened to snap in her hands, the screen still lit with frantic readings that would never update again. Jax remained partially elevated by the twisting shard, the crystalline lattice curling around him with delicate precision, suspending him mid-leap as though the world itself had been paused. Drones hovered motionless above them, their thrusters suspended in mid-rotation, blinking indicators frozen in time. Cores and instruments were locked in place, untouched by gravity or vibration, their lights suspended mid-pulse as the shard absorbed energy from every angle. Tiny arcs of light, once sparks of the shard's insatiable hunger, lingered like frozen threads across console surfaces and floor panels, bridging the gap between human and machine in suspended stasis. The air, heavy with the faint hum of Vitrum-K's internal lattice, seemed to shimmer around the tableau, bending slightly as though reality itself had been slowed to accommodate the crystal's meticulous expansion. Each member of the team was captured in a moment of tension, every micro-expression preserved. The slight quiver in Saphira's fingers, the tightening of Theo's jaw, Kieran's wide-eyed dread, Leora's strained grip, Jax's half-leap posture, even the smallest objects, the dropped tools, the scattered notes, the hovering drones, were caught mid-motion, forming a layered, three-dimensional record of chaos frozen in time. The shard sheets extended outward in precise arcs, incorporating their bodies and devices into the lattice without shattering or deforming, the crystal conforming around them as if sculpting a monument of their final efforts. No motion persisted beyond the team's immediate vicinity, yet the frozen forms told every story of struggle and panic, a silent record of their last actions. The positions themselves spoke of frantic coordination, failed attempts to reach safety, and the relentless presence of the shard that had anticipated, measured, and countered every motion. Even the suspended drones, their propellers frozen mid-spin, mirrored the human desperation, caught in synchronized stasis as Vitrum-K spread methodically through the laboratory and out across the ramp. Vitrum-K continued its relentless pulse, a rhythm that resonated through Ophir Gamma as if the planet itself were a single organism breathing beneath the crystalline lattice. The sheets of crystal stretched from lithium canyons to neodymium ridges, curling over cliffs and vaulting across valleys with an impossible grace. Each movement was deliberate, the lattice folding and bending in precise arcs, absorbing sunlight, heat, and even the faint electromagnetic hum of the atmosphere, integrating it into the ever-expanding structure. The shard's energy consumption seemed infinite, and with every ripple, Ophir Gamma was transformed further into a luminous alien world. Machinery, habitats, instruments, drones, all remained frozen mid-operation, trapped under layers of crystal that gleamed and shifted like solidified light, yet were harder than any known material. Sunlight fractured through the lattice, scattering in fractured glimmers that danced across cliffs, jagged canyons, and smooth valleys. The light seemed alive within the crystal, bending, twisting, and reflecting with mesmerizing complexity, while the frozen forms beneath it, humans and machines, remained perfectly captured in motion, halted forever. Saphira's hands were extended toward a sample she would never touch, her fingers suspended mid-reach. Theo's arm remained outstretched toward a control panel, a futile gesture of desperation preserved in impossible precision. Kieran crouched as if recoiling from an unseen threat. Leora's fingers clutched her tablet as though she could will information back to life, and Jax hovered partially elevated, frozen in the shard's invisible grasp. Every drone and instrument hung motionless in midair, light still aglow, caught in the lattice's inexorable expansion. The surface itself was irrevocably altered. Mountains pulsed with internal light, veins of platinum and neodymium glowing faintly within their crystalline armor. Valleys shimmered as the sheets flowed over and around them, their contours blurred into impossible forms, surfaces bending like molten glass, frozen mid-pour. Even the sky above reflected faintly in the transparent sheets, stretching the horizon to unfamiliar dimensions. Energy continued to hum through the lattice, absorbed from sunlight, thermal currents, and minor electromagnetic shifts, reinforcing its growth with each passing second. Ophir Gamma had become a single, unified organism of light and energy, alive in its consumption, indifferent to the humans now embedded in its structure. Every layer of crystal added depth and complexity to the tableau. Small fissures, once unnoticed, were folded over without fracture, tectonic tremors absorbed without disturbance to the shard's integrity. Fault lines were ignored, hills and ridges incorporated seamlessly, veins of metal encased like precious artifacts behind unbreakable walls of crystalline matter. Perhaps this had occurred before. Other planets found, studied, absorbed, and eventually buried beneath shifting tectonic plates, hidden until a future age uncovered them anew. Ophir Gamma would eventually join that cycle, slowly swallowed by the planet's own geological rhythm, Vitrum-K, adapting to preserve its frozen tableau regardless of the shifting crust beneath it. The shard's pulses continued with meditative precision, each one feeding on the energy of the planet, Every photon, every flicker of thermal movement, every minor electrical disturbance was drawn into the lattice, strengthening it, extending it outward, integrating it deeper into the planetary surface. The human explorers remained frozen mid-action, expressions of disbelief, panic, and futile effort preserved perfectly. Instruments, tools, and habitats were captured with the same precision, hovering in impossible suspension, as if a cosmic photographer had paused time to document humanity's final reach for knowledge and wealth. Subtle textures revealed themselves in the crystalline expansion. Edges of cliffs reflected light differently depending on internal lattice angles, creating rainbows that shimmered across the horizon. Valleys seemed to breathe softly with the shard's pulse. Air currents caught and refracted within layers of translucent crystal. The humans, caught in mid-struggle, could have felt the heat of the lattice or the pull of its energy, yet none of it registered. They were suspended, integrated into Vitrum-K's will. Each pulse reinforced the illusion of motion, yet nothing moved independently. The planet itself had become a single, coherent artwork of frozen ambition and alien precision. Tiny arcs of light, reminiscent of the small sparks that had once danced across laboratory consoles, now traced long veins of platinum, lithium, and neodymium across continents. The lattice absorbed these currents with silent efficiency, redirecting them internally to extend its reach over canyons, ridges, and open plains. The frozen tableau of humanity, once dynamic and scrambling for survival, was dwarfed by this scale. Theo's frantic gestures toward controls, Saphira's desperate stretch, Kieran's crouch, Leora's attempt to salvage data, they all existed now as static elements within a planetary-scale sculpture of crystal. The lattice bent over canyons, flowed across cliffs, and draped mountains in continuous sheets that reflected the distant stars' light with a kaleidoscopic brilliance. Even the once operational drones were suspended mid-flight, frozen in their attempt to retreat or gather data. Every habitat module, survey rig, and mining drill was incorporated seamlessly, instruments permanently locked in the shard's impenetrable grip. Ophir Gamma was no longer a place to extract minerals or conduct research. It was a monument to ambition itself, energy-consuming, alien, and alive in its own way. The tectonic plates beneath Ophir Gamma continued to shift imperceptibly, yet the lattice adapted effortlessly. Faults were folded into, ridges extended over, and canyons were enveloped without fracture. The crystalline expansion suggested this was not a one-off transformation. Vitrum-K seemed capable of repeating this process on other worlds, its growth cyclical and self-sustaining. The humans, their machines, their attempts to document, extract, and understand, were now preserved mid-effort, integrated permanently into a planetary-scale design they could never hope to manipulate. Vitrum-K's glow shifted subtly with each pulse, highlighting veins of precious metals and mineral deposits, each shimmer evidence of the planet's immense wealth forever. Beyond reach, the frozen explorers lay scattered across Ophir Gamma-like characters in a grotesque tableau perfectly preserved in mid-motion. Instruments, some sparking faintly with trapped energy, were locked in suspension. Drones hovered mid-flight, their rotors still blurred in motionless rotation, their sensors frozen as the lattice consumed their functions. Every detail was captured, amplified across continents and canyons, evidence of a force that was patient, precise, and unstoppable. From orbit, Ophir Gamma would appear as a single luminous entity, its surface glimmering and refracting light in impossible patterns. Mountains pulsed with internal rhythms, valleys flowed like liquid glass, and tectonic shifts caused no cracks in the integrated lattice. The shard absorbed the planet's residual energy, feeding its internal glow, silently integrating heat, light, and electromagnetic currents. Every frozen human, every drone, every instrument, every vein of metal had become part of a self-contained, self-sustaining organism that had effectively rewritten the planet. No sound reached beyond the lattice. Ophir Gamma was a world transformed into silence, light and structure supplanting movement and agency. The frozen tableau of humans and machinery sprawled across the surface was simultaneously awe-inspiring and terrifying. A permanent alien record of ambition halted by a force greater than comprehension. Each pulse of Vitrum-K reinforced the lattice, extending its reach over canyons, mountains, and plains, feeding on energy, preserving humans, machinery, and planetary wealth alike. Even in their frozen state, the humans seemed almost aware of their surroundings. The gestures, the expressions, the frozen attempts at escape captured with perfect clarity. Theo's outstretched arm, Saphira's extended hands, Kieran crouching mid-step, Leora clutching her tablet, each a moment of desperation and realization, now immortalized. The shard had not only consumed the planet's resources, but had preserved the story of humanity's final confrontation with an unknowable force. Vitrum-K's internal lattice pulsed in synchrony with the planet's subtle vibrations, absorbing energy from tectonics, solar radiation, atmospheric currents, and even the faint electromagnetic background of Ophir Gamma's magnetic field. Sparks that once danced across lab consoles were now veins of light traveling silently across planetary surfaces, highlighting metallic deposits, glimmering veins, and frozen humans in a delicate, impossible latticework. The shard's reach was precise, deliberate, and infinite. Every ridge, fissure, and metallic vein became part of the lattice. Every frozen human, drone, and instrument became integrated into its structure. Ophir Gamma was no longer a planet for human exploration, extraction, or habitation. It had become a self-sustaining monument of energy and light, preserving both wealth and ambition in a way that no human hand, mind, or technology could ever reclaim. Even as the crystal spread, subtle tremors bipped through the planet's crust, small vibrations that hinted at the impermanence of the frozen tableau. Vitrum-K adapted effortlessly, folding over fault lines, bridging shifting canyons, bending without fracture as though it anticipated the planet's restless tectonic heart. The shard's lattice consumed everything above ground, yet the very bones of Ophir Gamma, the shifting plates, the deep magma flows, continued their slow, inevitable dance. In a million years, perhaps, the very crystal that now shone like a jewel would be buried, folded beneath mountain roots and canyons that had once been open to human curiosity. A new surface would rise, untouched, pristine, and waiting. As the planet rotated beneath distant stars, Vitrum-K's glow maintained its pulse, rhythmic and meditative, silently consuming energy and extending the lattice over unclaimed and unreachable terrain. The tableau of frozen humans, drones, and machinery remained intact across continents and canyons, every detail captured in the shard's unyielding lattice. Saphira's outstretched hand, Theo's desperate reach, Kiran crouched mid-step, Leora clutching her tablet, all were eternal snapshots, suspended in the shard's cold embrace. But beneath this seemingly final moment, Ophir Gamma's tectonic plates whispered of impermanence. The lattice might preserve, but the world itself would continue to move, shift, and recycle. Fault lines would fracture, mountains would rise and fall, canyons would close and reopen. Vitrum-K's tableau, magnificent and terrifying, would eventually be swallowed by the planet's own motion. What had been a monument to human ambition might one day be buried, obscured from view. Waiting silently for the next explorers, human or alien, to uncover it and perhaps repeat the same fatal curiosity. Ophir Gamma glimmered against the void, a crystalline world, alien, beautiful, perfectly preserved, and totally unstoppable. Yet in the slow pulse of the tectonic heart beneath, there lay the promise of renewal, a whisper that no crystal, no matter how precise or all-consuming, could ever truly conquer the restless, grinding eternity of a living planet. The shard had won the day, had frozen ambition in time, had consumed energy and preserved the impossible. But the planet itself, patient and enduring, would one day bury this chapter, leaving the...
Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review, and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.